1 minute, check your phones. Sure. Subsequent business days. We have no online?
Vice President Fielder is here.
No, I got this. That's all I got. And this is the in person. Oh, wait, online. Sorry. One, two, three. I hit a moose.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. Been hunting for them my whole life.
Oh, man.
And it's out front, there's still pieces on it, I haven't.
How's the news?
And it's my excursion, my pickups in the body shop.
That's what I care about. Yeah.
Well, somebody had hit it ahead of me, and then I hit it.
Yes.
Good morning, we are back on the record. The time is 8:01 a.m. The date is June 10th, 2025. The commission and staff are again appearing from the commission's Bollinger Room in Helena, Montana. This is day 2 of the scheduled public hearing on docket 2024.05.053 involving the application of Northwestern Energy for authority to increase retail electric and natural gas utility service rates and for approval of service schedules, cost allocations, and rate design. To begin today, I will first ask for public comment. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments are received will be public records. So please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. To ensure we get to witnesses who have traveled to be here today, we need to impose a time limit on public comment. We have 5 commenters who are registered to speak in person and 6 commenters who are registered to speak online. By show of hands, how many people do we have in person who would like to provide public comment today? I count 3. So perhaps not everybody is here. We have 1 hour reserved for public comment this morning. So each commenter will have, with only 3, I'll give everybody 4 minutes each. You can go to 5 and I won't get too excited. And that would include online. We will begin with commenters in the room and then move to commenters online. For commenters in the room, I will call on those who are registered first, and I'll do that from my list. And invite commenters to approach the designated speaking area. Please don't wait until the person before you is done. Please get in line. We'll save some travel time that way. Everybody will have more time for their comments. So for each commenter, please state your name and the town where you are from. We do not need your physical address, just the town. If you are speaking on behalf of an organization, please identify the organization. If you have written comments, please submit them online to the Commissioner's Ready portal or by emailing pschelp@mt.gov. So we will start with in person. Do we have Robert Morris, followed by John Williams, followed by Karen Kirk, followed by Benjamin Coupier, and those would be those that are registered. So please state your name, spell your last name.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, just fine. Thank you.
My name is Bob Morris, Morris. I live in Butte. I'm representing myself as a ratepayer of Northwestern Energy. I am the Lance Energy Chair at Montana Tech, and I have 40 years of electric power system engineering experience. Montana utilities have a demonstrated track record of providing reliable and economical energy. In February 2025, the U.S. Energy Information Administration reported Montana's average residential electricity rate is the 7th lowest in the country and 29% below the national average. Our gas rates are the 3rd lowest in the country and 38% below the national average. Our state is blessed with a mix of natural resources, including coal, hydro, natural gas, and wind. However, our electricity supply is insufficient, and we must import as much as 40% of our electricity on the spot market during peak periods. This increases our costs and puts our electric system at risk. With the recent addition of 175 megawatts at the Yellowstone County Generating Station and an additional upcoming 592 megawatts at from Colstrip, from Avista and Puget Sound Energy, Northwestern Energy will now have sufficient generation capacity to meet our needs. This will put downward pressure on electricity rates and improve system reliability by reducing transmission system congestion. The Western Electric Coordinating Council, in its December 2024 assessment of resource adequacy, reports new generation construction is lagging 53% behind plan and predict over 900 hours of annual power outages by 2034 if this trend continues. In their 2024 long-term reliability assessment, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation forecasts electric reserve margins in our region will drop from 34% to 6% in the next 10 years. We are retiring resources faster than we are replacing them. We are replacing high-capacity dispatchable sources with low-capacity intermittent sources. Puget Sound Energy engineers, in their 2023 Integrated Resource Plan to replace the Colstrip energy using wind, solar, storage, hydrogen, and biodiesel combustion. PSC plans to increase generation capacity 200% and transmission capacity 85% for a much smaller 50% peak load increase. In a September 2024 study, the Discovery Institute analyzed the cost of using wind, solar, and battery storage to comply with the Washington and Oregon clean energy laws. The study concluded residential electricity rates will rise from 11 cents to 28 cents per kilowatt hour. Replacing conventional sources with wind, solar, and battery sources increases electricity rates and reliability risk. We must continue to invest in all energy sources, including coal, natural gas, hydro, and wind, to provide Montanans with reliable, affordable, and clean energy. I support Northwestern Energy's plans to invest in our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Our next speaker will be John Williams, Mayor of the City of Colstrip. Is Mr. Williams here? Not seeing Mr. Williams. I will call on Karen Kirk. Is Karen Kirk here?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for making time for public comment. My name is Karen Kirk. I'm from Bozeman. I'm representing Montanans for Affordable Energy. And I'm a geologist. I've been working in energy my whole career, and I love it. There are times when I think you face very difficult choices, and I appreciate all your service. I don't think, however, this is one of those times. I think your choice is actually pretty easy. I think this is a really good time to deny Northwestern Energy's price increase. The reason is because I think Northwestern Energy has sort of run away with the plot. They are going around you. You're elected for a really important reason, to stand between powerful corporations and regular people in our wallets. And you're here to sort of be that interface so that they can't just do whatever they want. Repeatedly, increasingly, they're doing whatever they want. They built an entire power plant without your permission. That can't feel good to you. I didn't appreciate it either. They raised the rates by using kind of a weird little loophole and playing with the timing a little bit, and that probably doesn't feel very good to you either. I also don't appreciate it. So I think you have great authority here to do what you're elected to do, what we all elected you to do, which is to stand firm. Don't let Northwestern Energy run away with the plot and subvert your authority. In terms of resource planning, I think we should take a harder look at Northwestern's strategy. Over time, they show kind of one playbook, which is to double down on coal and fossil natural gas, fossil gas. I don't think it's strictly true that if you change your resource mix to more diverse resources, that it necessarily makes your price go up. Prices go up for all kinds of reasons. There are places that have a lot of renewables and have low energy prices. There are places that have a lot of fossil fuels and have high energy prices. I don't think you can make that correlation like, oh no, if we get away from coal and fossil fuels, we're going to have higher energy bills. It just doesn't seem to be the way it's working out. We have so many examples of utilities all around the country making innovative decisions, energy storage, adjusting the price of energy based on peaks. You know, peaks kind of drive everything. There are ways to manage this. Northwestern Energy is not using any of them because why would they? They don't have to, because they subvert your authority and do whatever they want. So I would like to see you fulfill your role and require Northwestern Energy to play by the rules, to use you, not just to go around you, and to be more innovative, not to just consistently double down in their sort of well-worn path. This isn't a hearing about pollution, but pollution is not free. It's not really factored into these things, but it takes a toll. And the reason why other states are making laws to get away from coal is because they understand that pollution has a real cost, a real price tag. And who that affects most are the people at the lower end of the income scale. There's a big impact on missed school days, missed work days, asthma attacks, emergency room admissions. Very tight correlation with burning of coal and those health impacts. That's never factored into the equation, and I'm not asking you to do that, but do keep that in mind. That is a real cost that we can avoid by using more innovative methods. I will wrap it up. I really, again, really appreciate your time. The first time I ever gave public testimony was to the Public Service Commission. It's literally one of the highlights of the things that I get to do, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Has John Williams joined us? Not seeing so being the fact. Benjamin Coupier. And the next commenter who can get in line if they're so inclined you'll be the last of the in person. So please spell your last name, and you also have 4 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioners, my name is Ben Kyper. That's spelled Kuiper. I am a Helena resident. I'm here representing myself, and I took personal leave today to come speak to you. I just wanted to urge you to resist the rate hikes. As you know, Montanans have been shouldering half a decade of inflation. Coupled that with the increase in housing costs and the increase in childcare, it's making it very hard to make ends meet. I have friends who I went to school with who were born here, who had to leave Montana because they can't afford to live here and they want to seek better wages and a better economy. So I just want to ask you to resist these wage hikes. Or these rate hikes. I know that the economic concerns that I've brought to you aren't your doing, but these hikes are not going to help matters. So thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Coupier. We will move to the online commenters. I'll read the list here, and we'll. So if you get your mute button off, get ready to go. Chris Enget, Katie Whitmoyer, Daniel Brooks, Karen Jerusi, Mary McNally, and Lindsay Wanor. First is Chris Enget. Chris, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you. My name is Chris Enget. That's Enget, and I'm from Billings, Montana. I'm a combat veteran and a Purple Heart recipient, and a proud Montanan. I've been in Montana for over 35 years. I served in Afghanistan and understand firsthand what it means to protect others, to prepare for the unexpected, and to build systems that can withstand stress and hardships. These values, preparation, resilience, and protection of the vulnerable, aren't just military principles that we lived by. They're Montana values. And that's why I'm here to speak in support of Northwestern Energy's request for a rate adjustment. Let's be honest, this discussion isn't just about numbers on a power bill. This is about safeguarding the well-being of our communities and investing in the infrastructure that will keep the lights on, homes heated, and families safe during Montana's harshest seasons. Right now, Northwestern Energy is too dependent on the open market and other states when demand spikes. That might seem like a back-end technical issue, but to put it plainly, when we can't generate enough energy in state, we have to buy it from somewhere else. Often at the worst times when prices are sky high, and when that happens, those costs land squarely on the shoulder of us here in Montana. We're putting ourselves at the mercy of volatile energy markets, and that's just not financially risky. It's a direct threat to the reliability and affordability of our power. During an Afghan winter, I saw how the lack of basic infrastructure like electricity can quickly become a matter of life or death. And while we don't face the same conditions here, we do face bitter cold snaps and scorching heat waves. In those moments, electricity is not just a luxury, it's a lifeline. It's heat for a senior on a fixed income, it's life support equipment for a neighbor with a chronic illness. It's the difference between safety and crisis. Veterans like me are trained to protect the vulnerable, and we believe in stepping up before a crisis hits. That's what this investment does. Some may ask why raise rates at all, and that's fair. No one wants to pay more, but this isn't just about raising rates just to raise them. It's about taking a small, responsible step today to avoid massive, uncontrolled spikes down the line. We can either invest in our own infrastructure now or continue to roll the dice on high cost market energy during emergencies. Montana is growing. Our infrastructure must grow with it. Delaying investment will only make future upgrades harder and more expensive. This rate adjustment is not just a financial decision, it's a moral one. Do we have the courage to plan ahead and protect our communities, or do we wait for the next blackout, the next emergency, the next surge in market prices before we act? As a veteran, I support this investment because I've seen what happens when systems fail, and I believe Montanans deserve better. We deserve reliability, we deserve resilience, we deserve peace of mind. I urge this commission to approve Northwestern Energy's request, not just for today's needs, but for the safety, stability, and future of every Montanan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enget. Katie Whitmoyer is our next online commenter.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, esteemed members of the Montana Public Service Commission. My name is Katie Whitmoyer, and that's spelled Whitmoyer. And I'm coming to you today representing Woods Power Grip, my family's owned manufacturing business based in Laurel, Montana. I'm a fourth generation member of the family that started and is still running this business. On behalf of our company, which employs over 120 Montanans, and we export vacuum lifting equipment worldwide, I offer this testimony in strong support of Northwestern Energy's proposed rate adjustment. Woods Power Grip operates nearly 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, in an energy-intensive process that demands uninterrupted, reliable, and affordable electricity. As a globally competitive manufacturer, our ability to thrive depends on a stable power supply sourced locally within Montana. This rate adjustment is critical to ensuring the long-term energy reliability and stability that businesses like ours and communities across the state require. The proposed rate adjustment will fund the Yellowstone County Generating Station, a vital new facility designed to deliver dependable power during periods of peak demand. This is not merely a rate increase, it is a necessary investment in Montana's energy independence, affordability, and resilience. Montana's extreme weather, from scorching summers to frigid winters, places immense pressure on our energy grid. Without sufficient in-state generation, Northwestern Energy is forced to purchase power on the open market where prices are unpredictable and often exorbitant. This practice drives up costs for all customers and heightens the risk of power outages, which our state cannot afford. For Woods Power Grip, even a brief power interruption results in significant consequences such as lost productivity, missed deadlines, and ultimately financial losses. Reliable electricity is not optional. It is fundamental to our business continuity and our ability to compete on a global stage as a Montana manufacturer. While reliable energy sources like wind and solar are important components of Montana's energy portfolio, their intermittent nature requires robust backup systems to ensure a consistent power supply. The 2021 Texas blackout serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of over-relying on intermittent sources without adequate prepared backup generation, and Montana must avoid such risks. The Yellowstone County Generating Station addresses this need. Its flexible, dispatchable, and weather-independent design ensures power is available when demand is highest, safeguarding businesses and communities alike. Northwestern Energy's plan reflects a balanced approach, integrating renewables with traditional generation to create a pragmatic and reliable energy future. This is not an anti-renewable stance. It's simply a pro-reliability commitment. We acknowledge that the proposed rate adjustment may result in higher costs for customers. However, the cost of inaction is far greater. Power outages, volatile price spikes, and lost economic output would impose a heavier burden on Montana's businesses and residents than the investment in critical infrastructure we advocate today. So in conclusion, myself as a Montana resident and Woods Power Group urges the Public Service Commission to approve Northwestern Energy's rate adjustment. This decision will strengthen Montana's power grid, support economic growth, protect jobs, and ensure a prosperous future for our state. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Katie. Always nice to hear from the hometown. Daniel Brooks is next with the Billings Chamber. Daniel, are you online?
Yes. Good morning, President Molnar and members of the commission. My name is Dan Brooks. That's Brooks, and I represent the Billings Chamber of Commerce. First, I think it's worth addressing the obvious, and that is that nobody wants to talk about increasing costs, especially when it relates to a daily need like energy. Whether your primary concern is homeowners or our businesses, a cost increase is not going to be popular. Until we consider the alternative, which is not having enough reliable, dispatchable power. Homeowners and our businesses rely on the power coming on when a switch is flipped. When the power doesn't come on, our small businesses aren't just inconvenienced, they lose money when they can't sell goods or provide a service. Along with our small businesses, large businesses are severely impacted when power supply isn't available to meet demand. Refineries can't operate if energy isn't reliable and dependable, and we have 3 in our county. This is why we've been so supportive of the Yellowstone County Generating Facility providing the critical, dispatchable energy that our businesses need. The reality is we need more power generation in Montana, and we need it now. Experts, whom you're probably familiar with, warn that we don't have enough. Only a couple years ago, the University of Montana's Bureau of Business and Economic Research provided their economic outlook and a warning that, quote, Montana is trending towards becoming a net importer of electricity. And as you heard from one of the previous commenters, that's true already. Just last year, the Western Electricity Coordinating Council's 2024 Western Assessment of Resource Adequacy report notes, quote, the supply of electricity is not growing fast enough to keep up with demand growth. They also highlight that generation has never been built at a rate commensurate with what resource plans are calling for. Northwestern has made significant investments in new energy generation, and we need more of it because we cannot afford the chaos of inadequate supply. Just this past April, Spain experienced 10 hours of blackouts that cost their economy upwards of 4.5 billion euros. Fortunately for them, it was spring in Spain, and only 7 people lost their lives. A similar blackout during a Montana winter would surely be more tragic. The Billings Chamber urges you to approve this rate adjustment, not because we want higher rates, but because we can't afford the alternative of inadequate energy supply. Our hospitals, refineries, farms, ranches, and small businesses all depend on keeping the lights on. This is a necessary investment in energy reliability in our region's economic future. Thank you for allowing me to testify and your consideration on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Our next commenter is Karen Jerusi. Karen, are you online?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Please
Great,
proceed.
thank you. My name is Karen Jerusi, Jarussi. I'm from Billings, Montana, and I'm a customer of Northwestern Energy. I want to ask you to not include the cost of Northwestern Energy's Laurel methane plant in rate making at this time for a very simple reason. The plant is unlawfully built on land zoned for agriculture, and ratepayers should not bear the cost of a risky business decision to push construction through without first getting proper zoning. This may not seem like a big deal, but zoning is a critical foundation, whether you're building a coffee kiosk or a methane plant. And they just cavalierly plowed past this requirement. And I think we should not bear that burden. A case is currently pending in district court in Yellowstone County challenging the plant's zoning. I have a law degree from University of Montana, and I was a career federal law clerk for almost 20 years. I have read all the briefs and reviewed all of the factual materials in the Felder case. My testimony is based on that, and I'm happy to supplement it if there's anything you'd like more information about. I'm trying to keep this within the time limits. To begin with, no one disputes that the land upon which this plant or a portion of this plant was built was zoned for agriculture by the city of Laurel in the 1970s. We have city zoning maps, all kinds of factual records, and nobody really disputes that. In fact, Northwestern Energy recognized this in 2021 when it submitted a zoning change request to the city to change its zoning from ag to heavy industrial for this plant. In November of 21, the zoning request got mired down because the city wanted more information. Rather than wait, Northwestern Energy abruptly withdrew its application and started construction on the plant just a few months later in April of 2022 with no zoning approval in place. Evidence obtained from a Freedom of Information request and other sources shows that as early as 2021, the county commissioners of Yellowstone County were working hand in hand with Northwestern Energy to make sure this project went through. Members of the public who opposed it were told that it was a done deal and that their comments were meaningless. It was just pro forma. The commissioners were in regular contact with Northwestern Energy to coordinate messaging. Commissioner Oslin actually appeared in a promotional video on the Northwestern Energy website, and another commissioner bragged about touting the plant on public radio. So clearly they're on the plant's side. So when the zone change got stalled down in 2021, I believe, based on all the evidence I've seen and the natural sequence of events of why Northwestern Energy would proceed with a $320 million plant without zoning, that there was some sort of an understanding that the county would find some way for Northwestern Energy to get the zoning it needed without having to delay construction or face any kind of a public hearing. And here's how they did it in a nutshell. First, in 2022, after Northwestern had already started construction on the plant, the city and the county just decided that they were no longer going to recognize city jurisdiction.
1 minute.
Pardon me?
1 minute.
Okay. There have been varying legal reasonings given for their decision to do this, but there was never a public hearing. There was never any notice to neighboring landowners. They just simply made this decision between the two of them. Zoning is a legislative action of the city. You can't just decide not to follow it, but that's what they did. And there are statutes that allow the county to take away that city jurisdiction and end it, but they admit that they never followed that statute. They just decided they weren't going to enforce it anymore. So next, with city zoning out of the way, they began treating Northwestern Energy's land as unzoned county land. And so that automatically made Northwestern Energy's plant construction lawful because it's unzoned land. They don't respect city zoning anymore. Finally, in July of 2024, the county enacted its own agricultural zoning in the area, just as the city had before it. But since the county didn't recognize the earlier city zoning and viewed the plant as built on unzoned county land, the plant could be approved as a lawful non-conforming use and grandfathered in by statute, again, without any hearing or any due process for neighboring landowners who have relied on this zoning for 40 years.
Karen, please begin your summary.
Okay. The bottom line is that Northwestern Energy, do I only get 3 minutes? I thought I would get 3 to 5.
You got 4 already, so you're.
Oh my
moving-
goodness.
Yes.
Okay. Well, the bottom line is that the Felder case is fully briefed. There's going to be a decision anytime now. And if the plaintiff's views are upheld, then Northwestern Energy lacks zoning. It needs to do what it started in 21, which is apply for zoning, go through a public hearing, which will be the first hearing that's ever been held on the impacts of this plant on the community. And they knew for a fact during the entire time they were constructing this plant in 22, 23, and 24 that zoning was disputed. But as is often the case, they plowed through. And I don't think it's fair that ratepayers bear the burden of this risky business maneuver until zoning is fully and finally decided. I'm not asking you never to rate base it. I'm just saying, why should we pay for it when they knowingly proceeded with construction without zoning? And there's a case pending that could be ruled up on any day now. I thank you for your work on these issues, and I appreciate the work that Northwestern does, but enough is enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Is Mary McNally online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chair Molnar and commissioners. My name is Mary McNally, McNally. I live in Billings and I am a Northwestern customer. And as many of you are aware, I also served in the legislature for 12 years, both in the House and in the Senate. I was termed out of the Senate in 22, and I was on energy committees the entire 12 years. It's been a long-term interest of mine. I'm calling to push back, asking you to oppose the latest rate increase that Northwestern Energy is asking for. And in fact, they've already imposed it, at least part of it, prior to this hearing. A large portion of the requested rate increase is due to the Yellowstone generating station. It was Northwestern Energy's decision to build a new methane plant, which was controversial for a lot of reasons right from the start. And you've heard quite a bit about that. Contrary to what is often said, however, gas peaking plants are not the lowest cost option. For example, according to Lazard's, a respected global leader in financial advising, the 2023 comparison of the levelized cost of energy found that utility scale solar and wind plus storage are two of the least expensive technologies, while gas peaking plants and coal are two of the most expensive. It was the utility's choice to build the methane plant with no pre-approval or public input. Some of the flaws with the modeling used by Northwestern Energy over the year were documented in the report from Synapse Energy Economics, an independent consultant that was hired by the PSC. That report is over 10 years old, but I am unaware of any actions that were taken as a result of its findings. And so here we are with the same models being used, as far as I can tell, and similar outcomes. And now the request is to roll this new plant, methane plant, into consumer rates that went up just 28% a year ago. I believe that it is up to the commission to prevent shifting the cost of this risky decision onto consumers. I also strongly agree with comments you have already heard. I believe that the 10% plus return on equity that Northwestern receives is excessive. I hope the commission will do its due diligence and bring that more in line with other regulated utilities and industry norms. Finally, I'm concerned about future cost shifts as Northwestern moves into the data center realm. Existing Montana law requires the PSC determine that serving new large retail customers will not adversely impact existing utility customers. Northwestern has already signaled its intentions by attempting to overturn this provision in the last legislative session and through other maneuvers. I urge the PSC to be very diligent in protecting against future cost shifts from commercial and retail customers to residential customers. I'm particularly concerned about that because of the decision to acquire more energy from Coal Strip I was in the legislature when it was touted as a zero cost, zero price opportunity for the utility. And it is probably a zero price, but it's not zero cost. And it was never clear in the company plans how the ongoing costs of maintaining an aging coal plant, who would pay for that? And if it's going to be used for data center investments, that may be fine as long as those are the customers that are picking up those costs. So with that, I think that's enough from me. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mary, Lindsay Wanor, are you online?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Well, you're a little faint, but we can hear you.
Okay, well, good morning, commissioners. Thanks for having me. My name is Lindsay Wanor, W-A-N-C-O-U-R, and I'm calling from Missoula. I'm here representing myself. I'm just testifying to say that I reject the rate hikes, specifically those related to the Laurel gas plant, as previously mentioned by other folks online. I am seeing a lot of people my age, so I'm in my 30s, who are still unable to buy a home. They're still living paycheck to paycheck. They're choosing not to have children because of financial costs. And I think that it's really unfortunate to see CEOs and executives of Northwestern Energy make wild amounts of money and then put burdens on young people and those of us who are not so young anymore, who still can't afford just the cost of living. And I realize that there are many factors that go into why life in Montana is so expensive, but I don't think that our energy should be such a driving force for that. I think with so many people unable to live a life of comfort and just stability, living paycheck to paycheck, as I mentioned, it leads to a lot of people leaving the state to go to places like Michigan where you can afford a home easily and your bills are more reasonable. And that's a lot of economic loss for Montana as well. You have really bright, brilliant people who want to help this state thrive, choosing to go to states that maybe they don't care about as much or they're not as invested in, simply because of financial drivers. So, like I said, I support a lot of what was said by other people opposing this rate hike, and I just want to highlight really the loss that comes to our state when rates continue to increase at these, or our energy bills continue to increase at these rates when our paychecks don't match that. So thank you for your time, and I know you have a really tough job ahead of you, and I appreciate all the thought that you're putting into these comments.
Thank you, Lindsay. That ends the online. I'll make one more run. Is John Williams either online or here in person? Not seeing John Williams. This will conclude our public comment. Seeing no further public comment online. Are there any questions? Well, I will do that when we start up again in 23 minutes. So the public comment for today is closed. We will resume at 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. All parties are reminded that they've already been sworn in. If anybody here is new that has not been sworn in, please raise your hand. Seeing none, do either of the parties have any informal questions before we resume the evidentiary hearing? Are there any announcements?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda Webster, and I'm a staff attorney for the commission. We just have a brief announcement. Everyone who signed non-disclosure agreements in this docket should have received a Zoom invite for a specific confidential Zoom meeting. If at any time it's needed later today for us to go into confidential session, we'll need to leave the Zoom invite that was sent out for the regular session and move to the specific Zoom invite for the confidential section. So we just wanted to let everyone know that so they can check their emails for that invite. Thank you.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Well, too bad. Please.
Ms. Webster, so Northwestern, to my knowledge, does not sign NDAs because it is our information. So I don't think we have received those Zoom invites. So if council, myself, Shannon Hyman, and Hill could receive that, it would be appreciated.
We can make sure you get that information.
Thank you.
Anything further in the way of questions? Okay. Seeing none, we will resume the hearing with the staff questioning, I believe, of Crystal Whale. Or wait a minute, we have the Northern Cheyenne Tribe. Okay. What do I do? Is he here?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay. Say again.
Can you guys hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you the
Molnar?
counsel?
My name is Brian Chestnut. I'm an attorney for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe. I've been called to duty here in the last minute because my colleague Anna Brady, who also represents the Northern Cheyenne Tribe, fell ill late last night and is unable to participate. So I will be asking questions of Northern Cheyenne Tribal President Gene Small.
Okay. Mr. Small, were you sworn in yesterday?
No, I was not.
Mr. Small, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I sure do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I expect this to take 3 to 5 minutes, and as far as I can tell, don't expect questions from the other parties or the interveners. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, good morning, Montana Public Service. My name's Gene Small, GENE SMALL.
And what is your title?
I'm the president here at Northern Cheyenne Tribe in Lander, Montana.
Please identify Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit Number 1.
Exhibit number 1 is a true and correct copy of the pre-filed district testimony of myself as tribal president on behalf of Northern Cheyenne Tribe.
Okay, I ask that the commission admit Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit Number 1 to the record.
Is there any objection? It is admitted.
Mr. President Small, please identify Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit Number 2.
Okay, exhibit number 2 is a true and correct copy of exhibit number 1 to my written testimony entitled Comment on the Socioeconomic Impacts of the Tongue River Railroad and Associated Coal Mines and its Treatment of the Draft Environmental Impact Statement.
I ask that Exhibit Number 2 be admitted into the record.
Is there any objection? It is admitted.
Thank you. Please identify Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit Number 3.
Okay, exhibit number 3 is a true and correct copy of exhibit number 2 to my written testimony entitled Northern Cheyenne Tribe Priority Climate Action Plan.
I ask that Northern Cheyenne Exhibit Number 3 be admitted into the record.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, it is admitted.
Thank you. Please identify Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit number 4.
Exhibit number 4 is a true and correct copy of exhibit number 3 to my written testimony entitled Western Energy Company's Rosewood Mine Area F Final Environmental Impact Statement.
I ask that Northern Cheyenne Exhibit number 4 be admitted into the record.
Is there any objection to the admission? Seeing none, it is admitted.
Thank you. Please identify Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit number 5.
Okay, exhibit number 5 is a true and correct copy of exhibit number 4 to my written testimony and entitled Henneman ETAL Mortality Risk from United States Electricity Generation 2023.
I ask that exhibit number 5 from the tribe be admitted into the record.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, it is admitted.
Just a few more. Please identify Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit number 6.
Okay, exhibit number 6 is a true and correct copy of exhibit number 5 to my written testimony and entitled Montana Public Service Commission Regulatory Division Docket Number D2018.2.12. The Northern Cheyenne Tribe Intervenor Testimony from Mr. William Loxlong, Tribal Administrator, February 12th, 2019.
Please admit Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit number 6 into the record.
Is there an objection to the submission? Seeing none, it is admitted. You're working me to death here.
Please identify Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit number 7.
Okay, exhibit number 7 is a true and correct copy of exhibit number 6 to my written testimony and entitled docket number 2022-11-102, Northwestern Energy 2023 Integrated Resource Plan Comments of the Northern Cheyenne Tribe.
I ask that Northern Cheyenne Exhibit 7 be admitted into the record.
Is there an objection to Exhibit 7 being admitted? Seeing none, it is admitted.
Please identify Northern Cheyenne Tribe Exhibit number 10.
Okay, exhibit number 10 is a true and correct copy of my testimony regarding the stipulation and settlement agreement of Northwestern Energy and the Northern Cheyenne Tribe.
I ask that Northern Cheyenne Exhibit number 10 be admitted into the record.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, it is admitted.
President Small, could you please describe the stipulation and settlement agreement with Northwestern Energy and the tribe?
Yes, sir. The parties are the tribe and Northwestern Energy. The agreement proposes to resolve for purpose of this proceeding the concerns and issues raised by the tribe. The agreement relates to transition planning processes for closure or for operational modification of the Colstrip generating plant, inclusion of the tribe as a sovereign stakeholder in such planning processes and as a potential recipient of associated financial commitments and other deliverables, spells out ongoing communication and collaboration protocols between the tribe and Northwestern.
President Small, is the settlement that you just described in the public interest?
Yes, I believe it is important to the tribe to be involved in the planning for the Colstrip generation plant. The tribe is located close to a reservation, and we have quite a few tribal employees working there.
Thank you for the opportunity, Commission. That's all the questions I had for President Small.
Mr. Brown, do you have any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you.
Mrs. Harbine, do you have any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any cross-examination?
Thank you. No questions.
Ms. Chilcott, do you have any cross-examination of this witness?
Do not. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, do you have any questions of this witness?
No, thank you.
Mr. Uda, do you have any questions of this witness?
No, thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Brady, do you have any questions of this witness? I believe she's out, right? Okay, I'm going to take her off. Ms. Mowry, do you have any questions of this witness? Also out. Well, pardon? And Northwestern, do you have any questions of this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Yeah, are there any questions from the commissioners? I have one. Mr. Small, as I understand the settlement, you're asking for that we leave a docket open, allowing you to discuss these issues further with Northwestern Do we really need a docket for you to be able to discuss these issues with Northwestern? Or can we simply dispose of this matter and you continue your conversations, and if you need us again, we can come back up?
I'm not sure to that. Brian, can you answer that?
If I may, President, I don't think the settlement calls for a docket to be open. I think that that's something that may arise later. I think the settlement speaks for itself as filed, but I'm not aware of a statement in there that calls for a docket to be opened.
Not open, but remain open. It's my understanding from reading it, and it could be that all this has gone beyond after I read it. So you're saying that this will be the final disposition of this question, and you can and will remain in conversation with Northwestern on these issues independently?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Does staff have any questions of Mr. Small?
No questions.
Okay. We'll close that off. That closed. Okay, I'm going to temporarily excuse Mr. Small.
Thank you, sir.
Would it be okay for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe to be excused from the matter, from the hearing?
Without objection, that would be fine. Is there any
Thank
objection?
you.
No objection.
No objection. You are excused.
All right, thanks, Montana Public Service Commission.
Ms. Norcutt, did you wish to recall your witness?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Northwestern recalls Crystal Lale.
Crystal, you are still under oath.
Yes, I am.
And I have to check this out. I think I may have skipped a good chunk of the script for beginning. Okay. I wouldn't want to miss something and wind up in commission gulag somewhere. Okay. Look, she has to shuffle through this stuff too, and she's getting lost. So. Okay, we're back on the case in chief.
And Mr. President, I have two more questions for her.
Actually, we're on staff questions right now. Would it be okay if we get new questions from the commission?
Northwestern has no objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner, proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I'm real big on things being in layperson's terms because the public's listening, our constituents are listening, and they need to understand so that what comes out in the press, they can kind of balance that with reality. So anyway, on CDL 5, and I don't think you need to go to any of these pages, but you said as a publicly traded utility, we have two primary sources of external capital, debt and equity investors. Ability to attract new capital under reasonable terms is dependent on our ability to offer risk ratio opportunity. And you explained on 9 how through Northwestern Energy shows a profit, the amount though it shows a profit, the amount falls short of the return investors expect on invested assets based on the rate of return authorized by the Montana Public Service Commission. So I wanted to put that in layperson's terms, and you tell me if I'm wrong. So providing life-sustaining energy to hundreds of thousands of people is not a mom and pop business. You know, where mom and pop put up a little collateral, maybe get a little loan from the local bank, and they're kind of on their way. You have to attract investors willing to put forth millions of dollars for long-term assets, and you need to get the best possible rates on your loans by showing your ability to repay the lender. So credit ratings matter. And Fitch, Moody, and S&P, they are the largest, most reputable credit rating agencies, and they are the ones you referred to. And their most important qualitative factor is the regulatory environment, which includes how we regulators conduct ourselves. So obtaining loans at a higher interest rate will increase the cost of long-term debt, which is ultimately paid by customers. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So the importance of this cannot be overemphasized, and that's why I'm kind of stuck on it. But I will get this done quickly. So to your knowledge, do these top credit rating agencies and your lenders, do they pay attention to what's in the newspapers and on the radio? Like if they hear or read negative reviews by protesters, politicians, maybe utility regulators, does that adversely impact credit ratings and or lenders' rates by making the company appear to be at higher risk?
They definitely pay attention to, as I think we talked about a bit yesterday, dockets here in front of this commission, and also what's in the news media. Jurisdictions that are a bit more noisy in the coverage, I guess is the way I would say it. They pay attention to that just in assessing the overall risk, which again is that qualitative. So when you say that, it's hard to put the numbers on it, but they definitely assess the perception. They look at, quite frankly, our JD Power's customer satisfaction scores, how are customers thinking about us. All of those things go into thinking about the overall risk assessment of the company, and then that risk return on capital, which is how much do I demand over a base treasury rate to give you capital. So yes,
Okay.
they think about those things.
Okay, thank you. My second last question. You talked and wrote about the regulatory compact. Can you explain the regulatory compact to the public?
I'll try to your point on layman's terms of what this is. And when you think about our obligation to serve customers, so we have an obligation to serve. This is why you don't have two different utilities that run electric wires to your house. So that wouldn't make a lot of sense, or two gas pipelines. So in that sense, we do have a monopoly, and that term is used a lot. But within that compact, we have an obligation to serve. And then within that, the regulators, we can't change our price to customers. We had a conversation about that yesterday, absent working through this commission. So when we talk about prices increasing, and here we're talking about 2023 investments, some from 2022 and 2024 investments, we can't go ask our customers to pay for that absent going through this commission as a part of that regulatory compact, because we are a monopoly in that sense. And this commission sits in the place of competition, where other businesses, your small mom and pops, if their input costs change today, they're likely changing the price to you tomorrow. Think about your gas stations, eggs, all the things, right? So they change that tomorrow. In our world, we can't do that absent working through this commission. But the flip side of that compact is this commission has an obligation to, one, make sure we're doing our job well. We talked about reliability yesterday, safety, the decisions we're making for the long term. This commission, of course, sits in the spot of thinking about 30 and 40-year decisions all the time. And what are we making that those are the right things? And then if we do that, that we get the opportunity to earn a return on that invested capital. Most of your customers aren't going to understand that the one place we make money is a return on invested capital. We don't make money elsewhere, but that fair opportunity to earn that return is the flip side of your obligation to consider both. Are we serving customers the way we should? Are we keeping the lights on and the gas flowing in the right sorts of ways? Are we doing that at a fair price? But meanwhile, we should also have a fair opportunity to deliver a return from an investor perspective. And that's how I think about broadly the regulatory compact and the relationship between us as a utility and being regulated by you as the commission. Hopefully that was layman terms.
That was excellent. I think so. So as part of the contract, are we regulators allowed to let utilities under-earn?
I would say that, are you allowed?
Yeah, that's not a good word.
The way I would maybe frame that is because of, again, all the conditions we talked about yesterday, that between rate reviews, when you have stated rates, there may be factors that contribute to earning less than are authorized, or maybe there'd be scenarios where you might learn more than you're authorized. So the commission should be focused on a financially healthy utility that's, as Brian alluded to yesterday, it is the foundation that makes the whole state go round, right? If we don't do our jobs well, everything else comes to a stop. So your job is to make sure we're doing that. If you see that we're habitually under earning, and this is a bit of where we started the questioning of, eventually it's going to cost customers more when you are under earning consistently, and your attraction of capital gets much harder, in the sense of, and you guys know this, if you think about the work that we do and treasury rates, you can go out and buy treasuries at somewhere, call it 4.5%, and we're earning 7% on the natural gas side. And there is some risk in operating the business, or 8% on the electric side. For the risk return relative there, to some degree, you get investors questioning why they would do that. And in the end, they demand then more of a spread because of that track record of under earning. And I think the commission's consideration there is at some point that shows up in cost of capital and it costs customers more. And that is obviously not a spot you want to be in. So in the sense of thinking about habitual under earning, that is not a good spot for the commission to be in. And it's something that should be taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm done.
Okay, we'll return to staff questions for Ms. Lael. Are there any staff questions for Ms. Lael?
Good morning, Ms. Lael. I do have a number of staff questions for you. One question is a clarification from yesterday, and then I have 4 different topics related to your testimony. Okay. So to start, yesterday in Cross from the Joint Parties, it was discussed that a $119 million PCAM base went into effect on December 1st, 2024. To clarify for the record, my understanding is that an adjusted total 125.5 million PCAM base was effective December 1st. Is this correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. The first topic of questions is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which I'll call FERC, revenue credit. In your electric settlement testimony, you discussed Northwestern making a FERC 205 filing to adjust depreciation rates in Northwestern's formula rate template. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell me when Northwestern intends to make the formula rate adjustment filing?
So 2 pieces to that. One, depreciation is an annual convention. So in the Montana jurisdiction, so we will change depreciation rates based off the outcome of the settlement effective 1/1/26. Prior to that, we would make a filing with our FERC formula rate template to sync that up and apply the same, it's the same assets, right, to make sure we're depreciating them over the same term. So we would do that to coincide and make sure on 1/1/26, it's the same amount of depreciation.
Based on your experience, how long would you expect this formula rate adjustment proceeding to take?
It's probably an excellent question for witness Glenda Gibson, but I will tell you what I think is the answer, and then she will correct me if I'm not right. But I think that's a fairly quick turnaround. We did it in the last case, and subject to check, I think you can do that in about 90 days.
Thank you. And my final question on this topic may also be appropriate for Gibson, so just let me know. While the formula rate adjustment is pending, does Northwestern have an opportunity to implement an open access transmission tariff rate in the interim?
I would say our tariff rates on the FERC side change automatically, and there's a true up and a built into that. So it's a forward-looking formula rate that changes every June 1st. We make a filing, interveners can, similar to this process, weigh in on that. We automatically change rates, but they're subject to refund as to the final outcome. And each given period therein has both a forecast piece of it, a current piece of it, and then any true up from where we were accurate or not accurate or made adjustments with interveners. So a little bit of complexity built into the rate there. But yes, that changes ultimately the tariffed rate that we charge for those services.
Okay, thank you. My next line of questioning is regarding the structure of the wildfire mitigation balancing account, which I'll call WMBA, and base rate treatment. Can you tell me if the proposed 26.2 million mitigation base and 15 million insurance base will be subject to review in future rate cases?
I would suggest that in each rate case, we would come in and move from what the adjustment of spending is to update that base amount in each rate case, similar to how we update a base for the PCAM or property tax tracker. We would expect to update that in future rate cases.
Okay. Can you explain how Northwestern will forecast the costs it plans on including in the annual WMBA filing?
I'll give you a high level of it, and then I would point you to both witnesses, Jason Merkel and Brandy Hellwinkle, who do that program and forecast those costs. So you would see in the wildfire plan we filed an expectation of the work that we need to do. And you could see over time, certainly the big increase from our last case to this case, getting us up to closer to a level where we think we need to be. And then you can see in their wildfire plan, they have very specific work that they're going doing on the system operationally. So that forecast in the wildfire plan is where I direct you to see an expectation of where those costs go over the next 5 years. And those two witnesses would be the best to address how those are developed. And they're developed based off all the engineering work that they're doing on the system. So there's where my expertise ends, and they get into what do they believe is the right mitigation work to be done on the system.
Okay. So if I wanted to know if there was an escalation formula included in the calculations, would they be the best person to ask for that question, or could you opine on an escalation
I think
formula?
they would be the best. I don't think escalation formula is maybe the way I would term it. They are looking at what's the work that needs to be done on the system today and over the next 5 years. So I think they're looking at it less in an escalation formula and more on a what's the right level of work, balancing that interest of how do we best approach risk mitigation with balancing customer impact and all of the things. So it's less of a, let's escalate this by a set percentage and more of a what's the work to be done, and then work to a work plan. And then that develops obviously into dollars that need to be spent.
Can you tell me if there's any cap on what Northwestern could forecast for WMBA costs?
In this settlement, we did not impose a cap.
Referencing the WMBA electric tariff Exhibit G to the partial electric settlement, do you know why no cost eligibility list is included as with other cost supply trackers?
When it comes to Exhibit G, Charlie Lane may be a better witness, but I would tell you when you're thinking of the cost eligibility, because that's contained within the wildfire mitigation plan, it wasn't duplicated here in the tariff.
Okay. Do you know what internal controls ensure that forecasted WMBA costs reflect prudently incurred costs?
So each year we will capture those costs. And again, there's 5 categories in the wildfire mitigation plan. There's considerable detail and filed in this case as to what are the costs that are captured in each of those. Think vegetation management, situational awareness, the work that we're doing on the system. Then your question of internal controls monthly, we review again, witness Jason Merkel would be excellent to talk to you about how he forecasts the entire year and goes after a work plan that he believes needs to be done. And then every month we're looking at what was the spend against that work plan, working toward an estimated spend for the total year. Why was it over or under? Are the costs? And then on the accounting side, of course, we're reviewing all the charges that go to the tracking mechanism we have internally to say what are the costs related to this plan, and making sure, of course, when we file in the future, we can lay a strong foundation for the work that was done and that those costs are prudent. So there's your kind of monthly view on the internal control process internally. And then, of course, when we conclude the year and file in front of this commission a compliance filing to say this was what actually was spent, that we have, of course, the right sort of support the commission will need to see that those costs are prudent and based off the 5 categories within the wildfire mitigation plan.
Could you expand more on the process that could be used to challenge the prudency of costs included in the WMBA?
I think if you look at how those trackers are working in places like Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Utah, they all have similar mechanisms. And essentially it is we come in and say, here's the base. We spent, for instance, $2 million over the base. That included, these are the types of spend. And obviously the challenging of prudency would be, we didn't think you needed AI cameras to look at, detect smoke detection or whatever that is. Then obviously the questions would be, are those costs in line with, I guess, in my view, the wildfire mitigation plan that we have on file with you? Are they consistent with that type of costs? And are they reasonable for the mitigation received?
Can you tell me how insurance premiums are set for Northwestern's wildfire liability coverage?
That's a really complex topic, but I'll give you as Commissioner Bukacek said, the layman's version of that. So we work with our insurers, the first two layers. We have a tower of insurance. And when you think about that, if you just think about your personal insurance, you probably have auto insurance, you have homeowners insurance, and then you have an overall umbrella above that. You should anyways. We think about that in our corporate insurance in a similar way, that you have elements to that, and then you have layers above that. So your first two layers are two energy or utility mutual insurers that are focused on really providing insurance products to the utility space. And I think those formed a couple of decades ago when it became hard to insure utilities. So when they think about, your question of how are wildfire premiums set, I will tell you that in our renewals last year, there was significant conversation, and there always has been around operational practices, but with those insurers with regard to what are the operational work you're doing on the system, and of course, how they think about ultimately the litigation risk that's embedded, because that's where we have a $2 million retention. And then after that, any claims that we would incur go through that insurance process. So they are looking to understand our operational processes and making sure that what we're doing there is prudent. They are looking, I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday, the liability construct, and certainly that factors into how our insurance premiums are set. And then also, obviously, commission supportiveness overall of wildfire work, et cetera. All that leads into premiums that we get from them, and making sure that two things, we believe we're adequately insured because that protects customers. Of course, when you look at utilities that have had fire events, if they believe they're through their tower of insurance, your access to capital is very problematic. And obviously, you look at the utility in particular that have went through bankruptcy, PG&E, their customer rates are 3 times what the average national is. So all of that ultimately impacts customers, and your question of how do they set insurance premiums around wildfire and how do they think about our business, all of that goes into their assessment of risk and then actual losses and losses at other utilities, and it's extremely complex. But the most significant factor in our increases last year was certainly how they were thinking about trying to quantify that risk, and what is an appropriate premium for taking on that risk of insuring utility work. So hopefully that answered your question somewhere in there.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that description. Are you familiar with Northwestern's distribution system infrastructure program?
Yes, I'm familiar with DSIP.
Okay. Can you tell me whether any of the activities and expenses Northwestern's intends to include in the WMBA are the same types of activities and expenses included in the DSIP?
That would be a Jason Merkel question.
Okay. Thank you for your direction there. My next topic is Yellowstone County Generating Station, which I'll call YCGS, cost overruns. Were you involved in reviewing and approving capital expenditures for YCGS?
Yes, I think you heard Brian say yesterday, we all look at the capital program and review costs there. So at a high level, I was, yeah.
Could you briefly expand on your role in the process of selecting resources that bid into the 2020 RFP?
That I don't do. So that's the supply team selecting what resources come out of the RFP. The supply team handles all of that.
Were you involved in negotiating the Burns and McDonnell engineering procurement and construction EPC contract specifications and pricing?
No, I was not.
Was that also the supply team that was involved in that?
That would be the supply team, yes.
So I know you weren't involved in the contract as you just stated. Were you involved in any meetings with Burns and McDonnell or with Northwestern's internal team to evaluate change orders?
I was not involved with any meetings directly with Burns and McDonnell. The change order, I also was not, again, as an executive team, we're informed of the total magnitude and the status, I would say at a high level, status updates for the executive team on where that is, but the direct team involved with those Conversations would have handled the change orders, et cetera. And so I think there's a couple witnesses to address that.
Thank you. And so would that be the same for the executive team's involvement in dispute resolution meetings?
Yeah, again, where the supply team directly was involved with those dispute resolution meetings and those managing the project. And then they would provide a high level update to the executive team.
Can you clarify for me, is Northwestern's position that they're requesting full recovery of cost overruns associated with YCGS? Is that correct?
We are requesting full recovery of the cost to complete that plant. Yes.
And those would be included in rate base. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if approved as requested, is it true that Northwestern would collect both a return of and a return on the cost overruns?
Again, total cost to complete, we were requesting full recovery of that. Yes. And that would include return of and return on.
Can you identify or explain a regulatory principle that would support customers being responsible for unforeseen cost overruns?
Sure. I think the standard is actually a prudency review of what does it take to construct an asset. So the original estimate of cost versus what is the prudency of that investment, this commission, I believe, has to look at what is the cost of that facility and does it make sense for customers to pay for that? And if you look at that sort of rice facility in the market today, you would see that constructing that today is significantly more expensive than the costs that we have incurred. The question here as to the total costs incurred to complete that facility and will that provide long-term value? And I tend to think of these in a 30-year life of a gas plant like that. And is it prudent for customers to pay what it took us to construct this? Absolutely. I think many times over when we hit those peak moments, that plant will provide immense total long-term value to customers. So I think the commission's job here is to look at the actual costs incurred and determine if that is the right answer from a customer perspective and if that full amount should be rate-based. Obviously, we feel strongly about that. And, if in the alternative, if you'd like us to sell that plant for more than we constructed it for, those plants are extremely valuable today in the market.
Thank you. My last topic of questions for you is regarding business risk and credit ratings. When the credit rating agencies evaluate a utility, do the credit raters review a utility's management of contract change orders and cost overruns?
Again, they look at a high level, our operational practices. One of those would be, what does that look like? And in this sort of thing, again, there's plenty of utilities you would see out there that in an individual project may be more than they originally estimated. I can tell you from discussions with their rating agencies last week, there's no concerns as to our ability to manage. We have a $2.7 billion capital plan over the next 5 years. There's no concerns as to our ability to manage that.
So as part of the qualitative factors you discussed yesterday, do the credit raters like Moody's, S&P, would you say that they would evaluate the specifics of construction management?
Again, they would look at our ability to execute upon our capital plan year in, year out. And you look at what we've done over the last 5 to 10 years, what we have in our capital plan going forward. The rating agencies have expressed no concern to us as to our ability to execute on the significant investment that needs to be done on the system for our customers.
Can you tell me if Northwestern had discussions with credit rating agencies regarding Northwestern's contractual project development and cost management relationships with the YCGS contractors?
No specific conversations with regard to contractors. I can tell you when we update the rating agencies on a every 6-month basis, they would just ask if construction's continuing, that sort of thing, but there's no specific, they don't get into what are your specific EPC relationships. No.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time, Ms. Lael. I do not have any further questions.
Thank you. And I'm somewhat hesitant to get into this, but yesterday, Commissioner Panucci got into a fight with a moose, and though it was a close call, he lost, and he wasn't here. Would you submit and would you allow questions from Mr. Panucci? It could return to the commissioners part of this.
President Molnar, no concerns.
Okay, just a second. And after that, Commissioner Wellborn would request a clarification. So, Commissioner Panucci.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of quick questions. Sometimes when we're short on power, we have to buy it out of state and sometimes pay 10 times more. Northwest Energy sometimes can sell their energy out of the state when we're long. We have, is that sometimes you can make 10 times more than you normally do when we have extra power and we can sell it to another state?
Commissioner Panucci, glad to see you're well and the Moose did not win. Yes, from a overall perspective, and again, I'll stick to my lane, which is Joe Steinmetz. What he can talk to you a lot about this issue of power moving in and out of the state and when it's valuable elsewhere. But generally, market principles, supply and demand works. And if you see significant weather to the west of us or demand to the west of us and things are pretty moderate here, there's times certainly you can have market sales that go elsewhere and are at a premium, and vice versa. At times when we have extreme weather here and we're needing to import power, we can pay a lot for that. So both principles work.
So a good question now is, if you can have more power by building Yellowstone, getting a greater share of Colstrip, if you could demonstrate selling power at a higher price than you can in Montana, wouldn't your credit rating go up? Don't they look at that? Don't they see that as a possibility?
I would say two things about how the credit rating agencies think about that is one, they're looking for the fundamentals of our financials and looking at the ability to earn our authorized return and cash flows and rates and all those sorts of things. Anything on top of that with regard to the ability to sell power or to purchase out of state, they're, part of why we want to maintain a balance sheet. And we mentioned yesterday, we're in the bottom third of credit ratings. And I, over time, would like to see if I could move us up because that balance sheet supports either the market purchases or sales, as it were. They're looking to make sure that we have appropriate protections in place and can do that. But as long as there is fundamental regulatory construct underlying that tracking mechanism, yes, in isolation of all those things, if there's a more liquid trading market for us to both access when we need it and sell when we don't need it, that's favorable from a credit perspective.
When you're able to sell power out of state and make a great profit, because they tell me in Washington and Oregon they need a lot more power, does the ratepayer benefit? Do they get a share of the profits, or somehow maybe their rates are a little lower when you're able to demonstrate selling millions of dollars of additional power out of state? How can the ratepayer benefit from that?
So Commissioner Panucci, the design of the PCAM is exactly that. Customers see the benefit of that. So if we sell into the market and that is a value in excess of the base, customers receive 90% of that, then we would keep 10% of that benefit. The other way that works on the other side is when we go to purchase and customers have 90% of that cost above or below the baseline, and we eat 10% of that. But yes, customers receive a significant credit when we're selling power.
Just returning from Washington and Oregon, and they're explaining to me that they desperately need more power. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for Northwestern to grow and supply them, because you have what is so important, the transmission lines from Colstrip to Washington. And this is a casual question of what is the capacity of those lines, which I don't think we're at 100%. And also we can reconductor those lines to carry a lot more than they are and replace the lines under maintenance. But I'm surprised this isn't talked about a lot by increasing the amount of energy you can produce. shouldn't the ratepayer appreciate that because it'll lower their rates? Because we could be an exporter of energy, which would make Northwestern more profitable and perhaps lower the rates. How come we're not talking about that more?
I think the reason we're not talking about some of those things more is it's extremely complex, and then you have energy policy decisions that may be different between states. So I think two things I would say. This commission has decisions in front of it, and we most of all first make decisions about ability and to reliably serve customers here. So that's step one. That's the basis for Yellowstone, and also as we think about Colstrip, et cetera. So then the next piece from that is, Montana being energy independent in the sense of when you need it most, you're not absolutely reliant upon importing power. You have power here. It matters to keeping the grid stable here. So that's step one. Then you're going to step two, which is those jurisdictions may be making different decisions around their mix of assets. And there may be times where they need additional power. And if we happen to be long at that time, can we move that power elsewhere, and can that benefit customers? I think, again, step one, reliably serve Montanans. Step two, if we're happen to be long at the right times, being in the EIM, and then the ability to move that power west. The Colstrip transmission system is a key piece of that. And there's also discussion in the future of upgrades between the joint owners there. But there's also constraints when you get to the other end of the system with the BPA system to move that power. But all that being said to say, this commission has long-term decisions to make about what does the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years look like. And I think having generation in this state will prove to be incredibly valuable during that time. And then continuing to work on the ability to move that power when it makes most and might benefit Montanans and benefit bill impact is something that we will continue to be focused on. And witness Mike Cashel could give an excellent summary on what that looks like and where the transmission system's going.
Well, I got a lot of questions when Mike gets here, but as an accountant, would you agree that if we produce more energy than we need, that prices will be lower for Montana? What are your thoughts there?
Maybe as an accountant, but economics 101 is supply and demand, and having enough supply in the state to meet that demand, and at times being resource adequate to excess is absolutely something that I fundamentally believe is really important for customers, and meets that first step of providing it when they need it most, but secondly, not being so constrained such that you see scarcity premiums in pricing. So absolutely, I think my view, it's strongly the right decision from a long-term perspective for Montanans.
Thank you, Mr. President. No more questions.
No further questions. You are, we have a clarification. Okay. Commissioner Wilbur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Lael, in your dialogue with legal staff, you mentioned you were drilling down a little bit on insurance, fire liability, I believe is what you were speaking to specifically, but you mentioned the term retention. Is that essentially a deductible?
Thank you for clarifying. Layman's term is you're exactly correct, a deductible.
Okay, and then if I could just drill down just one layer further, if I may. So you used a $2 million figure. Is that per event or is that an aggregate amount? And then that triggers everything over that?
That is per event.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further, you are temporarily. Wait a minute. Recross. Okay. Never easy being me. Does any intervener have recross?
President Molnar, commissioners, the joint parties have some recross.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Lael.
Good morning.
You had a colloquy with Commissioner Bukacek this morning about the regulatory compact. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you talked about the commission's role in ensuring that Northwestern doesn't under-earn. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that Northwestern is only entitled to earn on prudently incurred costs?
Yes.
Okay. And so part of that regulatory compact requires the commission to ensure that customers don't pay for imprudent utility investments. Is that right?
Agreed.
And that doesn't mean that the utility would be under earning if the commission were to disallow those imprudent costs.
I would say obviously a disallowance is overall negative, and how you think about that, you can include it in or under earning or not, but agreed on the subject of prudently incurred costs.
Okay. And then you had a colloquy with Ms. Webster about the cost overruns, and she asked you to articulate a standard for the commission's review of those cost overruns related to the YCGS construction. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you articulated a prudence standard, is that right?
To be clear, I articulated a non-legal standard.
Okay. And the word
A layman's
prudence
term,
was,
yes,
yeah,
but
okay.
prudence.
Okay. I can appreciate that. And I think you said that the commission should consider the fact, or Northwestern's position, that it would be more costly to build a plant like YCGS today.
I did make those comments, yes.
Okay. So is it your understanding that in evaluating the prudence of Northwestern's investment in the plant, the commission should use the benefit of hindsight?
I think the commission should look at the costs incurred to complete that plant and determine whether that is prudent for customers.
Okay. And in undertaking that exercise, should the commission just look at what Northwestern knew or should have known at the time the plant was constructed or selected as a resource?
I think there's obviously my comments about the current market notwithstanding. The commission's job is to look at the resource selection at the time, the costs incurred at the time. And I think where you're going there is that's the subject for prudency review.
Okay. And I think you answered this, but I just want to be clear. So it's not your position, and I understand you're not providing legal testimony, but it's not your understanding that the commission would exercise hindsight when they review the prudence of that investment in YCGS.
No, my comments on current market weren't meant to be entangled with the legal prudence discussion.
Okay. And you just had a discussion with Commissioner Pinocci about exporting excess energy from Colstrip. Do you recall that?
I think we were generally talking about exporting, not necessarily tied to Colstrip, but yeah, I do recall that conversation.
Okay. And it was in connection in part with the availability of Colstrip transmission lines.
Yeah, there was a discussion of availability of transmission, yes.
Okay. You referenced in the context of that discussion the complexity of energy policy decisions from different states. Do I have that right?
Yes.
To clarify, Washington law prohibits its utilities from supplying customers with coal power. Is that correct?
My general understanding, yes.
Okay. And then you made a reference to a belief in resource adequacy to excess. I believe that was a direct quote. Is that?
Again, this is the accountant's version of resource adequacy. The witness Blue Lefebvre could actually determine what resource adequacy means. But my general comment was being long is a better position than being short from a customer protection and risk mitigation perspective.
Okay. And so from a customer protection and a risk mitigation perspective, is it Northwestern's position that it would be prudent to overbuild generation in Montana?
Our view is it is to find the right balance and make sure you're considering all of those risks. We certainly believe the decisions we've made are prudent.
Okay. And in striking that balance, do you believe it's appropriate for Northwestern to consider the benefits of generation not only for its customers, but for the ability to export that power?
Our primary obligation is to serve our customers in the state of Montana.
And this morning in your discussion with Ms. Webster, you referred to a, I think it was a quote, big increase in annual wildfire mitigation costs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And Northwestern hasn't proposed any cap on those costs or that increase in connection with its balancing account.
No, we have not.
Okay. And you had testified about increases in insurance premiums related to wildfire.
Yes.
And recall that in your colloquy with President Molnar last evening, you talked about the impacts that investment in fossil fuel generation in a carbon constrained world may have on Northwestern's credit ratings. Do you recall that?
I don't know that I recall that. Can you help me out further on which piece you're referring to?
Yeah, I believe President Molnar referred to his review of, I believe it was a Fitch credit ratings report that referred to risk from Northwestern's investments in fossil fuel infrastructure in and apologize for putting words in your mouth, President Molnar, but I believe your quote was in a carbon constrained world. Is that
okay?
Okay. And you testified this morning about the importance of those credit ratings to attract capital?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you've acknowledged that climate change has an impact on worsening wildfires.
I think you had that conversation with Mr. Byrd yesterday.
Mr. Byrd. Okay. And putting these pieces together, would you acknowledge that climate change has an impact on the big increases that you're seeing in wildfire mitigation costs?
I would say it this way, and I think where you were going with Mr. Molnar's comments yesterday was referencing a couple of specific reports and how the credit rating agencies factor in a whole and bucket of risks. There's a lot of them in there. And then secondly, what we're doing on the wildfire mitigation side is a response to how we view that risk. And there's lots of things factoring in on that, both operationally doing what we need to do, and then of course, mitigating that risk, importantly on the litigation side of the house with the legislation that was passed.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Mr. Byrd testified that carbon emissions contribute to climate change. Did you?
You had a conversation with him yesterday. Yes.
In light of these facts and the operational risks that climate change creates for Northwestern, and you acknowledged, has Northwestern assessed the prudence of continued investment in carbon emitting resources?
Objection, relevance to this witness's testimony outside the scope of her direct. She's not a climate change professional or climate scientist. She's here.
Objection sustained.
President, may I respond to that? This witness is testifying as to risk and prudence. And I believe my question goes directly to both of those questions. If she doesn't know the answer, she can respond in that way, but it is relevant to her testimony.
It seems to me that she is not a climate expert. So while she may have an opinion on risk, and there may be some factors of risk that she can testify on, she has already done that. So if you would like to re-ask the question within the scope of her original testimony, or other facts that have come in evidence from my questions, other questions, that's fine, but it can't be as general as what you just asked.
Okay. Then let me ask you, to whom at Northwestern should I direct the question about an assessment of prudence of Northwestern's continued investment in fossil fuel resources in light of the acknowledged climate risks to Northwestern's operations?
My response would be, you had that conversation with Mr. Byrd yesterday, and he very clearly said, we are over 60% carbon free today. That's top of the heap as far as where we're at. We balance all the risks on our system and making sure that we have units such as what Yellowstone does, which facilitates and allows for carbon-free generation, all the wind on our system, on the backs of our hydro system. Our job is first obligation to serve, making sure we're doing that when it's 30 below, balancing all those risks. You had a robust conversation with him yesterday, and I would tell you that he, I think, gave you the very clear answer of how we think about balancing all of those things and making sure we're serving our customers.
And there's no other assessment other than what Mr. Byrd referred to yesterday with respect to the assessment of climate change risks in continued fossil fuel investments.
I think he gave you the answer, and you would hear from me the same answer, and that is the overall assessment of how do we fundamentally make sure we're doing what we have to do in our obligation to serve and balance all of those risks. I understand that you view one risk more highly than the others. Our obligation to serve means we have to consider all of them.
Okay, so I'm hearing you testify as to your assessment of that risk and how Northwestern balances that risk, which goes to my earlier question. Does Northwestern consider the impact on climate change due to carbon emissions when it makes investment decisions on fossil fuel resources?
Again, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. Ms. Lael is not a climate scientist. She is part of the executive team that broadly looks at all of the decisions that are made by Northwestern.
President Molnar, Commissioners, she is testifying at this moment, and I apologize, Ms. Norcutt wasn't finished.
Yeah, so again, she's being asked a question. She indicated that Mr. Byrd answered that question. Her answer to that would be the same in that we look generally at everything, but reliability is key to Northwestern to serve customers. I think it's also been asked and answered.
Well, is your objection asked and answered, or?
It's objection asked and answered, objection outside the scope of her testimony, and she's not an expert in this area.
In the context of the question, which was, do you consider greenhouse gases and climate change in your decisions? I'm going to rule that has been asked and answered.
Okay, President Molnar, would it be permissible for me to ask the witness to restate her answer so that I can formulate my future questions, because I missed it?
Can we ask the court reporter to read that back?
Can the court reporter do that?
The answer to the question.
And the question was whether Northwestern considers climate change
Greenhouse
risks,
gases
greenhouse
effects on
gas-
climate change. It might save us about a day and a half if she could just simply restate her answer, but it has been asked and answered. Well, last time I asked a court reporter to read something back, they said it would take too long and I should go look it up myself. I'm still looking. I believe the answer was yes, we do, but we look at all the other things. I don't know what's more complex than that. It wasn't as weighted as you were, I believe it wasn't as weighted as you like to look at it. But we do look at all things, and that would be one of them in the bucket. Is that clear? Am I close enough that we can move on?
Can I ask the witness to confirm that that's the answer?
And has the court reporter found it? She's doing a word search.
I would say, and I would certainly say in general, Commissioner, nope.
Yeah, you got told. I believe that is correct. So please move on.
Okay, and where would I find documentation of the analysis that incorporates climate change risk?
I think Mr. Byrd also answered that yesterday in that individually, the resource selection, you have witnesses that will walk through how resource selection was done as it relates to YCGS and your questions there.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Lael.
Thank you.
Is there any further recross? Ms. Norcott, would you like to redirect the witness?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a few questions.
Keep them brief. No, as you see
I
fit.
will try my best. So Ms. Lael, let me take you back to yesterday. And you were asked some questions by the joint parties about the base rate revenue increases due to this case. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Is there any value to focusing on base rate revenue?
I think in this case, and we've had a lot of conversation around this, is pretty technical and hard for customers to understand all the work we do here. Base rates are a component of what ends up on the total bill, but of course, customers focus most on what's that total bottom line number. There's also, to make it more complex, the revenue amount that we get to out of this whole formula, it's ends up being a different number than bill impact. So a bit of, I think, confusion. You know, our overall first ask on the revenue side was, I think, 8.3%. You had a nice exhibit that showed that. We ended up at a 1.7% at the settlement position of our position of revenue increase. That's total revenue. There's component pieces and parts to that between base rates, property tax, PCAM. And then the bill impact is actually 4.21%, which is a different number than the 1.7% revenue number. So when you think, how would customers understand that? There's also been a lot of information out there that's just not accurate. You know, I heard a commenter say yesterday things like we had a 28% bill increase. I think you all know the last case was 7.6%. Somewhere in there, customers don't understand that. This one, there's been a lot of conversation of different numbers like 17%, and the settled approach, which of course comes down from our original ask, is 4.2%. So all that being said, to say difficult for customers to cut through that, but what they see in the end, the commission has to consider all of those components of the bill. What they see is a 4.2% bill impact from an average residential perspective.
Thank you. And so in your conversation yesterday with the Joint Parties Council, was the focus on the revenue increase from our rebuttal filing or the settlement?
The conversation, I believe, was around our rebuttal filing, complete rebuttal ask, not the partial settlement.
So again, what is the increase to the average residential customer bill from the electric settlement that's before this commission?
I believe it's $4.63 to an average bill, or 4.21%.
Ms. Lael, turning to the wildfire mitigation balancing account. This morning you had some conversation with Ms. Webster about that account. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
And from your settlement testimony in the electric settlement, is it correct that the settlement sets a base for wildfire expenses and wildfire insurance?
Yes, it does.
And for purposes of the WMBA, for the annual filings, will Northwestern forecast costs in those filings?
Included in those filings, so after we complete a year, we will bring in the actual costs incurred for recovery from customers.
Okay, so is there any forecasting of costs related to the annual filings?
The forecasting of costs is within the wildfire mitigation plan. And then the costs that come in through the rider will be based off actual.
And who should people ask if there are specific questions about the WMBA tariff and how it works?
The tariff itself would be Charlie Lane.
Thank you. And finally, regarding YCGS, Ms. Webster was asking you some questions. Do you agree with her characterization of overruns at YCGS?
I don't agree with those. The where I maybe ineloquently didn't get to is I believe the review should be, are the costs incurred? What's the prudent costs that were incurred? And what is the ultimate output of that, which is a facility serving customers today?
So Ms. Lael, do you believe that YCGS had cost overruns?
I believe there are costs to complete that were in excess of the original estimate. Obviously, difference in terminologies, but I believe strongly that those were prudent costs and that that plant will provide value for decades to come to Montanans.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness and would ask that she be temporarily excused.
Without exception, you are temporarily excused, Ms. Lael.
Thank you.
Ms. Norcott, please call your next witness.
So, Mr. President, Northwestern will call Jeff Bersina and Ms. Hill will handle his appearance.
Good.
And I believe he also needs to be sworn in.
Is Mr. Bersina in the room? Mr. Bersina, please remain standing. Raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, without purpose of aversion? Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Bersina. Is your microphone on? Could you state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Jeff Bersina, that's Jeffberzina. Business address 3010 West 69th Street, Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
Northwestern Energy.
What is your role with Northwestern?
Controller.
You have before you two testimonies that you filed in this docket. Do you see your direct and rebuttal testimonies before you?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. President, I move to admit the direct testimony of Mr. Bersina as Exhibit NWE 7.
Is there any objection to the inclusion of that direct testimony? It's in.
And I move to admit his rebuttal testimony as Exhibit NWE 8.
Without exception? It's in. Admitted and admitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Brown, do you have any cross-examination?
Thank you. No questions.
Ms. Harbine, do you have any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, President Molnar, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Bersina.
Good morning.
In your rebuttal testimony, you updated the plant in service amounts to include known and measurable adjustments in 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I hope my question is a simple one. Where do I find the breakdown of what those costs are?
The costs as far as what in total
Then
is in specific to any sort of asset or?
I'm
Again, not
interested
following
in
the
the asset-specific known and measurable adjustments.
Asset specific, I would say that we file information that would include my FERC plant account in several of my exhibits and statements.
Okay, is it electric statement C that has that breakdown?
Statement C would have that breakdown. Statement I would include it by FERC account
Okay,
that would then apply depreciation rates.
okay,
So you will see balances there.
okay. And so I'm looking at your rebuttal statement C, which is exhibit JBB-11. Do you have that in front of you?
I believe that I do. I think I only have my exhibits for direct. You're
Hey.
pointing me to JBB 11.
Yes, JBB-11, page 15.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, the last category on that page for generation plant, I see a CU4 capital items row. Do you see that? It's the third item under generation plant.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in parentheses there, it says Talon INV. Does that refer to a Talon invoice?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And then in the third column, it says fourth quarter. And in the fourth column, it's rounding to $6.5 million. Is that what you see there?
Yes.
Am I interpreting this correctly that Northwestern incurred roughly $6.5 million in capital expenses related to Colstrip Unit 4 in the fourth quarter of 2024?
Subject to check, I would believe that's accurate.
Is there anywhere in the record that provides a breakdown of what is included in that Talon invoice for $6.5 million?
I don't recall if that was submitted through a data request or not.
Okay. Can you direct me to the appropriate witness to ask that question? Would it be Mr. Hines?
As far as CU4, it would probably be Mr. Barnes.
Okay. Okay. And do you have any knowledge of what's reflected in that $6.5 million?
Not specifically with the information I have, no.
Okay. Thank you. I have some questions for you about the bill impacts of YCGS for average residential customers. I'm wondering if I can walk you through some of Northwestern's settlement exhibits so you can help check my math.
I don't know if I'd be the one to check the math on doing rates. I wouldn't be the witness that is working on the rates.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I'm not the witness that is putting together rates and would be the right witness for that.
Okay, should I direct those questions to Charles Lane?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I can do that, and I can let you off the hook. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any questions for this witness?
It'll be Mr. Stoffel here. Yep, we have a few questions. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Looking at your rebuttal testimony, page JBB 6, the question starting on line 6 there. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
So there you note that the annual depreciation expense for YCGS increased from the company's direct filing to rebuttal by $172,377 for a total of $9,263,286, right?
Correct.
And so that represents the return of the company's investment in YCGS being included in the revenue requirement. Is that right?
It would, yes.
And then you agree that the company did not include the corresponding adjustment to the accumulated reserve for depreciation for YCGS in the calculation of the revenue requirement. Is that right?
They included the actual accumulated depreciation balance at 12/31/2024.
Which was zero, right?
Correct.
And so in the company's proposed revenue requirement for YCGS, it includes both the return of that $9.2 million and a return on that $9.2 million, correct?
In the calculated revenue requirement, that's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Chilcott, do you have questions of this witness?
Renewable Northwest does not have any questions for this witness. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Uda, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, thank you, Mr. President.
Do any commissioners have questions for this witness? I have a couple.
Okay.
They're pretty simple.
I like those.
Well, I'm a simple guy, so it fits. When you were talking about rate base, what would be the depreciated rate base cost for CU4 if it were to become a stranded cost? What would consumers have to pay?
So would your question be that what is the net book value on our books at
The-
12/31/2020?
The remaining depreciated value.
Yeah, the
Because obviously it was
undepreciated.
bought at one cost, there's been
Yeah.
upgrades and all kinds of things. Where are we right now if that were to become a stranded cost?
I'll say in general terms, I believe the undepreciated balance is between $250 and $260 million.
Okay. Last but not
Subject to
least.
check.
Pardon?
Subject to check.
Oh, yeah, it all is. This goes to your statement. Question, were there any adjustments made to the initially filed estimates for an annual depreciation rates accrual for YCGS? You talked about the FERC plant account depreciation rate. So my question is, if some costs for YCGS are not allowed, and there seems to be some discussion on that, how does that affect the FERC plant account depreciation rate? Does that go with the allowed amount, or do they have a set amount, or are they going with what you spent?
Yeah, we will apply the rates that were, if they're approved as proposed in our 2023 depreciation study, we would apply those rates to the plant balance, the gross plant balance. So if
Thank-
that plant balance is less, then that impacts that, that amount, yes.
Thank you. I believe we have one commissioner left online. Pardon?
Yes.
Commissioner Fielder, did you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So does staff have any questions of this witness?
No questions.
Northwestern, do you have any recross? Does any of the interveners have recross? Northwestern, do you have any redirect?
No, Commissioner.
Sir, you are temporarily excused.
Thank you.
May he be permanently excused?
I hate to let him out of my sight, but okay. Okay, it's been here for 2.5 hours. So I think we'll take a 10-minute break. It's currently 10:23. We'll come back at 10:33. We are back in session. Ms. Norcat, did you wish to call your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Northwestern calls Mike Cashel.
Mr. Cashel, were you here yesterday to be sworn in? Please raise your right hand. Mr. Cashel, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and without purpose of aversion? Thank you.
Mr. Cashel, if you could just make sure the microphone is on by pushing the white button.
I believe it's on.
Make sure it's close. Mr. Cashel, would you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Mike Cashel. Last name is spelled Cashell. My business address is 11 East Park, Butte, Montana.
And by whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy,
And what is your title at Northwestern Energy?
Vice President Transmission.
Mr. Cashel, did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And there's a document in front of you labeled Exhibit NWE 9. Do you see that document?
Yes, I do.
And is NWE 9 a true and correct copy of your direct testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that Exhibit NWE 9, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes, they would.
And do you have any corrections or modifications to make to this testimony?
I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I move the admission of Exhibit NWE 9.
Is there an objection? It's admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Cashel, did you also submit rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a document in front of you labeled Exhibit NWE 10?
I do.
Is NWE 10 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you under oath today the same questions that are set forth in that exhibit, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony?
No, I don't.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 10.
Is there an objection to NWE 10 being admitted? Being none, it's admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Cashel is available for cross-examination and questioning.
MCC, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
No questions.
Large customer group, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you. No questions.
Captain, do you have any FEA? Do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Joint parties, Renewables Northwest, do you have any questions for this witness?
Joint parties do not have questions.
And Mr. Chairman, Renewable Northwest does have questions for this witness.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, we do have some questions for this witness.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Cashel.
Good morning.
My name is Barbara Chilcott. I'm an attorney for Renewable Northwest. This morning, I just have a few questions for you about transmission, which is, I understand, is your expertise. So I think I have the right person. First off, and maybe Bobby, I'm sorry, I should have let you know, I want to walk you through a little bit of the testimony of Renewable Northwest expert witness Kyle Unruh, and ask you a couple questions related to that. So I can ask you questions about whether you recall his testimony, but if you'd like to have it in front of you, I can wait a minute so we can get that to you.
I recall his testimony, but I'd like to have a draft.
Okay, great. So Mr. Cashel, it sounds like you are familiar with the pre-filed expert testimony of Mr. Unruh filed in this docket on behalf of Renewable Northwest, which is marked as RNW1.
I am familiar with it, yes.
Great. So I'm gonna walk you through kind of to set the stage here for a few questions. And So first off, I just want to know, do you recall that Mr. Unruh's expert opinion is that Northwestern's failure to plan for or invest in regional electric transmission capacity as a means of building its resource portfolio is inconsistent with best practice in the region or across the West? Do you recall that part of his testimony?
I recall his testimony.
Do you recall that Mr. Unruh's expert opinion is the vast majority of other comparable utilities across the West are making large investments in transmission to increase reliability, save money, and reduce risk?
Again, I recall his testimony. I don't agree with it, but I recall it.
Great. Understood. We'll get to that. And Mr. Unruh states that utility best practice is to incorporate transmission capacity analysis into its resource planning with examples, and he provides examples from Idaho Power and PacifiCorp. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And finally, do you also recall that one of Mr. Unruh's recommendations for the commission in this docket is to condition any approval on rate recovery on a requirement that Northwestern study and incorporate into its resource planning the cost of capacity brought by new transmission capacity on Western Electricity Coordinating Council paths 8, 18, and 80 in a manner which considers the multiple values of new transmission capacity consistent with best practice among other utilities in the region and across the West? Do you recall that testimony?
I recall his testimony. Again, I take exception to most of it for reasons I think that are supportable. And I would also say that I don't disagree with Mr. Unruh's general position that transmission is good, but a broad statement that Northwestern isn't complying with its peers is just off base.
Okay, thank you. So just turning to your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Cashel, which is Northwest Energy Exhibit 10, which I think you have in front of you.
Yes.
Great. On page 14, line 1, there's a question posed to you that says, quote, do you agree with Mr. Unruh's position that Northwestern has excluded, quote, significant transmission capacity upgrades on WEC paths 8, 18, and 80 in its transmission planning processes, and that these should be studied by Northwestern? Did I read that question correctly?
That's top of MRC 14.
Yeah.
Yes, you read the question correctly.
Great. And I think what you were getting to just now is you stated there that you do not agree that Northwestern has excluded those transmission upgrades to the WEC paths in their planning process. Is that right?
That's correct. I do not agree.
However, I think what Mr. Unruh is getting at is that in his testimony is that which we just covered, discusses his recommendation related to incorporating transmission into Northwestern's resource planning process. Is that right?
Objection. Counsel's testifying to what a witness is going to say who hasn't said it.
Do you recall Mr. Unruh's testimony to that effect?
So I'm not sure I recall his testimony specifically, but the question that I'm answering in my testimony goes to transmission planning.
Right. Right. Mr. Cashel, to what extent has Northwestern's analysis of WEC path capacity expansion and its transmission planning informed its resource planning process?
Its resource planning process? Well, I'm not responsible for the resource planning at Northwestern Energy. So that's a question I'm sorry, need to get closer. I'm not responsible for resource planning at Northwestern. So that's a question better stated for maybe Mr. Lefebvre.
Mm-hmm. Just so I understand kind of how the transmission planning works with the resource planning, I guess, can you just explain for us and for the commission, like how do those two planning processes talk to each other, or how is transmission planning that you're responsible for incorporated into resource planning, if at all?
What I can explain is transmission planning, and then as far as how that is incorporated into resource planning, again, that's a question better directed to Mr. Lefebvre. Transmission planning, we follow our FERC tariff for local area planning in accordance with FERC Order 1000 and of course FERC Order 890. So we analyze local area issues, and then we also look at our regional interconnections and determine if there are impacts to the regional interconnections that also need to be mitigated. I'd point out that the whole premise, Mr. Unruh, is forwarding that increases in path capacity to any of the WEC paths should be considered. I don't disagree with his position. What I would say, though, is that upgrading any of those paths, WEC 8, 18, 80, they're very difficult to accomplish. And the reason for that is we don't have total control. Northwestern doesn't have control over each of these paths. They're owned by multiple parties, and any upgrade that we might make in order to try to upgrade a path has to also be done by potentially other parties. And it's part of the regional planning process that those things are looked at. So from a regional standpoint, Northern Grid is the regional planning entity that looks at regional planning efforts. And I would say that Northwestern specifically has tried to upgrade several of its WEC paths to provide opportunities for generators, for instance, within Montana. And those have proven to be very difficult to do because even though there's a lot of requests for transmission capacity in our transmission interconnection queues, when it comes time to actually commit and make long-term decisions around transmission service, we haven't had any customers that are willing to do that. So again, I don't disagree with Mr. Unruh's position that regional transmission capacity is important. I totally agree with that. And in fact, if we didn't have the interconnections we have today, from a regional standpoint, we could not serve our customers. But upgrading a WEC path is much more difficult than stating do that in a piece of testimony.
Right. Understood. Would you agree Northwestern has not evaluated transmission capacity on WEC paths as a constraint on imports and exports in its resource planning? And if that's a better question for Mr. Lefebvre, we can ask him, but I'm curious if you know.
I would direct that question to Mr. Lefebvre.
Okay. And so you just, I believe you just testified to this, I understand you probably agree with this next statement, that interstate transmission capacity has aided Northwestern in reliably serving its customers in recent peak periods.
Absolutely. In recent peak periods, the transmission system has been responsible for importing sometimes up to 50% of our needs to serve our customers in the entire balancing authority. And that's too much. That's too much reliance on import capacity.
Okay. And there were several hours in Northwestern's January 2024 peak event that we've discussed where non-firm import available transmission capacity, or ATC, on WEC paths 18 and 80 was 0, right?
All capacity, firm and non-firm,
Okay.
was at or near 0 during that peak event.
Okay. Would you agree that there are significant cost and reliability implications of operating transmission paths which reach 0 non-firm import ATC in peak periods?
As I've testified before, what I would agree with is that there has to be a balanced portfolio attempt, or balanced portfolio to meet all of our needs. That includes kind of all of the above: generation, transmission, and solving those problems takes each of those categories to solve the problem efficiently. Each of those has its challenges and its costs. So to simply say that you could save a lot of money if you had more import capacity on a transmission line, or that would solve customers' concerns over reliability, again, it's easy to say that, but very, very difficult to accomplish a significant regional transmission upgrade. It takes a lot of time, and multiple parties must be involved in it. And then the bigger question is, how do you pay for that? What set of customers should be responsible to pay for it? And that's a huge debate and always has been.
Thanks. Mr. Cashel, isn't it true though that Northwestern hasn't studied the savings its customers would have realized if more import ATC would have been available during this January 2024 peak event?
Again, I think that that's a question that would be better for the integrated resource plan folks.
So that'd be Mr. LaFave?
Yes.
Okay, great. Turning back to, sorry, Mr. Unruh's testimony, and I think you might not need to pull this back up. His opinion is that upgrades on WEC paths 18 or 80 would provide Montana ratepayers with access to cheaper electricity on most days of the year, and particularly in peak periods. Do you agree with that?
I think we've had this discussion already that it's hard to, in the abstract, create a theory that would suggest that if you have these resources stacked up in this way, you could save a lot of money for your customers or allow customers access to cheaper power. Again, as I pointed out, if we didn't have the transmission system we have today, we couldn't serve our customers. So in theory, if there was unlimited access to markets, perhaps we could optimize availability of power. But we don't operate in a theory. We operate in reality. And in reality, we have limited capacity to the rest of the interconnections on our system. So we operate to the best of our abilities, and we take advantage of those opportunities when we can. When our system is peaked out and we're importing 50% of our power, that's when scarcity and the laws of supply and demand kick in, and costs can go up. But in reality, we, as I said, we cannot operate in the world of theory. We have to operate in reality.
Thank you. Generally speaking, do you anticipate that there would be cost and reliability benefits from increased transmission capacity to constrain paths like Path 18 and 80 in peak periods and ordinarily throughout the year?
This is where Kyle, Unruh, and myself are in total alignment. If we had unlimited resources and could build transmission capacity to anywhere we wanted to, there would certainly be benefits associated with that. However, we have constraints. We have constraints from a capital standpoint. We have constraints recovering our costs. We have time constraints. We have permitting constraints. So totally agree and am in alignment with Mr. Unruh that regional transmission has benefits, but there are boundaries within the potential that we have to recognize.
Great. And I mean, do you agree that those kind of considerations and constraints are also applicable in consideration of other resource alternatives for capacity?
Yes, and I guess I would also point out that Northwestern is not only in the past, but today we are trying and we are working diligently to see if there are some regional transmission opportunities that could benefit our customers. And we announced a couple of those opportunities late last year. The North Plains Connector project, we are interested in that and could potentially take up to a 10% ownership in that. We have announced that we are looking at a pathway on Path 18, one of the WEC paths, a partnership with Grid United to analyze the potential for us to actually invest in that path again. Again, there's lots of things to consider, including permitting, the buildability, all those sorts of things. But we are, as a company, very interested in increasing our regional transmission footprint.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I think this is my last question. Just for purposes for the public and for the commission, can you explain what cost and reliability benefits you would anticipate from increased capacity, transmission capacity for customers?
Again, it's hard for me today to say we could get this benefit or that benefit. But what I would say is that because we, as an industry, had foresight decades ago to begin interconnecting our areas, we enjoy a lot of diversity across this industry. Diversity in load, diversity in time, diversity in weather. And unfortunately, we are now at a point where most of that additional capacity to enjoy those diversity benefits has been utilized. So we are at a time now where the entire industry is looking to develop regional transmission interties, and it's just not Northwestern, it's many other utilities. We're involved in a process that the Western Power Pool is hosting. It's called WestTech, which is a planning process to determine if there are what potential regional transmission development can be good for the entire region. So we're very focused on this as a company, and I think the industry is, but there are constraints to get to a point where there's excess regional capacity, which we have been living on for decades. Now the excess capacity is done. So I'm not sure if that answered your question, but.
Pretty good. Thank you. That's all I have for Mr. Cashel. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, do you have any questions?
Questions? No questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Uda, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. President.
Okay. Do any commissioners have any questions at this time? Commissioner Panochi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so one end of the United States, the other is talking about reducing fire risk. Things I've listened to is a clamshell that can snap around the base of a structure and fire has a hard time getting to the structure. Another one is foliage can be cut back farther than the standard, reconductoring to a high performance power line with carbon fiber, twice the strength of steel, doesn't sag. But what's interesting is utilities aren't coming out and saying we're acting on these issues. What steps is Northwestern taking to reduce fire risk specifically?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Panochi. I would say at the outset that you should probably direct your detailed fire mitigation questions to Jason Merkel. However, I would suggest that Northwestern is doing a lot in terms of fire mitigation. Our entire fire mitigation plan is directed towards our distribution and transmission system reliability. It's the safety and reliability of the system is important to us and to our customers. So again, the fire mitigation plan is very in-depth and detailed, and I would say that we're doing a lot around protection of our systems, protection of our customers' interests. If you have any specific questions, I can try to answer them, but we just filed a recent version of the fire mitigation plan. We have public safety power shutoff plan that we utilize, and so I think we've done a lot in this area.
The shutoff plan is good for certain. We see in California that if a shutoff plan could have been implemented, it could have saved billions of dollars. So that's good. Is there anything specifically like a clamshell around the pole or, reconductoring? You are doing some reconductoring with carbon fiber, aren't you?
So, and again, thanks for the question. We are doing reconstruction with advanced conductors. We haven't done anything with the, well, if I may not be quite sure of the one you're referencing, but we have done advanced conductors, and in fact, it's become our standard going forward when we do rebuilds or do a line segment. In most cases, we'll use that advanced conductor, and we're using two different types now: AC SS and then Triple C. So yes, we're using the advanced conductors in almost every application that is new or reconstruction. There will be some exceptions. You made reference to the 500 kV system. Reconductoring the 500 kV system, for example, would not do that system any good. It's not constrained from a thermal standpoint right now. It's constrained for other reasons. So that's one we would not conductor with advanced conductors because we have a lot of benefit we can gain by other changes to that system, the Colstrip upgrade being specifically the one I'm talking about. But in many cases, going forward, our standard will be using advanced conductors.
The ACCC cuts line loss up to 40%, and they tell me the line runs cooler. And the technology exists. If a line breaks, that the new technology can have the power off before the line hits the ground. And that is so important because that'll prevent the fire. Is that a technology? And this certainly would reduce fire risk. Is that something that you're looking at?
Yeah, again, for specific questions on the fire plan, again, you might want to ask Jason Merkel, but we're employing not only using the advanced conductors, but we're employing new relays as well that do the same kind of thing you're referring to, that they can sense when there is an issue about to occur and take the line out of service. So again, it's very good for fire mitigation.
I've reached out to our state auditor about, can we help reduce the utilities insurance rate if they make the investment to reduce fire risk? Is Northwestern or are you reaching out to the insurance companies to ask for that, to see if it's available? And the reason this is so important is the ratepayer has to pay for these insurance costs that are rising rapidly. In some cases, just returning from this Western conference, insurance companies may refuse to insure a utility. Certainly rates are going up. Are we reaching out? Is Northwestern reaching out saying, look, if we make these investments, are you asking for some sort of discount on insurance?
That's a great question. It's outside of my lane in terms of what I do with the company. I know we have deep dialogue with our insurance providers about rates, but that's outside of my understanding and expertise.
Well, certainly if you're involved with these upgrades, boy, it sure seems like it's a good question to say. You'd be a great guy to say, look, man, that we've met these new goals, we're changing the standards to meet fire risk. It seems like you'd be a great guy to, have some report to the insurance company.
And again, I agree with you. And I know that we have those conversations with our insurance providers regarding premiums. I'm just saying that the question may be better directed at a different witness.
I will ask Jason. Next question. When we're in these discussions to reduce fire risk, we look at the fire map of the United States. Montana is one of the most red states in the United States. California, Nevada, Montana, these are spots that are really high risk. So as a public service commissioner, I really got to pay attention to that. And what they're telling me is transmission rarely is starting the fire because transmission's at a higher level. Foliage is kept farther away. The standards of transmission, the structures are stronger. Fires and problems usually occur between transmission in the home and their distribution system. Do you oversee distribution, and is Northwestern taking steps to improve lowering the fire risk in our distribution line?
I do not oversee distribution, but our distribution team and in particular our fire mitigation team, that's one of their major focuses. And I would suggest that not only Jason Merkel would be a good witness to ask those questions, but also Nate Linder, who was our fire mitigation manager.
My next question is, listening to some testimony from some California utilities, every time the ACCC or a high performance conductor is mentioned, cost becomes who's going to pay for it. And this utility in California testified that we could double the amount of power line load without the permitting process, because he explained, double the capacity in the same size line and cut line losses up to 40%. And because they bypassed permitting, it was the cheaper choice in the beginning. It wasn't the more expensive choice. It was the cheapest. Now, you mentioned permitting today. as a cost. Also, it sets back the project. High-performance conductors can double the capacity, and we can change the line in most cases without permitting, and that becomes a cheaper choice option from the beginning. Are you seeing applications that would fit in Montana when you look at all the lines that you need to increase capacity on? What are your thoughts?
Commissioner Panochi, it's a good question, and I know we've had this dialogue in the past as well. And what we find is that oftentimes it is the right decision to use an advanced conductor, even if you're making it ready for the future. So when we're doing line segment reconstruction, for instance, and we are doing this today. In fact, in the Great Falls area on 100 kV line, we've done several segments of that line that goes through the Monarch area, and we've reconducted using advanced conductor. And what we find is that for that segment, we now have upgraded that segment to a higher capacity, and there's lower losses associated with that line. But in order to gain the entire value of it, and by the way, we had to, in that case, and in many cases, we had to reconstruct the entire structure of the line too. So all the lines, structures had to be replaced, those sorts of things. So you've got a section of line that's reconstructed, it's brand new, it's got a higher rating, and then you're limited by the next section. So what we're doing is a section at a time where it makes sense. And we're taking advantage of the conductor and the increased capacity and the losses. But the simple fact is, and the analogy I like to use is if you're remodeling a home and you remodel the bathroom, you've got a nice bathroom. But the next constraint you might run into is, okay, in terms of the internal wiring, you have new wire in the bathroom, but the kitchen now needs to be remodeled to take advantage of the ability to rewire it. That's what we're up against when it comes to remodeling our transmission system, reconstructing it a piece at a time. Eventually, we will have a system that's rebuilt and has all the benefits of the advanced reconductoring, those sorts of things. But it takes time and it takes money to do that and effort. So realizing those benefits will take time, and in not all cases will it make sense to do that, but in many cases it does going forward.
An example I can think of is in 1969, you could get a Chevy pickup without seat belts, and then in 1970, seat belts came, then a shoulder harness, then airbags. If they're going to challenge the Public Service Commission to help reduce fire risk, I think the standards have to change. One of the questions that came up is, when should we ever use a steel core conductor? A power line with a steel core will always sag, and it always seems to run into problems where a carbon fiber core made by several different companies now, the sag is greatly reduced to almost nothing. So the question is, that's come up in California and Oregon and Washington, is when should we ever use another power line or conductor with a steel core? Do you feel that it's just best to phase them out completely because we end sag, which is a huge problem with reliability? What are your thoughts there?
As we've discussed, I think it makes really good sense to, when you rebuild and you have the decision to make on what conductor, take advantage of the advanced conductors. There might, to your point, there might be a little higher cost to begin with, but it does pay dividends over time. But you have to also recognize that in order to put in the new conductor and upgrade the system, there's going to be other costs associated with the structures and so forth. So taking it in a measured, balanced approach is what we're doing today. For all rebuilds, we consider it, and most of the time we use it, whether it's an advanced conductor with carbon fiber or not, we're using that technology as our standard going forward.
Testimony given, maybe testimony is not the right word. An example a utility said is that reconductoring the high performance conductor, they got away from modifying the structures, that they could use a line that had more capacity without modifying the structures. The other thing they mentioned is carbon fiber can stretch farther from pole to pole, so they need less structures. Removing a structure pays for a lot of line. And again, they say it's the cheaper choice. Do you see the possibility of carbon fiber conductors using less structures because it can stretch farther? Again, it's the cheaper choice. What are your thoughts there?
I think every situation is unique, and what you're describing is certainly possible in certain circumstances. I'm just saying that we're taking a measured approach, and we're taking advantage of the new technology wherever we can. It just makes good sense to do that. It also makes good sense to utilize the structures that we have and the conductors we have when there isn't a need for the increased capacity or just a situation just doesn't call for it. So we are prioritizing where we upgrade our system and what advanced conductors we will use. But in general, like I said, the idea for us going forward, our standard is to use advanced conductors because of the advantages that they provide.
Thank you, Mr. President. No more questions. And boy, if I can assist in getting an insurance break in any way, I certainly would like to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bukacek, please. I'm assuming that's why your hand was up. Okay.
So I appreciate this back and forth with Commissioner Panocci and appreciate his interest and passion. And as you said, you have to balance the cost of using advanced conductors in any given unique line consideration, and ratepayers will ultimately pay for it. To help our perspective, if overnight you were mandated to replace all 97,000 miles of transmission lines with advanced conductors, do you have an estimated cost of that?
I don't have an estimated cost of that, but we have about, and forgive me, this number will probably be wrong, but we have about $600 or $700 million of plant within transmission. And to completely redo that at today's costs would be multiples of that number.
Okay, thank you.
So that's why we're taking the approach we do, which is where it makes sense and where we have a need, we're certainly going to use that advanced conductor.
Do any other commissioners have questions of this witness? Commissioner Fielder, do you have any?
No, thank you, Mr. President.
I have a few. I'm going to jump in on Commissioner Bukacek's question. During the legislature, your lobbyist answered the same question, that the total replacement using these advanced conductors, et cetera, would be in the neighborhood of $10 billion. That seemed to be a lot to me, but a lot of things seem to be a lot to me. Can you comment on that? Does that seem high, low?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch where you said that number came from.
It came from your lobbyist, the legislature, on when a similar question came up as to cost.
I'm not familiar with what was stated or the data source. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll move on to some of my questions then.
Okay.
The first one is on natural gas. In your first statement of testimony, you mentioned here and several other places, natural gas and reliability. And you use figure 7 goes to how much. My question goes to Basin and quite possibly David Gates. During the January 2024 event, the natural gas to Basin was shut off to allow, I'm assuming, a greater pressure to deliver natural gas to customers when it was 30 below. The electricity was available because we bought it out of state at great cost, so it was made up. That might not always be possible. And I'm not advocating for any one thing. I'm asking whether or not, and David Gates had to switch to diesel. Same reason as my understanding. There might be other places where that happened. Are there any thoughts along more compression or in some way getting more natural gas to these areas when the weather extremes happen, particularly in the cold?
President Mueller, that's a great question. And in fact, I will say two things. First of all, Dave Gates Generation Station was designed with backup fuel. To your point, diesel fuel is available. So rather than upgrade the natural gas transmission system all the way up to Canada, in the few hours that DGGS has been interrupted during peak periods, it has the option to go to diesel fuel. That decision was made because the upgrade costs to upgrade the natural gas system from the Butte area all the way to Canada were significant. What I will also say is that to serve our natural gas customers, we have been upgrading from the Butte Bozeman area all the way up to Canada for decades now in order to take more gas into our system. And part of that planning has always been that during those few peak hours, we can interrupt natural gas fired generation to serve the natural gas heating customers that we have. So that's always been part of our planning. The other thing I will say is that TransCanada, the pipeline system that's just to the north of us in Canada, they have upgraded their transmission system as well so that we can continue to serve our firm natural gas heating load customers. And now they're at a point where there's very, very significant transmission upgrades necessary on their system in Canada to serve any additional natural gas to Montana from that route at Carway as our point of interconnect. So to your point, I think we've done everything we can and prudently over the last 10 years at least to continue to upgrade our gas transmission system. But Carway is tapped out without significant upgrades in the Canadian system. So we're looking at other areas, including storage, upgrading our system from the southeast, which is our interconnection with CIG. And then we're also looking at other potential options, such as an interconnection at Loomis, which is also in Canada. So we're constantly looking at all the options we can to serve our growing gas customer need. In YCGS, we have basically a dedicated gas transmission line to it that we built as part of that project. So it has a firm gas transmission supply. So couldn't agree with you more on the need for gas transmission to serve our customers and also gas-fired generation.
So you mentioned storage. Well, most of your storage is in tapped out gas fields, and then you cap them, fill them up during the summer when gas is cheap, and bring it out in the winter. I'm talking, I think, more westerly, where I don't know that we have those. Have you been looking at, are there spots that you could store so that as the gas is going through, it's not getting so light going into the other areas that you're creating yellow flames?
So I'm not sure I understand the question completely, but give me a...
Is there underground storage that makes sense, that can serve more of the western part of your district that you've looked at?
So you're probably aware of this, but our largest natural gas storage system is in northwestern Montana near Cup Bank. And that serves, between it and our other storage fields, we serve about a third of our peak needs with the storage. And to your point, we store the gas in the off season, summer and spring, and we use the gas in the wintertime. And we totally use all the capability that we can there. We're incrementally increasing the storage capacity in our storage fields, in particular in Dry Creek, which is southeastern Montana. And that helps us. If you can picture our gas transmission system, picture Canada and the main line coming towards Butte and Bozeman, and then from the east in the Billings area, Dry Creek, again, going towards Butte and Bozeman, because eventually we have to get all that gas to the center of our system. We are working and have been for many years now to optimize the ability to get gas to the center of the system by increasing our storage capability, optimizing our storage capability, improving the gas transmission lines so we can operate the system at higher pressure. It's an ongoing process, and fortunately, we've been successful with it. We put new compression in almost routinely in order to upgrade the system so we can deliver during those peak periods, also to your point. And to your last question, are we looking at other opportunities? Yes, we are. There are other potential storage opportunities, old either production facilities, those sorts of things, primarily in eastern Montana. We've been looking at some of that. It has some challenges, that obviously, but it's among the things we're analyzing.
Thank you. I think I'm going to switch a little bit to regulating reserve and electricity. Your question was, does Northwestern provide additional electric transmission services benefiting all customers? And I'm going to regulating reserve. And this is going to come up quite a few times. On my book, it's
And this is in my direct testimony, is that right?
I believe so, yes. Page 10. Okay, the question was, does Northwestern provide additional electric transmission services benefiting all customers? So, and you say in there that to support the continuous flow of electricity, Northwestern provides ancillary services such as scheduling, system control, dispatch, regulation, frequency response, and contingency reserve. So, David Gates was fully used up and prescribed within months after it was completed. Where are these services coming from currently, not only for Montanans, but for exported wind?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize to interrupt. I did not capture your whole question. You said, can you repeat the question? Dave Gates was fully subscribed when what?
David Gates is fairly small, and people had contracted with that almost as it was being built, and shortly thereafter there wasn't a whole lot more capacity to be let out. To my knowledge, we have never added the final turbine, so it's not gotten any bigger. So with a lot more need for regulation reserve, not only for not only for in-state customers, but also for exported wind, I'm asking where that capacity is coming from, because it's not from David Gates.
Well, actually, Commissioner President Molnar, we use multiple facilities on our system today to provide ancillary services. And my testimony in the past and also the testimony of Joe Steinmetz kind of goes into how we do that. But we use Dave Gates Generating Station. We use the hydro system. We use Colstrip. We are also members of the energy imbalance market within the Northwest. So now there's, rather than scheduling energy only on an hourly basis, we are able to schedule within the hour. So all of those facilities are used to provide ancillary services to the transmission system. So to your point as well, with more and more variable generation on our system, we have had additional use of our generation fleet associated with ancillary services. Criteria has also changed, so we are able to, for the most part, we are able to balance our system appropriately. But it's still a concern that as more and more variable generation comes on the system, that we may not have enough generation on our system to provide ancillary services, but the entire fleet of generation provides some sort of ancillary services to our system, whether it's regulating reserves, voltage support, black start. That's part of what the generation system provides to the transmission system.
And that takes me to David Gates, and to a lesser extent, but still a large extent, Yellowstone generation plant will provide rapid response and load following. That's almost impossible with hydro because it's run of the river, and it's not very possible with Colstrip either. So if you're using those for regulating reserve, please tell me if I'm wrong. What you're doing is to get down to where the variance is caused by load and by intermittent, you're simply increasing the amount of energy in the line to get the percentage of variation down. Is that correct?
So I didn't quite follow that. I guess what I would say and try to respond to that was that the variation in load and generation, we are required to balance that out, and we do a pretty good job of it. And we haven't violated criteria for many, many years. You might recall that as part of the justification for Dave Gates Generation Station, we were in violation of WEC criteria. With the generation sources we have today, our participation in the energy imbalance market, all of those things, we are able to provide the balancing that's necessary with the current set of resources on the system. Most of which, of course, are from a wind and variable generation standpoint. Almost all of our variable generation on the system is qualifying facility in nature. So it's part of the
is what in nature?
QFs. It's part of what we use to serve our customers, the qualifying facilities. So we're responsible for balancing for those resources as well.
When there's been several large wind plants, farms come online that are serving, and there'll be a couple more come on, that are serving basically Washington State. And when that crosses the bus from Townsend to BPA, there's a very narrow amount of variation that's allowed. Is Northwestern providing that regulation, or I realize it's probably on the transmission lines of Puget, but who's providing the regulation and where's that regulation coming from?
That's a great question, and I'm glad you asked that because it's a
And
important.
you're going to be thrilled with the rest of them.
It's an important clarification. So you're referring to the Clearwater Generation Station, which serves customers out of Montana through sales to Puget and Portland. The Clearwater Generating Facility is what's called pseudo-tied out of our transmission system. So in other words, what that means is we are not carrying, Northwestern is not carrying the variability associated with that plant. We pseudo-tie it directly to Portland and Puget. So all the variation in that facility is handled by them because it's pseudo-tied out of our system. It was a very important part of the negotiation we had for the interconnection of that facility. So I'm glad you brought that up. That was a good clarification for me.
Okay, so we're not providing services with coal strip, anything.
We're not providing balancing any ancillary services of the balancing nature for the Clearwater project.
That makes things a lot easier for me, Mike. You better have a few fewer questions. I'll come back to that, but just going by my pages here, under Rimrock, Billings area Rimrock substation, can you give examples of large investments made to the transmission system since the last rate review? And you go into the J.E. Corette plant in Billings, which I think is a little outside of what the question was, but you closed down that plant, which is a 150 megawatt plant in Billings. And now we're taking on a couple more plants in Colstrip, and we're building the Yellowstone plant. Would it not be more cost effective to simply bring the Corette plant up to regulatory snuff and therefore use that, an existing facility, more cheaply than building new or taking on others?
You're referring to the J.E. Corette plant on MRC 17, is that right? So I think I can answer.
It closed in 2015, whatever that is.
So first of all, the J.E. Corette plant was in Billings. Northwestern never owned the J.E. Corette plant. PPL owned that plant, and they shut it down for their own reasons. It's actually gone. There's nothing left there of the J.E. Corette plant. But my point in bringing it up in my testimony was that there was generation right in the Billings area that served the Billings area load. And without that generation, and also with the Colstrip 1 and 2 generating plants that, again, Northwestern didn't own, PPL did, they shut them down for their own reasons. Billings is about 1/3 of the overall load in our entire balancing authority, the Billings area. So with all of that generation in eastern Montana shut down, what that did was put a lot more pressure on the transmission system. And in particular, that's the reason, one of the reasons we ended up rebuilding the Rimrock substation so that we could actually deliver more energy into the Billings area from outside of the Billings area. Because previous to that, there was a lot of generation in the Billings area that could help serve customers. So that was the purpose of my testimony, to indicate that, hey, we needed to build significant infrastructure, substation infrastructure in the Billings area to continue to serve that growing load. And the reference to generation was simply to point out that that was one of the reasons we needed to build the infrastructure, because generation wasn't there. To your point, is that something we could utilize today instead of Yellowstone generation or Colstrip? No, we cannot. It was shut down and it's been totally dismantled, and we didn't own it in the first place. But there was infrastructure that we developed for Yellowstone Generation Station served a very similar purpose, because it puts generation right in the middle of Billings, in the Billings area, which we desperately needed in order to continue to serve the area reliably.
Okay, thank you. I think the only thing that remains there is the ash heap, which is covered with topsoil and dirt. But would the foundation or substations or anything there be of value to build a small plant to serve just Billings, or to allow a lack of congestion, or would it be cheaper than what we're doing?
The substations that were there, in specific, the Rimrock substation and also the Billings steam plant substation that was there was actually where the direct J.E. Crick plant was connected. They're there, and they've both been now totally rebuilt to serve customers. And I would also submit that since we have Yellowstone Generation Station in Laurel, it serves the purpose of, between that and the upgraded substation equipment, it now serves the purpose to reliably and critically serve eastern Montana and Billings specifically.
Okay. This comes under your heading of transmission revenue credits. The question was, why is Northwestern recommending to maintain its historical transmission revenue credit methodology in its docket? And the part I have highlighted is Northwestern is recommending that the test year for revenue credits, in this case, be the average of the actual 21, 22, 23 FERC transmission revenues received by Northwestern from wholesale customers. Again, this proposal is consistent with prior practice. We're also proposing to use a 3-year average of ancillary services revenues, which we just covered, as a credit in the fixed generation revenue requirement. Have you read the testimony of Mr. Dismukes on this?
I'm familiar with Mr. Dismukes' testimony, yes.
Okay. He seems to be very positive that the amount you are collecting from the FERC does not cover the cost. And therefore, there's a wraparound cost being delivered to residential customers across Montana and other customers. He recommends that you file a new tariff to get that upgraded. Do you agree with what I've just said as a way of summarizing what he said? And if you do, how do you feel about that?
Well, I think I understand what your question is, because you also brought it up yesterday to another witness. So I don't agree with Mr. Dismukes' suggestion, and for several reasons. First of all, we don't have the ability to go into FERC and very narrowly ask for an ancillary services update. In order to get that, we would have to actually file what's called a full 205 FERC proceeding, which would open up our entire transmission system and costs to a proceeding. As part of our formula rate discussion, it's a very good thing. The formula rate is excellent because we were able to update our costs annually at the FERC basis. And we'd welcome that, by the way, on the Montana Public Service Commission standpoint, if we could update our costs as well as our revenues. So Mr. Dismukes' suggestion that we could go in or just assume that we made an ancillary services update and update our costs for the MPSC. Number one, are incorrect because we can't go do that without doing an entire FERC rate case. And then number two, I think that, and you want to probably talk to Glenda Gibson as the witness on this, the impacts are not that great when you consider the overall cost of the transmission system. The impacts would not be that great. So I would say that, again, it'd be one of those things, as we talked about with the Renewable Northwest group. In theory, we could get we could be forced into a situation where we calculate new ancillary services and pass those costs or that updated cost through, but then there'd be a gap and a mismatch, and I don't think that's the right approach either.
FERC isn't the only ones that dabble in transmission costs. We do as well. So could you not get an update far more cheaply and expeditiously from the commission so that what you call a not that big a deal is not a deal at all for the customers that you serve in Montana when you are serving others out of state with the same services?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow that. Can you restate your question?
Mr. DeMuke says it's about $5 million. You're saying?
I would say that, again, I would ask you to direct that question to Glenda Gibson. But I would say that my understanding of the numbers is it's far, far less than that. It's less than $1 million that potentially we could recover. And there's no guarantee, by the way, that we would actually get that treatment at FERC. Just like any other proceeding, there are interveners involved and differences of opinion. And I'm not sure that we could get, even if we went in and tried, I'm not sure we could get the result that Mr. Dismuke suggests might be there.
So you're saying, just for my own clarification, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, that he's correct that there is an undercollection. He is not correct in that it is $5 million. It is far less and quite possibly less than the cost of getting the situation reinvestigated by FERC.
No, I would not say there's an undercollection because we have two different regulatory environments here. Even though it would be a really wonderful thing to have them completely lined up, they are not lined up. We have, in the case of FERC, we have a partially projected formula rate. Ancillary services are not projected, and we're able to update those costs annually. At the MPSC, we have historical test years that are always lagging, and when you just think of the two paradigms, there's really no way to match those up effectively unless there was an adoption of a forward-looking formulaic rate on the MPSC side as it relates to transmission as well. There's a complete mismatch in timing.
Okay, I'm going to move on because I'm getting lost. You know so much more than I do.
Those are very good questions.
Well, I try. Under what about ancillary services? You say, notwithstanding that study, Northwestern is proposing to continue to credit the ancillary service revenue that we receive from our FERC customers to, which would be large customer group and others. Our fixed generation revenue requirement, this would be accomplished through a credit to the fixed generation revenue requirements of $3,872,000 and would be a continuation of the crediting process we conducted for ancillary services in our Montana 2022 rate review. The calculation of the updated revenue credit is in this rate review is discussed in more detail. It doesn't sound like small money to me. And if we're going to do that with Yellowstone Generation Plant, I'm not seeing how this money flows back where the customers are more traditional customers are not paying for a plant through rate basing that is providing services to others, whether it be large customer group or exported energy, where those that are receiving that energy are compensating based on the concept, I think it's the 1974 energy bill from Congress, certainly been reaffirmed twice through the Supreme Court and just recently through FERC in the 1920 question, that the cost causer is the cost payer. Well, if part of that cost is not the electricity, but rather the plant that generates it, and I can't find in any of the charts so far that other than traditional customers, anyone is paying for the rate basing of Yellowstone. They're not paying for the rate basing that happened for CU4, and they're not paying for the rate basing that happened for the dams, which you just stated we're using for that purpose. So why wouldn't there be an extra line added for non-traditional customers, large customer group, and exported products?
Well, there was a lot there. I'm going to try to answer your question, but I guess I would suggest that for the generation-based services that transmission customers receive through ancillary services, there is a mechanism that those costs are recovered and then passed through to as credits to the under the MPSC rates. And it's a process you'd want to maybe direct a question or two to Joe Steinmetz, but in the last 2 rate cases now, we have explained the units most likely process, which is what I described before. Every generating plant on our system, to the extent it can, provides ancillary services to the transmission system. So Colstrip, all the hydro facilities, to the extent they can, Dave Gates Generation Station, the Basin Creek Generation Station, they were all part of this units most likely process and study that allocated costs of the base generation to our FERC customers. The FERC customers pay those costs in ancillary services. And I believe the testimony you're referring to, although I couldn't hear the page number, was my testimony indicating that that fixed cost of generation that we have for service is credited then by the revenues that we receive from our FERC customers to provide ancillary services. So I guess I'd suggest that I believe there is a mechanism there that any generation-based services our transmission customers are taking, they're paying for, and the credit is then being received in state rates. And to your point, it's, I think $3.8 million was the number in direct testimony. I think it was updated in rebuttal.
Updated to what in rebuttal?
It was, I don't know the number, but it was updated in rebuttal to some other number.
Okay. So a customer in Bozeman, Montana, that is your customer, their Northwestern customer. When this credit is credited, the FERC credit, how do we know that that it's actually being received and that it is reducing the cost of rate basing for the facilities that are being used, so that all of that is not staying on the customer and we're simply compensating for the cost of the fuel and the capacity that is gathered through that, but not ignoring the cost of the production plant?
So I'll try one more time. Because it's a little bit out of my area, and Linda Gibson can probably put her finger on it right away. But it's that $3.8 million that you were describing. That's a direct credit that is used to lower rates for our Montana Power or from MPSC customers, our state customers, that comes over from our FERC revenues with our FERC customers. So it's not getting lost. It's there. The testimony is explaining that the 3-year average for the revenues we received is what we're proposing to use and to continue to propose to use. So it's real, and it's a reduction to MPSC rates for our retail customers. So the Bozeman customer gets that reduction reflected in his or her rates.
Okay, I'm going to wind it up. Just for clarification, the $3.8 million number, or whatever it might be in supplementary testimony, does cover all the cost, and you're saying Mr. DeSchmitz is incorrect when he says it does not.
What I'm saying is that Mr. Dismetz suggested that we should assume that we will go back to FERC and do a rate case for ancillary services to update those costs. And what I'm suggesting is that cannot be done by itself. We cannot go into FERC and ask just for an ancillary services rate update. We would have to open up our entire transmission rate for a new rate case. That involves time, cost, and I don't recall Mr. Dismuke's testimony as to what he felt that would unveil. But I would suggest that it's not $5 million, much, much less than that. And again, that's in kind of in the world of theory, because we cannot do that. We cannot go in and do an ancillary services only rate request at FERC.
Final, this is just kind of a follow-up on that. So you're stating that in your reading of Mr. Smook's testimony, that you do not recall him saying that there was an under collection.
It's been a long time since I read Mr. Dismuke's testimony, and I'd have to look at it again to see what he actually said.
Thank you so very much. Is there any questions from staff?
Thank you, President Molnar. Just a few, Mr. Cashel. Dovetailing into what President Molnar just asked you about, regulation and frequency response is one of the ancillary services that Northwestern provides, correct?
That's correct.
And could you,
okay.
Could you tariff? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. What were you saying?
Regulation and frequency response under Schedule 3 of our tariff.
Okay. So Schedule 3 of the OAT tariff is where we go to find regulation and frequency response. Could you give me a description of what regulation and frequency response actually is?
Yes, it's the regulation and frequency response is the service that is needed to follow the very small and constant changes and differences between customer demand and resources available to meet the demand.
Okay. So you're familiar with the jurisdictional cost of service study, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You discussed that in your testimony, right?
Yes.
When a resource provides regulation and frequency response services for FERC jurisdictional customers, it's appropriate to assign a portion of the revenue requirement for those facilities to those FERC jurisdictional customers, correct?
Yes, it is. And that's what we are suggesting we do with a 3-year average in terms of revenues and averaging those revenues out for the credit against cost of the fixed cost of generation.
Because these are two different approaches, right? You can have the FERC revenue crediting mechanism, which is Northwestern's proposal, or you rely on the jurisdictional cost of service study.
That's another methodology that we've been asked to produce. Yes.
Okay. So President Molnar discussed Dave Gates Generating Station with you. Do you recall when Dave Gates Generating Station was placed into service?
2011.
2011. Okay. So when that was placed in service in 2011, do you recall whether Northwestern asked FERC to revise transmission rates reflected in the transmission tariffs to reflect the costs of Dave Gates Generating Station?
I do recall that. Yes, we did.
Okay. And so one of the issues in that proceeding in front of FERC was how much of the revenue requirement of Dave Gates should be attributed to FERC customers and how much should be Montana retail customers.
I very much remember this.
Okay. Would you call that a full FERC 205 proceeding as you discussed it previously with President Molnar?
No, it's a good question. And I need to clarify something just for purpose of this. In 2011, we went to FERC and said, we built this generating facility to provide ancillary services for our customers, and we need to have a rate case associated with that. What I meant by we can't go today and have a specific ancillary services only filing without opening up the rest of our transmission system for rate recovery.
Very good. So when was the last time Northwestern went to FERC for a full FERC rate case?
We filed our rate case in 2019.
Okay.
And that's where we came up with the formula rate methodology that we are under today. And also the ancillary services methodology that we employ today.
Okay. So between 2011, when Dave Gates Generating Station was brought online and rolled into Northwestern's transmission rates, the 2019 rate case that led to the FERC formula rate, has the the method FERC uses to allocate costs of those facilities between FERC customers and Montana retail customers changed at all?
It's a good question because the methodology that we utilized to come up with those rates was a big change from 2011 when we originally went in. And as I said earlier, we utilized a methodology called the units most likely methodology. And so what that is it's a dispatching that is based upon those units that are most likely to provide the service, and then you allocate a portion of each of the costs to the service production. That was a much different approach than the approach that we advocated in 2011 for Dave Gates.
Okay, so if the commission wants to find more information on the units most likely method, it can refer to the FERC decision from the 2019 formula rate case to see specifically how FERC went about that process of allocating revenue requirement between customers.
That would be informing, but I also believe, subject to check, that Joe Steinmetz discusses that in the state, in this proceeding, he discusses that process.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
With your okay, Commissioner Panucci said he had 2 more questions.
No objection.
I want to talk a little bit more about fire risk because it's been a big issue here today. I heard testimony yesterday that it's increased by 7-fold from one end of the country to the other. I've never heard that before, so that was interesting. So we look at what my fellow colleagues brought up, reconductoring everything to the high performance conductor and working across the country. That has never been brought up before. What has been brought up as a mandate is any new construction or replacement would be the high performance conductor. An example of this is when we decided to make it a law that every car had to have an airbag. You didn't have to go take your 69 SS Chevelle and put an airbag in it. We just didn't do that, and nobody's advocating that across the country. They're having me speak across the country on this, so I just don't think that's relevant. Would you support a mandate that says any new construction or replacement construction would meet new standards to reduce fire risk, such as the communication in the line that tells us where a tree branch is touching so we can get out there and cut it down, where a bird is building a nest, the ability to measure temperature in the line would prevent a problem? Would you support, just your opinion, a mandate saying new construction would meet these new standards? And remember, the whole country's asking us, what are we doing to reduce fire risk? Because it's cost us billions. Most expensive fire in the history of the United States took place 2 weeks after I spoke in San Francisco. Would you support a mandate that would raise these standards on what a conductor can do?
Well, I guess what I would say is that we meet all the standards that are out there, and creating a new standard is usually the product of either some sort of legislative process, or in the case of like NERC, there's a new standard that's promulgated that has the opportunity to have discussion around it, that sort of thing. So to the extent that a standard like that is adopted, whether it's by state law or by federal law or regulation, I think it would have, there's a lot of reason that something like that should be considered. I'd also say that usually a standard, before it's adopted, there's a consideration of costs of the standard and the benefits. So a cost of benefit kind of look that's done. So I don't know if we'll ever get a standard that says all new construction has to be this advanced conductor. And one of the reasons I state that is that, as I alluded to earlier, not every situation necessarily would make sense. For example, the 500 kV system that I talked about, it doesn't make sense for us to reconductor the 500 kV system if we were to build a new section of that, for instance, with advanced conductor, because that's not the limitation of the 500 kV system. But many other segments on our system, it makes total sense to reconstruct it using advanced fiber and the newest technologies, relaying systems, the same thing, that sensing equipment that senses those kind of things that you're talking about, a tree branch in the line. It makes sense to do that. And I almost hesitate to use this, but our former CEO, Bob Rowe, used to say, at the speed of value. So to adopt new technology that makes sense and provides value to customers, I think is absolutely the right thing to do. But I'm not sure that I could endorse every new construction has to be advanced conductor. But if we were told that, if that was a mandate, we of course would do it.
Well, I guess Senate Bill 301 addressed some of these issues. So the legislature, and I worked very closely with Zolnikov on that, addressed that. But there could be a standard that you would endorse. And boy, I'd love to hear that. But let's talk a little bit about this. So I get down to California and I'm up to Oregon and they want me to ask some tough questions. And this came up. Is there projects going on in California, Oregon, and Washington that is using a steel core conductor where they have to go through permitting, and that's very expensive and time consuming, where a performance conductor could be used, bypassing permitting, and actually be the cheaper choice, but cutting line loss by 40%. And they found several projects that are underway. In your opinion, how would we stop that? And then the bigger question is there any project in Montana that's using a steel core conductor that's underway that permitting is being used and the carbon core would be a cheaper choice?
I believe that these are facts that are not in evidence, so you can answer if you so choose and in the manner in which you choose.
I'm not familiar with the specific instances you talk about in Washington and Oregon, so I can't really opine to that. And in regard to Northwestern system, are there steel core projects going on as opposed to carbon core? Yes, there are in certain circumstances. But again, we are committed to using the right conductor and the right technology where it provides the best value for customers and makes most sense from a technical and engineering standpoint. That's totally our commitment. That doesn't mean we'll be using it every time.
Asking for a rate increase while trying to balance, are we taking that money and investing in reducing fire risk? Do you feel that that is being done here?
Can you restate that question, Commissioner?
We're asking for a rate increase, while at the same time, I think the public and the insurance companies demanding that we are reducing fire risk. Do you feel that Northwest Energy is going to do that with this rate increase, that they can improve reducing fire risk?
Very much so. I think that part of this rate case is a fire mitigation plan and the facilities that we've put in service, specifically with fire mitigation involved, the situational awareness teams we put together. I feel very good. In fact, we've made such strides in the last several years. I feel more confident in our ability to operate during fire conditions. So yes, I feel like the value is there for the investments we've made, both from a capital and an expense standpoint associated with fire mitigation. I think it's very prudent what we've been doing.
Thank you, Mr. President. No more questions.
Thank you. Are there any interveners that wish to cross-examine? Seeing none.
Joint parties would like to ask a couple of recross questions, if we may.
Please.
Mr. President. Right. Really briefly.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm going to object because they're switching counsel and I don't think that's appropriate. I believe Ms. Harbine was the attorney who crossed Mr. Cashel.
To clarify, Ms. Harbine didn't ask any questions. My recross is in response to issues that were raised by Commissioner Pinocci.
Very good. I apologize for the interruption.
Continue.
Thank you. And I'll be brief in light of the time. Mr. Cashel, Charles Hernandez, I'm an attorney with Earth Justice. How long have you been working in transmission?
I've been in the bulk electric system part of the business for 39 years.
39 years. And Mr. Pinocci, he noted a few points. He mentioned that insurance costs are rising rapidly, rates are going up, and insurance may not even be available, and that the fire map for Montana is really bad. Mr. Cashel, fire is kind of a double risk or transmission is double risk for fire. One, you could have a fire caused by transmission, or transmission assets could be threatened by fire. Is that right?
Fire is a risk of operating a transmission system.
I'm sorry, just like if someone else starts a fire, it could damage your transmission system, right?
And that has happened to our system, yes.
And the system itself could spark a fire.
Again, in the theoretical, yes.
Yeah, not saying it has, but just it's a risk. In your career, Mr. Cashel, have you noticed that fire risk has increased?
It's an interesting question. In the years I've been operating the transmission system, we've had ups and downs. Some fire years have been very, very bad decades ago. Some years have not been very bad. I think it's very cyclic. What has really changed is the liability associated with fire, in my opinion. The liability, insurability, those sorts of things have really, really changed in the last several years.
Do you know why?
There's been some, well, it's pretty obvious. I think that some fires have occurred and legal actions have been taken. So because of that, it's a risk that's grown for our company and for others. And as I said, I can remember fires back in the 90s and fire seasons back in the 90s that were very, very significant. So that hasn't really changed over time. Fires have been part of our business. What has really changed is the legal and liability around fires from a utility standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Cashel. Mr. Pinocci just mentioned some comments by your colleague, Mr. Byrd, yesterday about the fire season itself actually expanding sixfold. Are you aware of that? Did you hear those comments?
I heard the comments, yes.
Did you agree with that?
Again, what I had
Objection.
experienced.
I feel like we're getting far outside the scope of Recross. Commissioner Pinocci was asking Mr. Cashel about wildfire risk and how advanced conductors can potentially mitigate that risk and that associated with wildfire.
May I respond briefly? And I think I just have a couple questions remaining on this line, and we can break for lunch. I think this is well within the scope of the questions that Commissioner Pinocci raised. The questions were about fire risk and how to mitigate that risk and the costs associated with that. This just goes to what's driving the fire risk, if it's in fact changing, as Commissioner Pinocci mentioned.
But if I might, that is not what Mr. Cashel is here to talk about. He was simply responding to Commissioner Pinocci's questions, but he's not part of our distribution or operations group that does the fire plan, is involved in that.
The question is about risks to the transmission system, and I believe Mr. Cashel is well qualified to talk about that. And like I said, I have a couple more questions. I think this is highly relevant. We've heard abundant testimony about how the system is at risk and how these risks are posing real challenges to both the company and to Montana ratepayers.
Turns out I was right again. That's third time this year. The purpose of the recross is to go into the new information that came up. Mr. Byrd's testimony is not that. Much of what you're talking about is not that. So I will allow you to re-ask the question focused on new information and not broadening it out from there.
All right. Mr. Cashel, in speaking about the risks associated with wildfires, has anyone on your staff assessed whether or not wildfire risk is increasing?
Not on my staff.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Are there any other interveners that wish to recross the witness? Seeing none. Ms. Norcott, would you like to redirect the witness?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief because I understand I'm between us and lunch. So, Mr. Cashel, going back to your conversation this morning with Renewable Northwest Council, and you were talking about Northwestern's local planning and regional planning processes. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Do you believe Northwestern's local and regional electric transmission planning is robust and sufficient to address Northwestern's transmission needs?
I do.
And why do you believe that?
We have a dedicated planning department. We are very engaged in regional transmission processes and planning. And I guess that's it. And I would also say that regional transmission is difficult to do. To build regional transmission is very difficult. So to stay in the abstract that additional path capability in any of our WEC path ratings would be beneficial, it's easy to say that, and I would generally agree with that, but hard to accomplish.
Those things that you just mentioned, the WEC path upgrades, those though are matters evaluated by Northwestern through these transmission processes or reviewed.
Yes, that's correct.
Has Northwestern invested in local transmission projects that have increased transmission capacity on its system?
Yes, we've invested millions of dollars on our transmission system to serve customers. Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Thank you. So just shifting gears to the conversation about with Commissioner Molnar, President Molnar, concerning the revenue crediting process. Have you seen the partial electric settlement in this matter?
I've seen it, but I'm not studied on it, I should say.
Okay. Are you familiar with it in your review that the FERC revenue credit issue was resolved through the settlement with the Montana Consumer Council?
Yes, I am familiar with that. That was one of the resolved and settled issues.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. I temporarily excuse this witness, and we are going to break for lunch. It'll be a 1-hour break, so we'll come back at 1:06.
There was a request to break till 1:30.
$1.15. This hearing is back in session. Ms. Norcott, would you like to call your next witness?
I would be happy to. Northwestern calls Bobby Trupel. And Ms. Trupel needs to be sworn in, Mr. President.
Ms. Schraubel, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and without purpose of aversion? Thank you.
Ms. Trupel, would you please state your name, spelling your last name and your business address for the record?
Yes, it's Bobby with an I, Trupel, and I'll spell that SCHROEPP as in Paul, EL. Business address is 3010 West 69th Street, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 57108.
And by whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
Title at Northwestern.
I am the Vice President of Customer Care, Communications, and Human Resources.
Did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
I did.
So before you is a document marked Exhibit NWE 11. Is this document a true and correct copy of your direct testimony?
It is.
And if I were to ask you today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that exhibit, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
They would.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this exhibit?
I do. I have one minor modification that I believe is on page 14. And there's a sentence that references Cindy Fang, and it starts on line 4, and that should just be struck, I believe.
Okay.
Because she's no longer with us, and I think it references some testimony that she was going to file.
Yeah. Okay. And I believe, is it your understanding that Mr. Lane is adopting Ms. Fang's testimony?
Okay.
With that change, Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 11 as corrected.
Without exception, it is admitted.
Ms. Trupel, did you also submit rebuttal testimony in this docket?
I did.
Before you is a document that's marked Exhibit NWE 12. Do you see that document?
I do.
Is that a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
It is.
And if I'm to ask you today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that testimony, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
They would.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this?
I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 12.
Without exception, it is admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Trupel is available for cross-examination and questioning.
Does the Montana Consumer Council have any questions of this witness? Well, we'll circle back. Ms. Harbine, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do. Thank you, President Molnar, commissioners. Good afternoon, Ms. Trupel.
Good afternoon.
I want to confirm first your title. You're the Vice President of Customer Care, Communications, and Human Resources?
That's correct.
Okay. And in that capacity, you oversee Northwestern's bill affordability programs?
I do.
Okay.
Or portions of them, yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions today about joint parties witness Roger Colton's testimony. Have you reviewed that testimony?
I have. I've read it.
Okay. And you submitted rebuttal testimony addressing Mr. Colton's testimony?
I did.
Okay. And then did you hear Mr. Bird's testimony on Monday?
I did listen in, yes.
Okay. And did you listen specifically to his colloquy with Commissioner Bukacek on affordability of Northwestern Energy bills?
I did. I listened to his entire testimony.
Okay. Would you agree with me that customer rate affordability is one of the most important issues in this rate case?
I believe that customer affordability is a very important issue along with reliability and safety.
Okay. And would you identify the 3 of those issues as the most important issues in this rate case?
I would, from my perspective.
Are you aware that Northwestern has implemented interim rates that reflect a 16.87% increase on customer bills?
I am aware of that.
And you're aware that that contains all components of customer rates, so the PCAM, taxes, and base rates?
I'm probably not the best person to answer that details of what's all in that.
Fair enough. Setting aside, whether those increases are warranted, we can agree, can't we, that increases of this magnitude may pose hardships for low and moderate income families?
I think that any increase can pose a hardship for a low to moderate income family, depending on their personal circumstances.
Okay. And these same customers may not be purchasing daily lattes or Big Macs. Can we agree on
I
that?
can't speak to that.
Okay. Are you aware of Roger Colton's testimony where he presented Census Bureau data that 20 to 50% of Montana households with an income of less than $75,000 a year reported needing to reduce or forego spending on other basic household necessities in order to pay their utility bill almost every month or some months?
I read Mr. Colton's testimony.
And you're aware of that specific testimony about the need for low-income customers to forgo basic household necessities in order to pay their electricity bill?
I read Mr. Colton's testimony, and I would say that I believe that certain households have to forego paying their electric bill sometimes to pay for other basic necessities. So I don't think it's just it's only about the electric bill.
Okay. Can we agree that Mr. Bird's testimony about the cost of a daily soda or a Big Mac or coffee may overlook the experience of these families?
I can't speak to that.
Does Northwestern maintain information on the payment patterns specifically of its low-income customers?
We do have behavioral scoring, and we've had that in place for a number of years, and that it uses proprietary algorithms, and it does track over time and kind of predict somebody's propensity to pay.
Okay, specific to individual customers?
Yes,
or?
specific to an individual customer account and their behavior and their payment patterns.
Okay, and does Northwestern also maintain that information about arrearages?
We maintain information about arrearages on a customer's account, yes, and collectively.
And is there any kind of use of this information as you design and implement your affordability programs?
I don't know when they designed and implemented the existing affordability programs. I don't know when that was, and I didn't participate in that. I think going forward, as we look at our affordability programs and consider whether they need to be enhanced or changed in any way, we would absolutely look at that data.
Okay. Did you provide the payment patterns and arrearages data that Northwestern maintains to the joint parties in this case in response to discovery?
So I didn't provide that specifically. I am aware of the fact that there were significant data requests that were submitted, I think by the MEIC, and that those data requests, to the extent that we have the data and it was reasonably accessible, we attempted to turn over what we had. And I think that there were a number of spreadsheets that were turned over. I will be flat out honest with you. I've not gone through all of them. I think it's copious amounts of data. I'm also aware of the fact that there were some data requests that were submitted that we turned over what we were able to turn over, but what we didn't have the data, I believe, in the form that it was asked for, or maybe as far back as it was asked for. But the technical workings of our customer billing system, I would be up here on how that works, and the individuals that are the analysts that can write those queries and really know what's in that system are the ones that did that work.
Uncollected arrearages can have system-wide bill impacts, is that right?
Oh, certainly, if they are of the magnitude that we have, that you see in some states such as California or Washington or New York. You know, for Northwestern specifically, I think that one of the things that we have going for us is our uncollected arrearages are extremely low. And probably some of the lowest in the country. Our customers do a really good job of paying their bill, and we work really, really hard to work with them so that they're able to do that in a manner that works for them.
Okay. Is it true that avoiding arrearages on balance is the best way to address those system-wide impacts?
Well, I think in a perfect world, if everybody could pay their bill on time every single month and you had no arrearages, that would be fantastic. But that's not reality. And there's no utility out there that lives in that world because we follow rules that allow customers, you know, to have extra time when they need it, et cetera. So I think it would be a balance because I read Mr. Colton's testimony. When you look at Northwestern's bad debt levels and what we spend on credit collection activities relative to what he was proposing in his testimony, it was a significant increase over what our current costs are. So while I'm really open to talking about the quality of our programs and whether, you know, we should be looking at a tiered bill discount program and, you know, for different income levels, 100% open to that. What I didn't agree with was a lot of Mr. Colton's analysis and taking what I think is census data that he used in Montana where he pulled in zip codes. And I believe there's a lot of cooperative and non-Northwestern data in there. We don't track by zip codes for that reason because within our service territory, there are 14 zip codes in and around the Billings area. We don't serve every customer in every zip code. So we track by division and whatnot so that we make sure we're tracking our customers. So I think it would be a balance to make sure that we were designing programs that had an ROI and were cost effective and that we didn't end up asking all of the rest of the customers to pay more to fix a problem that might not really exist for Northwestern to the level that I think Mr. Colton might be used to seeing in some other jurisdictions.
Northwestern doesn't track the number of low-income energy assistance program recipients by month throughout the year, does it?
So it's my understanding that the way it works is you're getting low-income energy assistance or you're not. And if you're getting low-income energy assistance, you're getting our bill discount. I think some of those things are flags in our billing system, which means that when you are no longer on that program, it no longer would show up that you were receiving those programs. You know, beyond that, if there's any ability to go back into the ledgers or do any of that and resurrect any of that historical information, I wouldn't really be the person that could answer that question.
Okay. Are you saying, though, just to summarize, that Northwestern cannot track the number of LIHEAP recipients by month on an annual basis?
We can track the number of LIHEAP recipients. We could run a report today and tell you how many LIHEAP recipients are on there. And I believe we did turn some of that information over.
Okay. I'll check that.
Yeah. There's a lot. I tried to look at the spreadsheets and honestly, there's a lot of data that was turned over.
Okay. When joint parties asked for information on the number of low-income customers who had been disconnected, received disconnect notice, entered into deferred payment arrangement programs, or defaulted on payment arrangement, isn't it true that Northwestern responded that it does not have data responsive to this request?
I don't have those data responses in front of me at the moment, and I'm not 100% sure which one of the 39 pages or so of data requests that you submitted on these on this topic that is referring to.
Okay, I'm looking at MEIC-158 and your response there.
$158.
Yes,
so our response to 158, which was asking for all criteria used to categorize customers as low income, a detailed description of how the income of residential customers was recorded, each specific company procedure in which these criteria are used. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I can't read. And identified, categorized low-income customers and a description of how the income of residential customers is assessed. Our response was that is done by through the Department of Health and Human Services by the state of Montana. That is not something that Northwestern Energy does.
Okay. Do you know the percentage of the eligible population for LIHEAP in Montana that Northwestern's LIHEAP program reaches?
Northwestern doesn't have a LIHEAP program. That's the state of Montana.
In the 2024 program year, are you aware that LIHEAP reached only 15% of the eligible population in Montana?
I've seen numbers that range anywhere from, around that range up to 20%.
Okay.
Now, that would be statewide now, because we serve a portion of the state of Montana, and we certainly serve the largest portion of the state of Montana, but we do not serve all of the customers of Montana. And there are other utilities who also have customers who receive LIHEAP.
Agreed. But you would agree with me that reflects that the majority of that reflects Northwestern's customer base.
I would agree.
Okay. Your testimony suggests that the appropriate venue for addressing affordability or modifications to Northwestern's low-income programs is the stakeholder group that the commission ordered. Is that
Yep,
right?
I did. Yes, I did put that in my testimony.
Okay. I think there are three things that the commission ordered for that stakeholder group. If I may approach a witness, I just want her to have the commission's prior order in front of her. I can provide the same to Ms. Norcott just so that we can be referring to the same thing. It's paragraph 82, I believe, that refers to the stakeholder group. And there are three things there that I see that the commission required. First, that the stakeholder group engage in a process that addresses apparent information gaps concerning trends in energy affordability for low-income customers in relation to the residential class as a whole. Second, barriers to participation in existing assistance programs and coordination across assistance programs. And third, the most effective outreach and delivery mechanisms for low-income assistance. Is that what you understand the stakeholder group scope?
And that's in the charter for the stakeholder group.
Okay. Have there been any changes in Northwestern's low-income programs since this commission order?
We haven't made any changes to the low-income program, but I don't read the commission order to indicate that that's what they were looking for. The focus of the stakeholder group has been on understanding why customers don't participate, what's the best way to reduce those barriers and communicate to customers, and what are the best ways the information gaps. So to that end, we've actually conducted pretty significant customer research, not only as part of a national consortium on this topic, because I can say it's getting a lot of discussion nationally, but we also conducted it specific to Northwestern customers, including ethnographic research. That research has just been coming hot off the press. So we have interviews actually with specific Northwestern Energy customers about what it's like to try to seek out and find out about low-income programs. So we are in the process of going through all of that and talking to the stakeholder group about how we can take that research, what's missing, and what additional research we may need to do, and start strategizing around the objectives that were set forth by the commission for this stakeholder group. And additionally, we are probably going to be issuing an RFP to bring in, to hire a consultant to come in and help us further facilitate the stakeholder group, as well as take a look at some data analytics that could be done on Northwestern's data specifically to better understand and model what changes to, say, the bill discount program might look like, who all might we think is eligible for it using data that we have available or we can get our hands on, as well as what it would cost at different participation levels. Because again, I just want to remind the commission that we are not opposed to looking at and even maybe expanding the low income program. And I want to make a comment on that, because like I said, there's a lot in Mr. Colton's testimony that I don't personally agree with or think it applies to Northwestern. I don't disagree with his overall premises. And I think the other thing that is probably needs to enter into the conversation at some point is it's low to moderate income. The state of Montana, because they use 60% of median income, fortunately, customers who have a 200% of federal poverty level or lower can get low income energy assistance in our bill discount. So that's positive. But I think you're seeing families that are probably up to 300% of poverty. That there's probably needs to be some discussions at some point about what we might do collectively for those customers, knowing that the federal government's not doing anything for them. So it would have to be something that was done at the state level. But they also don't need as much assistance. They just maybe need a little bit of assistance to bring that energy burden down.
Okay, so you're talking about kind of a gradation of assistance. Okay, that's all.
Because I think we have people on our current program who are getting more assistance than they need because their energy usage is probably low. They might live in an apartment that doesn't have as high of energy usage, and then there's probably people on the program who aren't getting as much assistance. So I'd like to look at all of that to say if we're going to either look at that current money, how it's being spent, or spend more, let's do it with our eyes wide open and let's do it intelligently. And let's make sure that we get the best ROI for that money that we can get, and that we don't subsidize somebody when they don't need that much assistance, because everybody's going to pay for something if we change these programs, and they already are paying.
Okay.
$5+ million a year for the bill discount program.
Okay. Well, before we talk about modifications for a perceived oversubsidy, let's talk about whether the group has developed any recommendations to address the challenges to access. Has the stakeholder group produced any recommendations with respect to those 3 areas that the commission identified?
We haven't gotten there. That's actually right where we're at right now, based on the research that we've been reviewing with the commission, the stakeholder group. And the research actually has a whole host of recommendations that have come out of it based on qualitative surveys, quantitative discussions, and ethnographic research with customers that I think are the starting point for what the rec. So we actually have been discussing some recommendations, and I'll give you a few. One is categorical eligibility. Is there an easier way to determine if somebody is eligible for this form of assistance? Can they automatically be eligible for this form of assistance? Because in some cases, that people have to go to different agencies to get different levels or the different assistance programs. Another one that the stakeholders, I think, are super interested in, and it would probably require change to statute in Montana, and certainly the support of the commission. It's being done in some states. It's what they call self-attestation. And so you allow a customer to basically attest to you what their income level is. And then there's an audit process and they agree to that if they get called to be in the audit process, they'll have to turn over paperwork. But it gives the utilities who have bill discount programs, et cetera, like Northwestern does, gives the utilities a lot more flexibility to at least get people on the bill discount program without them having to go through the process of applying for low-income energy assistance. Because I will tell you, one of the big barriers that's coming out of this research, and I don't think it will surprise you, is it can be very onerous, and a lot of people just give up.
Mm-hmm. And that's all helpful. So when you talk about categorical eligibility for customers who may be eligible for other assistance programs? Are you talking about programs
Like
like
SNAP,
Medicaid?
yeah,
Okay,
SNAP, or
great.
yeah.
Okay.
And there's some, there's some considerations because individuals within a household can be eligible for SNAP, but not everybody in the household. So like if you had, say, grandparents living with young children, the young children might be eligible for SNAP, grandparents might not be. So that's some of the trickiness. It's not a necessarily one-to-one, but we're talking a lot about, are there easier ways to just, like from Northwestern's perspective, we don't care about anything. All we need to know is whether they are income eligible. That's all I need to know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there a timeline for proposals? From the group?
For what proposals?
Proposals related to the 3 areas that the commission ordered?
We actually do. So we were going to have our 5th meeting with the stakeholder group on Friday. And ironically, the person, Pamela Hansen, who facilitates this for Northwestern, was at a low-income conference. In fact, she talked to Mr. Colton because he was there. And then was bad weather and she ended up missing her flight and had to spend the night someplace. So she didn't get back into Montana until later on Friday. So we've canceled that. And we're going to reschedule it hopefully for the back half of June after this hearing's over. But that's where we're really at. And we have laid out a list of milestones and proposed sort of timelines around when we would like to get that accomplished. And we'd like to have that conversation with the stakeholders at the next meeting. They have seen these materials and the subcommittee has seen them. They've helped us develop them.
Okay. Will the group be able to make a proposal related to those 3 issue areas before the next rate case filing?
I don't know if it would be a proposal in some instances, but it's certainly a findings and an update and, like a list of some of the actions that we're going to pursue. Yes, that's what to me, the proposal would come more along the lines if we were going to come in and ask to change something.
Okay. And you don't anticipate asking to change something about the structure of your...
I don't think we'd anticipate changing anything right now at this phase about the structure of the programs because there needs to be more work done around analytics to understand and be able to run scenarios about what different scenarios might look like and what they might cost. And I've thought a lot about what we could ask the commission for that would remove some of these barriers. And I think some of the barriers can probably be just worked on between the various agencies and the stakeholder group. The issue that we have to be on Northwestern's bill discount is in statute, you have to be 150% income qualified of federal poverty level. And the tariff today says that is done via the state of Montana through the LEAP process. And so that could not change without formal procedure. And I can't change the statute anytime soon, probably.
You responded to a commission data request PSC-245 about what competing priorities might be impeding the process of this stakeholder group. And I was very sympathetic with your answer. It sounds like you are the person at Northwestern who's primarily responsible for overseeing and implementing these programs. Is that correct?
That is correct. And at the time that the stakeholder group was stood up, I was not the person who was responsible for that. That was another executive who's no longer with us. And so there was a transition period where this stuff came over to customer care, came under my leadership. I feel very confident, and I think that we've got everything back up and running and on track, and we are making good progress, and we are trying to meet every 6 to 8 weeks, and that is for consensus of the stakeholder group.
Okay. But as Vice President of Customer Care, Communications, and Human Resources, it sounds like you have a lot on your plate. Is that accurate?
Well, I do, because I have labor and safety as well, so.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a lot. Is there anyone else on your staff whose responsibilities primarily are, advancing these affordability programs?
Yeah, there's an individual named Pamela Hansen, and she she actually started at Northwestern Customer Care, and then went over and has been working over in our demand side management, energy efficiency side of the business for a number of years. She's extremely passionate about this, and so I have really assigned her the role under my leadership to move this forward, and she has done a fantastic job and is doing a fantastic job.
Okay. Do you feel like Northwestern is committing sufficient resources to address the affordability concerns?
I do. I think, like I said, I think we're going to issue an RFP and to look for some outside help to not only just maybe help facilitate, because she has other things that she does as well, but also to start laying out what it would look like to start doing some kind of parallel work that to me is beyond the scope of what this initial commission order was, but it's to start looking at what future programs might look like. And I have some ideas because I'm very active nationally, and I have a lot of friends in the industry. I have a lot of other executives that I am close with. And so I know what's going on out there with some of our peer utilities that I don't like, and I know what's going on out there that I think might have some merit to take a look at for Northwestern, see if it made sense.
And what is the scope of the consultant's role that you're anticipating?
So I have a high level idea in my mind, but we need to get that RFP drafted, and that would be something that I would look for input from the stakeholder group on as well.
Okay. Do you have an idea of what qualifications you're looking for?
Well, I'm definitely going to want an organization or consultant that can demonstrate, that they have broad national expertise. It's very important to me that we bring in somebody or a firm that can do the type of analytics that I'm looking for. We've done analytics in the past, and there's some really just helpful types of analytics that can be done, and not just using, the data that we have, but, it's external data that's available that you can layer on that really starts to give you a better idea of, kind of what's going on with your customer base. What are the different segments? Where are these individuals most likely to be located? You can even get into how are they, where do they get their information from, and how are they the most likely to respond to you? Because different customers are going to get their information from and respond, in different ways, depending on, how you're communicating to them. So that would be important to me that a consultant or an organization would have that data. I would call it data analytics ability and customer segmentation ability.
Okay. And so this consultant isn't just a facilitator. It would be someone with expertise on affordability programs. Yeah. Okay.
And when I say facilitator, they could help facilitate, but I would, yes, first and foremost, it's the expertise around data analytics.
And will the stakeholder group be selecting the consultant out of that RFP?
I think we have to determine that. I don't know that I would have the whole stakeholder group weigh in on it, but I could see we have a subcommittee of which HRDC District 11 is on it, and I know that they're part of the joint parties. I could see more likely that we would have an RFP committee that would make a recommendation to the entire stakeholder group, because the stakeholder group is up to, 16 to 18 people. We just recently added a few more members at the request of Chuck McGraw, who called and asked, and we said, sure. So looking forward to that. I believe one of them is coming from the NRDC. So probably some sort of subcommittee.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Those are the questions I have for you.
You were not present, so you may question if you so desire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions.
Mr. Rivera, did you wish to cross-examine this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lute has been excused for the afternoon. So that is the end of the interveners. Did commissioners have any questions of this witness?
In your pre-hearing direct testimony, page 9, line 17, question, please describe what customer benefits Northwestern's management team consider when making the decision to implement AMI. And this AMI is a real important topic for my constituents on the liberty-loving, privacy-loving west side of Montana. So, and the next line says Northwestern Management. So my constituents will be pleased to know that you've been monitoring for many years and you did not want to be an early adopter of AMI. You wanted to kind of see how, I really appreciate that. And then it says here, we believe an AMI deployment was a matter of when, not if, given the advancements in renewable energy, energy efficiency, distributed energy, demand side management, and increased electrification. So intermittent energy, I think, is a lot of what you're referring to when you say renewable there, and increased electrification. So those are an increased cost to ratepayers through your program. And so I'm just wondering what percentage, it says advancements in renewable and increased electrification, in terms of the advancements that are causing you to have to implement AMI. Can you give a rough percentage of how much of that is increased electrification and how much is increased intermittent sources?
Actually, I don't at this particular, no, I can't. And I think on the increased electrification, I put that in there more kind of as from a national perspective. To be honest with you, in the states that we serve in, you're seeing some increases in electrification. I mean, you're certainly seeing more EVs, and that type of stuff, but not to the level that you're seeing in places like California or New York, or Oregon and Washington, where they have stated, I think, public policy goals that ultimately they want to electrify everything and be off of natural gas. Obviously, I don't think that's the policy goals of the states currently of the states that Northwestern serves in. I think there's a lot more of a balanced approach, which I appreciate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do any other commissioners have questions of this witness? Commissioner Panucci.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of those that qualify for assistance, do any of them get turned down?
Not from Northwestern. So I don't think so. Okay, so here's how it would work. There is only a certain amount of federal money that's appropriated every year. When it's gone, it's gone. I don't know for a fact. It would be a better question for like the DPHHS. Do they ever get to a point where somebody qualifies and there's just no money left and they can't give them any funds? I would say from Northwestern's perspective, if that were to happen, and if it's a problem, I'm not hearing about it in Montana, if we know through the CAP agencies, through the DPHS and their network, if we know that somebody's income qualified, we can put them on our bill discount, and that doesn't really have a cap.
The amount of people asking for assistance, has it increased in the last year or two as we're seeing the rate increases?
That's an interesting question, and not really. And in fact, if you look at some of the numbers, the state has seen some decreases in the number of people seeking low-income energy assistance. So it's a little bit of a head scratcher. So that's one of the things we're trying to figure out is why is that happening? The other thing, though, that I will tell you is from an energy share perspective, which Northwestern does help fund energy share, as do other utilities and other organizations. They are seeing some uptick in people coming in and asking for assistance. And I was talking to them recently, and I asked them, I said, how much of that do you think is our families that are just above the threshold for being able to qualify for like the federal program? And I think that's probably some of it, but we're not seeing a mass rush of people coming through the door like you might think.
I think Montans in general like to pay their bill.
They do.
If someone is behind in their bill, Northwestern sends them a notice saying, hey, you're behind in your bill. That seems like an opportune time for you to send a letter to say assistance available. Do you do that now?
Yeah, we do. We actually have a pretty well-defined process, and it actually takes multiple weeks that we go through, to kind of start trying to work with customer to avoid a disconnect. And more often than not, we do avoid a disconnect. It's not our goal to ever have to disconnect. When we end up in a disconnect process, it's typically when a customer is just not engaging with us. But when they engage with us and they let us help them, find assistance if they aren't already on it, enter into a payment arrangement that they can, that they can meet, we're very successful.
I would hope when the notice goes out to disconnect, that is a real indication that person needs help. Is there any extra effort made?
Yeah, we
at that
call.
time?
Yeah, we call them. We send multiple disconnect notices. We call. So it's not a one stop or a one notification process that we go through.
Do you feel if this rate increase goes through, that this problem is going to get worse?
To be honest with you, if the rate increase goes through at the level that that's been proposed with the partial settlement, and there's everything that and again, I'm not the rate expert, but I've been listening for the last day and a half, so I've heard the numbers repeatedly. Around $4 a month. I'm not that concerned about it. I'll be honest with you. I think we should all be proud in Montana, even with the rate increases that we've seen. When you look at the level of reliability that we're able to provide in this state, and when you look at how our rates compare nationally, and they are not the fourth highest, they're among the bottom, probably 15 to 10. On the electric side, I don't think this is going to be that material. And I'll tell you, on the gas side, Northwestern's gas rates are among the lowest in the country by a long shot. And one of the things that I did want to remind this commission of is, at least in our service territory, we do have electric heat customers, but the majority of Northwestern's customers heat their home with natural gas, and our natural gas rates are incredibly competitive.
Thank you for those answers. No more questions, Mr. President.
Commissioner Fielder, are you with us? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I think I'll forego questioning. Thank you.
I just have a couple. We have heard here sworn testimony that the rate increase will be about 18%. We've heard sworn testimony will be 4.2. Is my understanding that kind of depends on when you start counting. Seeing as how you're in the business of handling customer complaints, do you have any feel for which of those is accurate, or what is the accurate number based on the last increase, which would be our interim, to current, which would be since Northwestern's interim? What will the rate increase? What is that rate increase?
I am not the witness for that, and ultimately, I think whatever the final rate increases ends up being is going to be whatever this commission ultimately decides. But I would defer that question to probably Glenda, maybe? Is that the right? Huh? Charlie. Okay, Charlie Lane's waving his hand, but he can't wait. He's super excited about this.
Okay. Just as a matter of fact, Montana is number 12th in the nation for residential electricity. So that's 12th from the bottom, not 12th from the top. So we're doing pretty well.
I actually, this is my personal opinion, so my lawyers are probably going to be mad at me on this, but I believe that if we pull off bringing that rest of the coal strip back for zero, I think Montana's going to look really good. I think there's a chance Montana could end up, because other states are out there and you should see some of the rate increases that are going on in the East and West Coast, and even some of the Midwest states. I mean, we're talking 30, 40, 50%.
I'm aware.
Yeah. And I don't think the end is in sight. And it's starting to become a crisis in some states. Well, it's a crisis in California.
Do you handle the USB accounts for weatherization and other low-income assistance at that level?
Do I handle them personally?
Yes. Are you knowledgeable?
I'm a little bit knowledgeable. That's the group that came back that after that executive left, the Energy Efficiency and Demand Side Management Group. That group handles a lot of and tracks a lot of the USB funds and the energy efficiency programs. Of course, the customer care employees are the ones that are really on the front line day in and day out, working with customers either in our walk-in offices and through the contact center. helping customers. So, and that's another thing I wanted to point out, and I put it in my testimony, but the research that we are doing shows that there is a preference in many instances for customers to be able to come in physically someplace and talk about and get help. And that some of the digital push to digital is difficult for some of these customers. I feel really good about the fact that that they can do that at Northwestern, and they do. They can come in and we can help them fill out that application.
I'm not real up to speed on the numbers on electric USB, but we recently had a natural gas USB come before us. And the amount returned from the amount that was budgeted for the last 2 years was subject to check like $500,000 and $600,000. There is so much need out there. If you're returning money, when we know who they are, we know their address, we know their phone number and their email, why are we not recontacting these people? Quite often we've done an audit, but nobody followed up. We know that they're in trouble, but there's no outreach to these people after the original contact. Is that something you are working on?
I'm not, yeah.
Sorry, Mr. President, just a soft reminder, that is an open docket that has not been yet decided by the commission, the USB docket that you mentioned. So I just want
I'm
to,
not talking about the USB docket. I'm talking about the 2% rate increase they wanted for more funds after returning $1 million. That has been settled.
I think that's an open USB docket, and I'm just putting that out there.
I don't think that what I'm talking about is an open docket. That was a rate increase request, which is closed. However, to make sure that I don't cross any lines,
Thank you.
if you think your attorney gets mad at you, stick around.
Well, you turned off your mic.
He said I need to mature on the vine. So,
Very good.
so as much as this pains me, ATTY Norcott is correct. Therefore, I am done. Does staff have any questions of this witness having nothing to do with partially open documents?
Yes, just a few. You had a good conversation with counsel for the joint parties earlier about data, and I just have a few follow-ups on the question of data. In particular, non-paid disconnects. It's my understanding that Northwestern does maintain data on non-paid disconnects, right?
Yep, I believe so. Yes, and yep. And when I looked at all the data requests, I believe we turned quite a bit of that over to the joint parties.
Right. I think that was discussed in MEIC 156A, but we don't need to get that one. No need to refer to it.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Can that data be broken down by month?
I would hope it could be. I think so. Yeah, I wouldn't know why. Like I said, I'm not the expert on kind of what stays in the system versus what gets archived off. But, and we could certainly, if I can't answer some of these questions, we're certainly happy to get the right answer for you so I don't give you a bad answer.
Okay. Do you know then whether that non-pay disconnect data also indicates whether a customer is receiving the low income discount?
You know what? We do have it by month because we track it on scorecards. So we do have it by month. Sorry, can you ask that
Sure.
question again?
No, I appreciate the answer to the prior one, but for this one, does that data on non-pay disconnects also include information about whether the customer who was disconnected was receiving the low income discount?
I think so, yes. And in fact, I think that we turned some of that over too. So if they were on the low income discount and receiving LEAP at the time of being disconnected for non-pay, we would know that.
Okay. Does the data indicate how long the account remained disconnected for non-payment?
We track that as well. And we track the percentage of accounts that never reconnect.
Okay.
And there are some, the vast majority do reconnect, but there are a certain percentage of accounts that don't reconnect, at least not under that particular household. You know, somebody else may eventually live in that.
Okay. So would the data be able to show whether the reconnection, if it happens, happened for the same customer or for a different customer?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Does Northwestern then, on those accounts that are reconnected, track whether the account balances are paid with help from outside assistance?
If there was outside money that was put on the account, thinking this through, if it comes from, say, like the state, we would know that. If it comes from Energy Share, I think we would probably know that too. And then there's assistance that comes from nonprofits, faith-based organizations. That would be a good question about whether we have 100% coverage of, because believe it or not, there will be customers who will call in and want to pay, just randomly pay somebody else's bill, and they just ask us to pick it out. They don't want to know who they, they don't want them to know who it is. So then a credit would just go on the bill, and I'm not sure that we would know specifically where it came from. We probably would just know that there was a credit that was put on that bill.
Is it fair to say
Although all of our phone calls are recorded, so I guess if we wanted to dig deep enough, we could probably, but that would be a lot of work.
Sure. Setting aside that amount of work, is it possible to identify when organizations like you mentioned, so Energy Share or perhaps faith-based organizations, that sort of thing, when those types of organizations help pay the balance owing on a bill?
That would be a good question, and I would have to get back to you on that. I don't know if our customer care employees are putting a notation anywhere on the account when a payment's made by like a Salvation Army or something like that.
Okay.
I mean, it probably could be something we could track, maybe subject to check, as long as we know. But it might have to be done on a case-by-case basis by like whoever was handling that situation.
To the best of your knowledge, that's not currently part of Northwestern's process of tracking that sort of data.
Yeah, I've never seen, I see data on Energy Share, certainly LEAP, and of course our bill discount, if you're on it. Once you're off it, the flag just goes away and you're not on it. So I'm not aware, I can't think of any data on our scorecards or anything that really gets down to the level of, say, assistance that's coming in from those types of organizations. But it could be a conversation to have with, at a different time to see what can be tracked and what is being tracked, or like I said, what could be tracked that's not being tracked.
Okay. And when that conversation happens, we can leave that to a future date. But
yeah,
would Northwestern be willing to provide that data to the commission?
Certainly. If we had it, we would provide it.
All right.
Sure.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
May I have a few questions on Recross?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Trupel, you testified to your personal opinion that Northwestern's planned acquisition of Colstrip will be beneficial from an affordability perspective?
I think it will be.
Okay.
Personally.
Personally, based on any sort of analysis?
No, just based on my personal opinions about what I see going around the country and what I see going on in other jurisdictions. And it's just personal. I can't back it up with any of my own analysis. That's not my expertise. So I probably should have just kept it to myself in hindsight.
Okay. So are you aware that at 15%, Northwestern's share of overhaul costs are on the order of $23 million in 2027 in O&M and $81 million in capital?
Objection
No.
outside the scope
Yeah,
of the
that's
testimony.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we just agree that your personal opinion about the affordability of that acquisition is not really relevant in this case because it's not based on analysis?
Mr. President, there was an objection. I think that needs to be ruled on just for clarity of the record.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, the objection is sustained?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then may I
The
rephrase?
objection you continued questioning, you didn't answer the objection, and the objection was correct. So
Okay.
it's sustained. If you wish to ask other questions, feel free.
Okay. Your personal opinion about the beneficial aspects from an affordability perspective of CU4 is based on no analysis, is that correct?
Nope, just based on my personal opinion, and I would retract it if I could.
I've been in that position. Okay, thank you. I have one more question. It escaped me. So thank you. That's all I have.
Seeing no further recross, Ms. Norcott, would you like to redirect this witness?
One question. Thank you, Mr.
Feel free.
Ms. Trupel, in response to the last question you received from Mr. Hamilton on staff about providing data, and your answer was you'd be happy to provide that at a future point in time. Does Northwestern provide personal customer data to the commission?
Well, first of all, I made that, Ms. Norcott, under the assumption that any data that was provided, if it was confidential, would be treated as such. I do believe that in the winter months, Northwestern does provide a spreadsheet to the commission on anybody that's up for potential disconnect. I'm not off the top of my head. I don't know what is all on that list. But we protect personal data very closely.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. And would ask that this witness be temporarily excused.
Not permanently.
You are temporarily excused. Ms. Norcott, please call your next witness.
Mr. President, Northwestern is calling John Hines, and Ms. Hill will handle Mr. Hines' direct testimony. And I believe Mr. Hines needs to be sworn in.
He looks like the kind. Mr. Hines, raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth and the whole truth and do so without purpose of aversion? Thank you. Welcome to my world.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hines. Is your microphone on?
It is now. Thank you.
Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is John Hines. My business address is 11 East Park Street, Butte, Montana, 59716.
On whose behalf are you testifying?
Northwestern Energy.
What is your position with Northwestern?
My position is Vice President of Supply and Montana Government Affairs.
You have before you the direct testimony that you filed in this docket. Can you confirm that that is your direct testimony?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. President, I move to admit the direct testimony of Mr. President, I move to admit the direct testimony of Mr. Hines as Exhibit NWE 13.
Without exception, admitted. Passing my gavel for a moment.
Thank you. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions.
I'll just jump in here. Does any party have cross-examination for Mr. Hines? Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good
to see you
afternoon.
again. I'm going to start just with a few questions about kind of the scope of your role, so I understand kind of what questions I should direct toward you or your colleagues. You're Vice President of Supply and
Correct.
Montana Government Affairs.
Correct.
Okay. And does your role involve overseeing supply planning at all?
It did back in the time that this Yellowstone plant was decided upon, but it no longer does.
Okay. And similarly, the IRP process, that's no longer in your portfolio?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you address the impact of environmental regulatory requirements on sources in Northwestern's portfolio?
Could you rephrase that? I'm not sure what your question is getting to.
Are you the person to whom I should address questions about the impact of environmental regulations on Northwestern supply portfolio or resources?
Let me try to answer it, and if it's not, I'm sure we'll go again. We incorporate all statutes and rules, obligations into our resource portfolio planning as well as acquisition. We ensure that the costs associated with those are incorporated in both the existing and planning and existing generation fleet.
Okay, that's helpful. And then similarly, do you, I guess I'd say, does Northwestern, in the context of its supply planning, address the environmental impacts of your generating resources?
We do, consistent with state law and rules.
Okay. Do you, in your capacity as VP of Supply, have a role in deciding how resources like Colstrip will comply with environmental requirements?
I am one of the decision makers once, if there's alternative ways to meet an existing regulation or statute, they may be brought to me for a decision, but it's incorporated in our whole supply structure that we're going to be consistent with laws and regulations and rules.
Okay. And where there's kind of discretion or decisions to be made about how to comply, you're part of that decision making?
That is correct.
Okay. Does Michael Barnes report to you?
He does.
Okay. And do you play a role in decisions around approving budgets for the Colstrip plant?
I submit budgets into our centralized budget planning process, but I represent the supply portion of those budgets, and they're ultimately decided upon by the executive team, and then ultimately the CFO and CEO make the ultimate decision.
Okay. And you're an advisor, or you make recommendations with respect to those
That's
budget
correct.
decisions? Okay. Is there a dollar threshold at which you get involved, or is you're making recommendations with respect to the entire budget?
I do not typically go into like $10 budget items. No, those are rolled up into different types of budget categories, but on any significant types of investment, I first work with my group before we decide what recommendations we're making to a corporate budget.
Okay. You've testified in this docket that it's essential for reliability purposes for Northwestern to continue to operate Colstrip. Is that right?
That is correct. I think I use the term, it's a cornerstone or foundation of the supply portfolio in Montana to be able to reliably serve our customers.
Okay. And is that your position, even if it means customers have to incur significant costs to allow the plant to operate lawfully?
No, we would be making that decision if there were significant costs being imposed upon the operation of the Colstrip. We would have to make a determination as to whether that was the lowest cost approach to addressing our reliability needs. And again, as been stated numerous times before, reliability is absolutely at the paramount of concern to us. I personally, as well as the company, will do everything I can to prevent people from freezing to death during critical weather events.
Understood. And so you would make that decision on whether to, invest in those, to expend those costs to allow the plant to continue operating. You would make that decision about whether to make those investments before they're actually made?
Absolutely.
Okay. Have you done that analysis when it comes to upgrades to the Colstrip plant to meet the federal mercury and air toxic standard?
I believe I answered in a data request and simplify it. We have not had that proposal brought to us by the operator in detail. And so we did not make that determination as to whether it was the most cost effective. And that has now been delayed for 2 years. So while we have put in place mechanisms to be able to do that, when I say we, the Colstrip owners, the operator, we're still studying what those opportunities are, and they have a specific project or projects have not been presented to the owners committee.
Okay, that's helpful to understand the timeline. I believe in response to data requests, you indicated that you expected that proposal from Talon to come no later than the end of the first quarter 2025. Are you testifying today that that's been delayed?
We have not, that is correct.
Okay, so you have not received a proposal from Talon?
We are still in the plant owners, the operator are still in the phase of evaluating what the costs would be of doing a bag houses.
Okay, and bag houses are the technology that Colstrip would need in order to comply with the mercury standard?
That seems to be the most feasible alternative at this point in time, yes.
Can you confirm for me that Colstrip is the only operating coal plant in the country that's not currently capable of meeting the mercury and air toxic standard with current pollution controls?
I cannot confirm that, but I do believe that that is the case. It's our understanding while other coal plants, including some of ours that serve our South Dakota customers, would have to do some environmental upgrades. Colstrip is the only one in the country, ironically, identified to have to go from 98.6 to 98.8% efficient and effluent reduction, and at a cost somewhere between, I think my data response was somewhere between $350 and $550 million.
And isn't it true that Colstrip units 3 and 4 are the first and third highest emitters of toxic non-mercury metal pollution in the country?
No, and I'm going to give you my reason why. If you put it on a per megawatt hour basis, that is a really grossly incorrect representation. From a total absolute volume perspective, that may be true, but because Colstrip generates so much power, when you divide that by the number of megawatt hours, that is incorrect.
Okay, and when people living near the Colstrip plant are breathing the air, are they breathing tons of pollutants emitted or tons per megawatt hour?
Could you rephrase that? I'm not quite following what you're getting to there.
Yeah, I think we have a disconnect. My question is whether people living near the plant care whether the volume of emissions are measured per megawatt hour or in absolute terms.
I suppose some people care, other people don't care.
Do you know what bag house costs were in 2015?
I do not.
Okay, and you testified here today that it's somewhere between 350 and 500 million to install bag houses today.
I thought I said 550, but
Oh,
that's
550.
roughly the dollar amount that we estimated given Talon's initial responses to where they thought they were going to have to go as far as if we're going to be consistent with the MATS rule.
Okay. Do you have any reason to think that those costs will come down in 2 years?
Objection, speculative, and these costs are not in this rate case.
The costs are placed at issue in this rate case by Northwestern's request to develop a mechanism to pass those costs through to customers through the reliability compliance balancing account.
Based on that, overruled.
The Colstrip owners have already incurred some costs to comply with the MATS rule. Is that right?
Yes, the planning costs or the initial analysis planning costs.
How much were those costs?
Subject to check around $3.5 million spread across the 6 different owners. We would be paying 15% of that.
Oh, so those are not booked as enhancement costs under the acquisition agreement
I do
with,
not believe those are enhancements costs.
does Puget Sound Energy believe those are enhancement costs?
I think we're in discussions.
Okay, but those are costs that the owners incurred to allow the plant to continue operating beyond the original compliance date of 2027, correct?
No, that is incorrect. Those are not compliance costs. Those are analysis being undertaken to understand what would be necessary to be compliant in 2028, actually, the date we use if we were going forward with installing the equipment.
Okay, okay. And so Puget won't own or have a stake in Colstrip at that point, will it?
That's correct.
And nor would it Vista?
I'm not going to argue our confidential discussions with the utilities now on what is going to be applied in the settlement agreement that we're having discussions with right now.
Okay, and as of now, the only costs that are, actually, let me ask you another question first. Are those booked as O&M costs or capital costs?
I can't answer. That's a good question. I'm not sure where they'll ultimately be booked.
Okay, is there some dispute between the owners as to how to categorize those costs?
I'm not aware of them if there is a dispute.
Are those costs at issue in this rate case in the sense that if they're capital costs, are they known and measurable adjustments?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Would Mr. Barnes be someone who can answer that for me?
I don't know.
So if I have questions about costs that Northwestern is proposing to charge ratepayers for related to Colstrip Unit 4 in this rate case, who would I ask?
Objection, Northwestern's not proposing these costs in this rate case.
Okay.
Oh. Did you have a
Actually,
response?
can I ask the witness that question? Because I can't really take counsel's representation as evidence. Is Northwestern charging any costs related to MATS compliance or analysis for the MATS compliance in this rate case?
Subject to check. I do not believe so.
Okay. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit then. Did you hear my cross-examination of Mr. Bersina earlier?
I did not.
Okay. Mr. Bersina submitted an exhibit, JB-11, that indicated that there's $6.5 million in the fourth quarter being added to the plant and service amount for Colstrip Unit 4. Do you know what those costs are?
Not off the top of my head. If there's line items in that exhibit, I could speak to them perhaps.
Unfortunately, the exhibit doesn't present a breakdown. As I discussed with Mr. Bersina, it's simply a line item for 6.5 million.
I would ask Mr. Barnes what the specificity is of those items.
Okay.
The talent invoice I noted.
Okay. And so I should ask Mr. Barnes if that reflects any sort of, if it reflects a 15% share of common costs as well. You don't have an answer to that.
I believe, like I said earlier, there is still disagreement on what are going to be incorporated into enhancement costs between the exiting owners and Northwestern Energy. We're in discussions with them right now. So it'd be difficult even for Mr. Barnes to be able to say that specific costs have been included that are enhancement.
Okay. Are you familiar with Colstrip's overhaul schedule?
Yes,
Okay. Is it true that typically each unit is overhauled about every 3 years?
depending what time frame you're talking about, it was typical in the past. Then there was a short time frame where it became every 4 years, and now it's moving back to every 3 years.
What time frame was it every 4 years?
Last roughly 6 years or so.
Okay. What is the purpose of Colstrip unit overhauls?
The main purpose, I would say, is that there's known wear times on certain materials for like the tubes, things like that, that require a pretty significant downturn or turn off of the machine in order to go in and do the work. So there's a lot of scoping on pipes, for example. There's 280 miles of pipe within one unit. It's an incredible engineering feat. But they go in and they do scoping. They determine the thickness of the piping. They know through past practice what levels they're going to address, cut out, replace, weld, things like that. And it's sort of like, I think of it akin to if you go to every 20,000 miles, you're supposed to do something on your car. And it's similar to that with the coal plants, with almost any type of generation, frankly.
Okay, so it can be preventative.
It's intended to be preventative, but not 100% correct.
Okay, okay. So Colstrip will still experience tube leaks even if it's undergone regular maintenance.
That's correct.
Okay. And Colstrip Unit 4 had a tube leak in the, yes, how do I phrase this? Let me get into this another way. Unit 4 was taken offline to repair a tube leak in January 2024, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Objection to the extent this goes to the current PCAM that is currently for litigation in another docket.
No, I'm actually just looking at Colstrip's operation during a January 2024 cold snap, which Northwestern has testified extensively about.
But it is part of that docket, and I don't recall us testifying extensively about that in this docket.
The testimony in this docket goes to market purchases during the January 2024 cold snap, and I would like to understand where those market purchases came from.
Okay, then Mr. Hines doesn't talk about that.
If I can, I'd be, if you're inclined to entertain this objection, I can pull up portions of Mr. Hines's testimony that I believe go to this issue.
I'm going to take a stab at parroting this. There are questions concerning the fixing of the tube. There are other questions that have been brought forward. They are ongoing. It's an open docket. However, the question that has been asked is pertinent to things that I believe are in your testimony. Therefore, overruled.
Do you mind restating the question, please?
My question was whether Unit 4 was taken offline to repair a tube leak in January of 2024.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you've testified about a high load event associated with a cold snap in January 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you testified that Northwestern incurred extraordinary market purchase costs associated with that cold snap?
That's correct, but I believe that the timing of the extraordinary market purchases and when Colstrap was down are not correlated. And if I can, if you want, I can recount the dates for you.
I have them here. I believe the cold snap began January 12th. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's the date that Colstrip 4 came back online to full load. And by the way, just another piece from a reliability perspective, since we're talking about it, Colstrip has a reciprocal sharing agreement. What that means is that if there's a issue on Colstrip 4, it has to be taken down. We get 111 megawatts from Unit 3. So even when Colstrip 4 is totally down, we're still receiving 50% of the total potential output of the Colstrip plant.
Okay. Colstrip Unit 4 was down through the 7th hour of January 12th. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of the specific time. I'm not disputing your representation. It was coming up, I believe I thought it started coming up around 600 or 0600, which is 6 a.m. and gradually came up throughout the day to the full load.
Okay. And it wasn't at full load in the peak afternoon, the peak demand hour in the afternoon of January 12th, was it?
Again, it was not. But
Okay.
again, the pricing that we've talked about that you raised, the pricing for market purchases through January 12th were significantly less than when the peak cold weather happened the evening of January 12th through the following few days.
Can we agree that the market purchase costs would have been significantly less had Unit 4 been online that entire period?
I can't agree that they'd be significantly less. They would be less.
Has Northwestern attempted to isolate the power costs attributable to the Colstrip outage on January 12th?
I believe that's
Objection,
Mr.
this is the specific issue before the commission in the PCAM docket.
I'm not aware of any rule that prevents the issue to be pending simultaneously in overlapping dockets. Northwestern has placed this at issue with their testimony, specifically by stating that they were required to incur $40 million in total costs charged to Montana ratepayers for power purchases associated with the cold weather event, and at the same time testifying that Colstrip is critical to meeting reliability needs during these cold weather events. And if we're not able to probe the veracity of those twin assertions, then our advocacy is significantly hampered with respect to issues that Northwestern has placed before this commission.
And Northwestern did not testify that it spent 40 million associated with Colstrip. So maybe if she asks the questions to the witness that testified about the issues, then we could correlate all of these facts.
First of all, I believe the witness is an expert in this particular subject matter. And in the second place, on advice of counsel, the objection is overruled.
I'll answer your question this way. First of all, I'm not the one who responded to data requests on that. That's Joe Steinmetz, who's the head of our market operations. Second, I do not recollect ever seeing a $40 million number for the cold weather event in January. Third, any type of generation does have ups and downs. Colstrip came online prior to the most significant portions of that cold event. And even prior to it coming online, the 111 megawatts from Unit 3 were flowing to customers, again, speaking to the value of Colstrip for our customers. And fourth, if you look at the operation of our other types of resources, such as wind and solar, you would see zero output from them at time. So that's why we have a diversified portfolio that encompasses all different types of generation, different strategies, including some market purchases as well, to develop a reliable portfolio.
Has Northwestern assessed how climate change may impact your hydropower generation assets?
Climate change, are you defining climate change as a change in river flows?
Change in river flows would be one symptom of climate change, yes.
We have not seen any significant deviation for whatever reason on our river flows, other than a normal year-to-year type of variation. We did that analysis when we acquired the hydros, and even back then we didn't see any deviation, significant outliers or trends, if you will.
Okay. Is that a backward-looking exercise?
That's
or
correct.
Okay. And have you reviewed modeling on Montana's future snowpack?
I'm more concerned about what the snowpacks are as opposed to predictions of future. I mean, we seem to have enough difficulty figuring out whether it's going to rain tomorrow or not.
Okay. So have you reviewed modeling about the future of Montana's snowpack?
I've taken a high level look at a lot of different analyses on predicting the amount of precipitation is expected to be about the same, as I recall, under a lot of different scenarios.
Okay. And have you enlisted any expertise to evaluate the impacts from changes to snowpack on the productivity of Northwestern's hydro assets?
I need some help on understanding the productivity, what you're trying to get to there.
My question is whether you've enlisted any expertise to evaluate or understand the future of Northwestern's hydro generation based on potential changes to the snowpack.
We look at existing, but as far as hiring a climate scientist to opine about local impacts from a global phenomenon, I'm not even aware of very many of any accurate models that do that. There's certainly models out there that try to attempt to do that, but as you know, global warming has overall trends, and you can do some geographical narrowing of it, but as far as becoming specific to a watershed, I'm not aware of any type of modeling that's there.
Have you inquired?
I haven't inquired specifically, no.
Okay. I'm implying this, and I don't want to imply anything from your answer, but it sounds like you do not dispute the science of climate change. Is that correct?
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, first of all, it's very important for people to understand that we follow the rules and the statutes that govern us in our respective states, and we will continue to do so. Second, there seems to be, and I'm somewhat in agreement, that the climate is changing. You see a lot of reports talking about carbon being a piece of that change. But to your questions or someone's questions earlier today with Mr. Cashel, I'm a bit of a history buff. I mean, the biggest fire in the Pacific Northwest certainly was the 1910 fire. 3 million acres burned. Hundreds of people lost their lives. The fire of 1988 in the Yellowstone Park, almost 1 million acres burned. So relating specific events to global changes, I am somewhat cynical about, but I certainly am very comfortable with following whatever the appropriate rules and regulations are. And I am very agnostic as to what resource types we acquire to meet our customers' needs consistent with the statutes and rules.
Okay. And speaking of statutes and rules, Northwestern, as a regulated public utility, is required to mitigate risks for its customers. Is that correct?
It's part of the planning rules. Yes, that's correct.
Including reliability risks.
Absolutely.
And so if climate science suggested there was a risk to your hydro generating assets, Northwestern would bear some responsibility for addressing that risk. Is that right?
If what you're saying is the Northwestern's CO2 emissions is influencing global climate change, I'd have to say absolutely not. And if you're saying something like the Yellowstone plant's carbon emissions is influencing global carbon emissions. I don't even know if it is influencing Montana emissions. And the reason why I say that, it accounts for about 0.007% operating at a 50% capacity factor for the total carbon emissions in the state of Montana, metric tons equivalent. That means it's including methane as well as NOx.
Okay, so my question was narrower. It was about Northwestern's obligation to address reliability risks, no matter what the source, including if that source is advancing human-caused climate change.
Our obligation is to balance, and there's a lot of different balances. And the reason why I say that, it's a great question because there's a lot of numbers that should be shared amongst the participants. I just read a study by Jonathan Lesser showed that the cost of Washington and Oregon reaching net zero by 2050 for their plans is over $500 billion. So no, I wouldn't say that our customers should be responsible for that kind of expenditure.
And my question is, you talked about a balance, and I'm wondering whether risk mitigation with respect to the reliability of your resources is part of the considerations that you balance.
I believe we've already discussed that the clear showing of effect on our hydro system from global climate change hasn't been identified.
Okay, and broadly, we're a risk, whether from climate change or, terrorism or what have you, to one of your generating resources evident in the science or the analysis, would Northwestern bear some responsibility for at least discussing, analyzing, addressing that risk?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm having a really hard time following where your question is going here.
I guess I'm not going anywhere. I just wanted an answer.
Let me
to
rephrase. I'm having a hard time understanding what the question is.
Okay. Does Northwestern have an obligation to address and mitigate potential reliability risks to its generating resources?
We have an obligation to determine if there's a cost-effective solution to it.
Okay.
I would say that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Do other interveners have any cross-examination for this witness?
I do, Mr. President.
Please.
Mr. Hines,
Yeah.
sorry,
I'll go
a
this
little
way.
bit of an awkward angle. Melissa Hornbein representing Intervenor Renewable Northwest.
Hello.
I just have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Does Northwestern anticipate incurring compliance costs to mitigate pollution from any of its thermal generating resources, aside from the questions with respect to MATS that Ms. Harbine raised?
At this point in time, I don't foresee any incremental rules. If that's what you're talking about, that would impose additional costs onto our generating system.
And in the course of it,
Can I just make sure I'm being accurate here within the next year or so?
okay, thank you. In the course of its resource planning, has Northwestern accounted for the expected cost of current or future pollution regulations, such as MATS, EPA greenhouse gas emissions regulations, or that type of thing?
Yeah, I would push a little bit of this to Blue Lafay, but I do know that we do consider carbon in our IRP process, and that does helps identify whether it influences resource choices or not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Are there any other interveners that have cross-examination of this witness? Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of this witness? Commissioner Bukacek?
Okay, Mr. Hines, your pre-hearing direct testimony, page 13, line 11. You talked about the MEIC and Sierra Club litigation. And you talked about the cost of that. 18 million, or nearly half the additional total project costs. In cases where litigation delays construction and therefore increases construction costs, such as what MEIC and Sierra Club, their litigation, is that cost passed on to ratepayers?
We intend, excuse me, we intend to have that cost be part of our total project cost, yes.
Okay, I have one more question. In cross-examination by Ms. Harbine just now, you referred to previous climate changes that occurred. You mentioned events in 1910, and since you're a history buff, you know that climate change has been going on for thousands of years, independent of the use of natural gas and coal. So were you suggesting in your reference to 1910 climate events that there's an important distinction between human-caused climate change and the climate change that's been going on for thousands of years?
Commissioner Bukacek, yes, and if I may expand upon that a little bit. It's frustrating personally from my perspective where people are pointing out particular events and saying that that is climate change and human-caused climate change. I merely was referencing those to show that there's a lot of pretty significant events that are being contributed to climate change, such as fires these days, that were ongoing well before the Industrial Revolution, if you will. Or it's the very beginning of it, I should say.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilborn?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Hines, my line of questioning is based on gas supply, but more importantly in relationship to electric generation. And I guess it gets right to the heart of, is there any kind of an event that would trigger a supply shortage to either generation using that gas or to your gas customers? And if so, how are those demands prioritized?
It's a great question, Commissioner. First of all, the immediate prioritization goes between firm customers and non-firm customers for transport. And with both at Dave Gates, we do not have firm capacity contracts. And that is why we selected back in 2011 a dual fuel approach. And we work with transmission. We have had critical events called in the past, and we also have standard less than critical events called, and we work with all the different aspects of Northwestern transmission primarily, but also marketing and also distribution, even for shutoffs if you have to go to that really gross event. And sometimes, our biggest loads are in the morning and in the evening where there's peaking or people get up, turn on their shower, turn on their coffee maker, all of that, and then go to work. That's a ramp, we call it, and we need generation available for that. So they'll work with us to have gas supply for those events. And then we turn to diesel. Also with Basin doesn't have that. On our Yellowstone plant, though, we have firm capacity contracts to meet the full load at that plant. So the other thing I'd answer, and I think Mr. Cashel went down this path as well, is that our system is growing from just latent growth. City of Bozeman is, last time I looked, is probably taking up 40% of our new load growth on our system for gas. And unfortunately, Bozeman is situated right in the middle, so we have pipelines getting to it, but the pressure is dissipated by the time you get to Bozeman, and so it's difficult to maintain that pressure. We're taking steps. Mr. Cashel's group is taking a lot of steps. We're taking steps to enhance that reliability. We're creating more storage on our system to feed into the Bozeman area. Mike's group has been doing a lot of back looping, trying to firm up that transmission, as well as new compressors. And then we're also enhancing storage in different locations on our system, trying to backstep that need. But it's a legitimate concern, but we have a prioritization schedule so that we ultimately don't lead to a point where we have to drop customers, core customers.
Thank you. And you actually drilled down to the second part of my question, so I appreciate your candor. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Panochi.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we hear the term significant cost. People in my district are convinced that if Colstrip was to be shut down, that there would be a significant cost increase in energy. Is that something you agree with?
Let me give you a really simple example, Commissioner Pinocci, and I'll be using numbers that are predicated upon regional numbers, not something that Northwestern has created. There's an entity, as you're aware, I'm sure, of the Western Regional Adequacy Program that we are going to be part of, and we're currently setting our system up so we can participate in that, which will lower customers' costs. Part of the RAP, if I will, just use short term that, is they put a resource accreditation number on each of our resources. Resource types, I should say, not specific ones, for groups. So they have an accreditation number for wind. They have an accreditation number for Colstrip. They have an accreditation number for solar. And it's also a measurement of how reliable we can count on those questions, which is something that was brought up earlier. RAP provides a 98.5% reliability number for Colstrip in the wintertime. RAP provides a 13% resource accreditation number for wind in the wintertime. RAP provides a 3% accreditation number for solar. So if you take those accreditation numbers and use that, apply that to the Colstrip plant itself, simple math gets you to around $33 billion to replace all of Colstrip just with solar. I know that's a simple example because you'd be trying to incorporate storage as well. $7.6 billion if you're going to replace Colstrip all with wind. And so that, I think, gives you one answer to your constituents' questions. Another issue is that you hear people saying, well, you should build transmission. That's going to be a significant help for our system. The problem is, if you're building transmission, you have to build it to where there's load. Otherwise, it's not helping you, right? It's just a pipe to nowhere. The region is still capacity short right now. When we made the decision to do Yellowstone plant, it was significantly short, with forecast to be even shorter into the future. It's not just Northwestern predicting this. Each of the utilities in their IRP plans showed themselves being short. Studies that came out at that same time, Northwest Power Planning Council, the BPA study, E3 study, all of those showed the region being short. And that's why we think Colstrip is a necessary, critical role for us in Montana. That's why we took we bought the incremental amounts, because we were very concerned that the utilities on the West Coast, for their statutory requirements, were forcing themselves to divest of Colstrip by 2025. And our 15% share was not enough to stop them from doing that. And we believe Montana and our Northwestern customers would have been in very serious trouble without having that anchor tenant, if you will, as part of our portfolio.
So another way to put it is that Colstrip has significantly lowered the price of energy for Montana. Is that fair?
I would just say that Colstrip does two really vital things. It stabilizes the price of energy, and because even Colstrip costs are going up, that's a reality. I don't know of anything that isn't going up. Even a black cup of coffee is now $2 in most places. But it stabilizes it, and it provides an extreme reliability component. And it's not just for our customers. Electrons don't understand financial agreements if Colstrip owner is selling it to some party out of state. Electrons understand physics, and they'll go where the biggest pull is. And Montanans in Colstrip are ones pulling that. So even large industrial customers who don't take power from us, they're receiving, most likely during certain times of the day or year, electrons from Colstrip. That's just a physics issue.
So we heard that, look, the transmission to Washington doesn't do much good with Colstrip because Washington doesn't want to accept power generated by fossil fuel. But isn't it true we could send them the power from wind turbines and hydroelectric dams while we use the Colstrip power here in Montana? Does that sound reasonable?
Commissioner Pinocci, yes, it is reasonable. We will need to be painting electrons at a certain point to be compliant, if you will. And it's a kind of a weird context, but we can paint electrons that aren't necessarily Colstrip that we can sell into their state if we're long. and we can still use the other power to serve ourselves. So yes, the other piece though is my understanding is you're absolutely right on long-term purchases in the state of Washington, but they can do 30-day or less. And I can tell you in conversations with my peers in those states, they're very concerned about how they're going to meet load with the loss of Colstrip and an inability to build gas plants.
I believe if they have no power and the lights are going off, they're not going to care. We'll see. So let's take a look at this question. My constituents say, hey, look, we believe that Colstrip's an asset and it's keeping our costs lower than if we didn't have Colstrip. That's a majority in my district. And I've got a pretty good finger on the pulse of my district. So they think that if you could magically take units 1 and 2, put in the new advanced turbine that GE has that's 60% more efficient than the turbines that are there now, put in some new scrubbers, that would be a better asset. Back up a minute. President Molinar and I were in Washington, D.C. a few months ago, and the speech we heard was something like this. When we shut off some of the coal plants and disassembled a couple hydroelectric dams, like in Oregon, the mistake was they didn't have the power to replace that before they made those decisions to shut it down, and it really put us in a heck of a mess. The heck of a mess I'm talking about is the rates went up. When you take power offline, the rates go up. This was a disservice to the public when we disconnected generating facilities without thinking about, do we have replacement? During the time, our needs are going up, oddly enough, for electric cars and other things we're doing, growing population. So they had said in Washington to President Molinar and I that perhaps we're going to have to turn some of the coal plants back on. Well, I'm like raising my hand saying, well, could we turn units 1 and 2 back on? Is that a possibility? And if we were, would that lower our rates and have significant cost benefit, in your opinion, to the public in Montana?
There's a lot of points in that question. I'll first start with my boss has a saying that is extremely applicable here. You don't tear a bridge down until you've got another one built. You know, you can't just take it down and hope something is going to backfill it, which I think is one of your points that you were making. Second one is it's difficult to, even for us when we're acquiring a majority position in Colstrip, it's a lumpy transaction. You can't acquire the specific amount of megawatts that the portfolio needs at any particular time. With the addition of Avista and Puget shares into our portfolio, we're going to be surplus beginning in January 1, 2026. As discussed yesterday by Mr. Byrd, because of that surplus, it makes sense for us to see if there are additional customers. But make no mistake, the reason why we did that was to ensure reliability for our customers. And if there would be at some point in time an imposition of significant costs on that acquisition, we don't have, like a greenhouse gas, which we don't think actually meets the rules where it has to be available, commercially available and economically feasible. If something like that would come in place, we'd make a decision at that point in time. But where I'm going with this is there's not enough transmission to sell outside of the state right now. That kind of volume of power, that'd be around 740 additional megawatts without having taking into account the efficiency upgrades. So we'd need to, at this point, I would say we have resource adequacy, and we would need to have additional load before that kind of transaction would make sense.
When we, as a country, made the decision to get away from coal and hydro, that is a direct result of increasing prices from one end of the United States to the other. Would you agree?
I would say, I would just narrow that statement down. I would say the capacity shortage is becoming significant. The pricing mechanisms in all the RTOs, even expounded in the PJM, even in SPP, the pricing isn't adequate to influence new capacity to be developed. And so there was enough public policy that was allowing more energy generation to be developed. But to your question, the capacity issue is significant, I believe, throughout the country. That's why you're seeing some of these new mega AI entities actually looking at 3 Mile Island and thinking about reopening that as just one example. There isn't enough capacity where the AI pundits are saying this economy of ours is going to be going on. When you have a shortage, it's pretty simple Keynesian economics that it'll have increased pricing until those recalibrate.
Thank you, Mr. President. No more questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Fielder, did you have any questions of this witness?
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. A few. Well, Mr. Hines. I'm on JDH 10, starting at 10. This is your original direct testimony where you discuss hiring Caterpillar to operate the system, and then you discuss the air quality permit litigation. Are you following me there?
I have that, Vice President Fielder.
Okay. Will you help me understand, your testimony's, I think, clear the way you filed it, but I think there's some between the lines information that I'm not able to pick up from reading it, from the plain reading of it. So can you just kind of walk us through the permits that Northwestern acquired and the slowdowns that were caused due to permitting and how that picked back up?
I'll give it a try. Am I causing a feedback? Okay, I'll try and let me know if it's not coming through. There's a plethora of permits that Northwestern went through to be able to build the Yellowstone plant, starting with the Corps of Engineers permit to get the pipeline access across the river, to air quality permits, to zoning permits. Each of those were contested. Like I said earlier, I've developed 2 gas plants in South Dakota, and we're in the midst of building a 3rd one without a single piece of litigation. Montana seems to thrive on litigation and challenging pieces, unfortunately, because it does add to the cost of doing business. But the air quality permit in particular, the judge vacated our air quality permit in April of 2023. I believe that's the right date. And that required a substantial cost for our EPC entity to shut the plant down. And by shutting the plant down, it was for an unknown time period, which meant we had to basically, any opening, this is Montana, right? There's a lot of mice, rats, whatever. You had to close up every opening so that it wouldn't get in there. You had to ensure that the insulation was secure. You had to make sure all the wiring was secure. Significant amount of time and effort to do that. Then we had to do plant security. We didn't know how long it was going to be on, but we didn't want to have the site subject to vandalism. We had some critical key types of equipment that were on lease that would be difficult to acquire if we relinquish them. So we had to continue to pay that sort of stuff. And then when the judge, I believe the term vacated his decision in June, that took a fairly significant amount of time and money to bring the plant back up to full construction status. And even then, it was difficult for us to find some key people. We had a fully staffed electrical engineers, electrical personnel at the site pre-shutdown. It was extremely difficult to find sufficient number of electricians to come back on. They'd already gone to other jobs, right? It was the summer. They have an obligation to feed their families, so they weren't going to stay around the Yellowstone plant hoping that it would come back online. It was difficult for us to get those. All of those were costs that ultimately, unfortunately, we believed our customers are obligated to pay. To not have them obligated to pay that puts an extremely perverse incentive on groups in Montana, I believe, to continue to litigate anything and everything in order to stop any kind of development.
Right. Thank you for that. And then can you also address the shift between the EPC Burns and McDonnell and then the shift to Fagan, and what were the circumstances that led to that?
Yes, absolutely. So, and maybe I want to first make it really clear. There seems to be some uncertainty as to what to a fixed price contract, what it really means in the construction industry, and what it means in this particular contract as well. And I'm going to be very clear, I am not an expert on construction contracts, but we have individuals here to testify who are experts. What I can tell you, though, is there is no contract that I've ever seen or ever been aware of that when a fixed price contract doesn't have ability to increase costs under certain conditions. And usually they clarify those conditions as force majeure, beyond basically control of the parties at hand. And we had, unfortunately, some very significant force majeure claims that Burns and McDonnell brought forward appropriately. There was also a lot of claims that we looked at every claim, and Miranda Edwards will be able to testify to this. She was the person on the ground looking at each and every one of these change order requests and for legitimacy. We denied a tremendous number of those change requests. We did not think they were appropriately documented. We didn't think they met the appropriate criteria for force majeure. And bottom line is, we became more and more uncomfortable with how Burns and McDonnell was trying to claim certain events. We brought a third party on site to evaluate and give us their expert opinion, Fagan, who we did have experience with building a gas plant just previously in South Dakota. And we asked them to take a look at the plant. They spent about a week on site and give us their opinion as to whether they could finish it under what Burns and McDonnell had just recently told us, and what they had given us a verbal commitment or verbal statement that we're going to have a total project cost completion of around 180 to 185 million, and we wouldn't have substantial completion until early in 2025. We were really frustrated with that, and we asked Fagan if they were able to come in and do it in a more timely manner and in a lower cost manner. We ultimately, they convinced us that they could do that. And so we went to Burns and McDonnell and asked them if we could have a buyout. They had substantial claims at that point in time that they felt we should be responsible for paying. We didn't think we should be responsible. And the normal way those sort of problems get resolved is through extensive, long-term, expensive litigation. And no offense to the attorneys in this room, but litigation really doesn't help a lot of people except for the litigators themselves, it seems like. And we were able to get an outcome where they agreed to a dollar amount, $102 million. Fagan came, ultimately, they said 30, they came in at 32 million. And the invoices that we had to pay that hadn't yet been completed by the individuals at the site for about 146 million, I think. I'm really bad at math on the fly, even though I was a mathematician at one point in time. Yeah, I think 146. Compare that to the 185. We felt that that was an incredible outcome, especially with the no litigation, which should be millions and millions of dollars with no certainty of outcome. So that ultimately is how we ending the contract arrangement with Burns and Mac EPC and moving to Fagan. And Fagan devoted a tremendous amount of their resources. They had one of their principal owners on staff, actually on site for months on end, ensuring that the group did a really good job. And we're really pleased with that outcome, given the unfortunate significant events that caused a lot of the force majeure issues to begin with.
Thank you. That sheds a lot of light on that that aspect of the project schedule and development and the costs. So Northwestern did secure all the necessary permits, although there were some holdups, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the costs associated with those holdups, was it just the $3.2 million that's on JDH 14 that was associated with those holdups, or were there other costs that were associated with like the MEIC Sierra Club litigation and the hangups with the permits, the slowdowns through the litigation?
The 18+ million dollar number that I mentioned in my testimony was purely focused on the stopping of the air quality permit. I punted on that.
Okay, and so that was a cost that wasn't associated with directly securing the permit. It was a cost associated with the litigation that temporarily stopped the permit and the
Go ahead.
related work.
I apologize. I interrupted you. Please go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to get a figure here or a handle on what the costs of the slowdowns were. You know, what it would have cost to build the plant without that litigation, without those slowdowns. If everything would have gone smoothly, what would the difference in the cost be? Can you calculate that or estimate that?
I can't calculate the total cost slowdown because there is a tremendous number of them. And there is also just costs internal, but the 18 point something million dollar number that I have in my testimony, that was directly associated with the air quality permit lawsuit. And what was most frustrating to at least Northwestern is that we followed all of the rules and statutes in the state. We did not do anything inconsistent with what those policies were.
Okay, so just help me be clear here. The roughly $18 million figure you're talking about am I tracking this correctly, that on JDH 14, line 22, you've identified $3.2 million. And then on the next page, JDH 15, you've identified $15.16 million. And your testimony describes what those costs were allocated to. Is that where you're coming up with the $18 million figure?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, great. Thank you for clearing that up for me. Mr. President, I think that concludes my questioning for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Hines, my questioning will follow closely with what you just went through with Commissioner Fielder. But before I get to that, I'd like some clarification. You said that the emissions in Montana versus Yellowstone plant is 0.007% of all emissions in Montana.
If I said that, I meant to say just 0.007 or 0.7%.
Okay,
So there's
it's
around 47 million metric tons.
about 0.7%.
That is correct.
Is that like an average for forest fire particulate, or is it man-caused vehicles, heating, cooling, etc.?
It does not include normal environmental events, which I would include like forest fires into. It's a EPA estimate that the DEQ employed. I think it was the 2023 EPA model that DEQ used, and they came up with the roughly 47 million metric tons equivalent for a total Montana emissions. And if I may, to give Yellowstone plant at a 50% capacity has, using that same model, around 350,000 metric tons of emissions a year. But let's be pragmatic and put this in perspective. So you look at all the traffic from Bozeman to Big Sky, for example. That's about 50% of what Yellowstone plant will emit on a yearly basis.
From where to where?
From Bozeman to Big Sky and back. You just look at all the annualized traffic there. You look at in the Billings area specifically with the closure, people mentioned the closure of Corrette and Colstrip 1 and 2. That was around 5.5 million metric tons that were taken out of the Billings area. The inclusion of Yellowstone is adding in 350,000 tons. So the Yellowstone area still has had a reduction of 5.1 million metric tons. I just think we have to realize that there are some trade-offs. You know, someone raised the constitutional issue yesterday, clean and healthful environment, but also the right for people to pursue life's basic necessities, and affordable and reliable electricity, I think, is a fundamental life basic necessity.
Thank you. Kind of dovetailing in with the section that Commissioner Fielder was discussing, which is the MEIC Sierra Club litigation, which caused the district court to vacate the construction permit on the air quality permit on April 14th. You said for about 2 months, which, going back to her numbers, it looks like according to your testimony, or the question was, how did these delays in construction schedule affect the construction cost? Northwestern calculates the cost impact of the suspension delays exceeds 18 million, or nearly half of the additional total project costs over forecast as the date of this billing. And these costs are included in the overall cost. So the cost increase associated with this MEIC Sierra Club litigation is approximately 3.2 million. Then on the next page, but same question, Burns and McDonnell billed 15.6 million for demobilization, site preservation, the other things you were talking about. Is that 36 million? Am I reading this right? About $38 million.
Commissioner Molnar, I would say, sorry, I'm losing my voice. It's around 15.6 million for Burns and McDonnell billing for the work that they had to do to demobilize and then remobilize, and all of the work associated with that. 3.2 million was specifically Northwestern types of charges that we had to apply outside of the Burns and McDonnell.
Right, but all of these together would come to about 36 to 38 million. Is that about right?
So some of that is around 18 million. At the point in time I wrote this testimony, we were looking at around a $36 million increase in the project costs, given the information we had at that time.
And that was from the shutdown?
The 18 million was from the shutdown. That's correct.
Okay. So thinking back to various testimonies as to cost overruns, a lot of those are right around 18 to 20 million dollars. So it'd be around, I believe the testimony is it should be in closer to about 280 million as opposed to the 303 million. Is that correct?
No, this is how my math works, President Molnar. And again, I don't think of those as cost overruns because the contract specifically allows for specific types of cost increases, but it's semantics. 261, starting with what people look at from an intervener perspective, add in the 18 million associated with this specific event, and you're at 279. And then add in another about 25 million now, get us to around 305, but we're asking for 288 in this particular docket to recover because there's still 2 units that aren't operational, used and useful.
So of the quote cost overruns from 261, about 18 million comes from the lawsuit that vacated the air permit for about 2 months.
That is correct.
You know, I'm not an attorney, but I did watch Ironsides on TV 3 times. It was the same episode, but I finally got it right. If that happened to me when I had a construction company, I would have countersued for damages. Was there any discussion on doing something like that, either working it into the first lawsuit or one afterwards? Because you did prevail, but you had $18 million in expenses.
I apologize, President Molnar, but that's a kind of a legal question that I didn't have brought to me. The legal group may.
I'm not asking a legal question. I'm asking if there was any discussion.
Mr. President, I apologize for objecting. I think that the statement that they did prevail is not reflective of the evidence.
They got the permit going. I think it's very reflective of the evidence. Overruled.
I will address it on recross. Thank you.
Okay.
And I want to advise the client, he has a right to attorney-client privilege communications.
Are you going to invoke that right?
I believe some of these issues were extremely sensitive to Northwestern as to our future legal strategies on some of these things. So I apologize, President Molnar, but we took all of the readily available steps possible that we thought could mitigate that.
There's no reason to apologize. I knew it was dicey when I asked it. However, it does go to cost cause or cost payer. In this case, the cost payer would be your customers, but they didn't cause it. So with that, I really think, and you can just, again, do it. I think that there is a responsibility to answer whether or not there was going to be an attempt, even if you didn't talk to attorneys, just other people in your group, to make sure that the cost of that litigation was not borne by ratepayers upon completion.
I'd make one comment, President Molnar, in that I look at it from a slightly different perspective. There's one of the reasons for challenging a lot of these types of activities, whether it's logging, mining, building a plant, is delay. You know, in the case of logging, if you challenge a timber sale for long enough, the wood that you're trying to acquire is no longer market worthy. For us to have to eat that money provides what I call a perverse incentive. If we didn't follow the law, I totally would not be here asking for recovery of that. We did follow the law that was in place at that point in time. And I do not think it's appropriate to provide a perverse incentive for that to be eaten by the utility. Perhaps the ratepayers would speak and say perhaps they don't want to have that type of litigation going forward if they have to pay for it.
I have no further questions. Does staff have any questions of this witness?
Yes, Mr. President, I do. I would note though that we've been going for a little over 2 hours already, so maybe this would be a good time to take a break.
Are you intending to be long-winded?
There will be several questions.
The time now is 3:27. We'll pretend it's 3:30, and we shall reconvene at 3:40.
Thank you for the 3 minutes, Commissioner.
The bill is in the mail.
Excuse me, is the microphone on?
The microphone was off, Commissioner Fielder.
We are back in session. The Commission Attorney Lucas was about to ask some questions. Mr. Lucas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hines.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hamilton.
In your testimony, you discussed a little bit about the effects of COVID-19 on the YCGS project. Do you recall that?
I do.
And of course, COVID-19 affected more than just YCGS for Northwestern, right?
I'd say it affected the entire world.
Right. When did Northwestern start to see the supply chain issues and the labor issues and the inflation issues that you discussed in your testimony?
I would say that we saw roughly, forgive me, I don't have the dates right in front of my mind, but I'd say probably around 2020. There was no real understanding of the longevity of it or the severity of it. I guess I have personal experience because my spouse was chair of the school board at that point in time, and they were scrambling trying to understand the length and extent and the seriousness of it for quite a while. I would say that we are in a similar position, but what I will say is that the effects lasted quite a bit longer. In fact, we're still seeing, from an inflationary perspective, we're still seeing that inflation hasn't gone, or the CPI hasn't gone down for key construction practices and materials, gone back at all to pre-COVID era. And so I would say that the whole supply chain piece has been disrupted pretty significantly, and still we have key electrical components, transformers, that sort of thing, are still difficult to acquire and are still got pretty long lead times. And just an aside, we are building a gas plant in South Dakota right now, and 1 month of decision making before we decide whether to proceed or not ended up putting the end date 3 months farther out instead of a 1-to-1 ratio. So I'd say we started experiencing those events, and no one had a clear picture of what those the final disposition of COVID was going to be, but we started seeing some of the effects early on.
Okay. Northwestern used a competitive bidding process to select Burns & McDonnell as your EPC contractor, correct?
That's correct.
And just for it's in the record, but can you tell me what EPC stands for?
Energy Procurement Company. Oh, wait, I just totally screwed that up. Can I strike that from the record?
Yeah, you can take another run at it. Do you want me to ask it again? Or?
I'm having a total mind blank.
Don't worry about it. We'll just call it EPC.
Engineering and broke. Anybody help me?
Construction.
Construction. Thank you. Sorry, I shouldn't have taken a break.
No worries.
Engineering, construction, procurement.
Okay, we'll
close enough.
We'll call that close enough and just call it EPC for now on.
Hand grenades.
What metrics did Northwestern use to judge and select the various bids in that EPC contract RFP?
I'm not the expert on that. Unfortunately, the individual who was most involved with that has left the company and building gas plants elsewhere. But you looked at solvency of the company, experience of the company, ability to perform this kind of work. And Burns & McDonnell is still is one of the leading EPC entities out there. And we're pretty comfortable with them, and obviously cost, being selected to be able to perform this work.
Okay. Is there another witness in this case then that could answer that type of question?
I believe at a high level, Scott Lee can talk to you about they provided pretty significant monitoring of the process, of providing advice, that kind of thing.
Okay. So you said that Burns & Mac scored well on the metrics that Northwestern evaluated.
Correct.
Do you know if Burns & Mac was also the lowest cost bid in the EPC RFP?
Objection. This is the exact point of Scott Lee's testimony, is the evaluation of bids. So
fair enough. I'll withdraw and ask that to Mr. Lee. Do you know, generally speaking, not specific date, but generally when Northwestern selected Burns & Mac as the EPC contractor?
I believe we signed the agreement with them in April of 21.
Okay. Were you involved in negotiating the EPC contract, its specifications and pricing?
I was not.
Okay. When did Northwestern finalize the lump sum price of $98 million?
In April of 21.
Okay. And when did Northwestern's board approve the budget for YCGS?
We made a decision to do final notice to proceed in Q4 of 21. So sometime in that time frame. I can't give you a specific date. I think December is when we gave them final notice to proceed. So we'd have had to have board approval prior to that.
Prior to that. Okay. Could I refer you to data request PSC 27? Are you there?
I am, thank you.
Okay. And you prepared at least part of the response to this data request, correct?
That's correct, B, C, and D.
Okay. Part C. Part C involved a table in the response that Northwestern provided, and that table was the budget originally approved by Northwestern's board of directors, correct?
That is correct. That's correct.
And I assume that there's more detail to the budget that was presented to the board, but this is a summary of sort of the elements that were presented. Is that correct?
I can't recall what specificity was provided to the board, but there was certainly discussion on the pieces of it. We certainly had a discussion on the merits of that individual entity being one to do the work, and looking at comparisons, they felt comfortable with that.
Okay. In your direct testimony, you discussed how Northwestern had retained HDR, which was an engineering firm, right?
Yeah, for us in this particular case, they provide a lot of different services, but they are an owner's rep.
Okay.
Was on site, as well as had quite a bit of additional expertise that we were able to avail ourselves with throughout the construction process.
Was it always Northwestern's intention to retain the services of HDR or a firm like that during this project?
It's a management approach where we do not build enough plants to justify having a sufficient number of people on site. I mean, the expertise that these people provided have a full range from relays to construction to material. We'd have to have quite a few people. So yeah, it's a lot cheaper for us and for our customers to have a third party provide those services only when they're needed.
Okay. Are those the planned expense for that service then, is that reflected in the original board approved budget here?
Yes, and the owner's engineer.
Perfect. So I'd like to just walk through some of these other elements then that you see in the board approved budget. And I'm hoping that you can give me some more insight into how Northwestern forecasted each of these budget items. For example, to start with, there's the internal cost of $12.9 million. Can you tell me how Northwestern estimated that cost?
I can tell you what they're generally comprised of, if that is that what your question is.
Let's start there. Yeah.
We have a lot of internal staff that's when it's used or dedicated toward a capital project, we allocate that time and cost, the FTE cost to that project. And so that includes all of the different components of Northwestern people. For example, we had 2 project engineers. We had a director of thermal generation. Those costs are incorporated in there. I'm sure there's legal costs incorporated in there. Insurance for the company on the project, probably a part of it. All those types of things were.
You mentioned legal costs being included in there. Is that just day-to-day routine legal costs or legal costs associated with the type of litigation that this particular project sparked?
It did not include litigation whatsoever. It included the contract work that was part of it.
Okay, thank you for that. There's also the land cost of 2 million. How did Northwestern estimate the land cost?
We had an agreement to buy that property from CHS, a plant that's located adjacent to the site.
Okay. For the owner's engineer cost of $8.8 million, how did Northwestern estimate that cost?
I can't give you the detail of it other than the experience of HDR, knowing that they'd be on site for a certain amount of time, the types of services that they provide generally in these types of projects. That was how that was derived.
Okay. Is there any other witness in this case that would be more suited to answer how Northwestern generated these particular dollar figure estimates?
I would first start with Scott from a high level, not from Northwestern perspective, but to explain what these categories, more specificity. I can sense you're seeking a little more specificity there. And then we can give you Josh Folman, who has a tremendous amount of experience, again, not in the development of the budget, but being able to explain how those costs were accrued over time, and Miranda Edwards as well. Josh is a witness in this case as well.
Okay. Were Josh and Miranda involved in preparing the budget as presented to the board?
No, they were not.
Okay.
But as you're looking for a little more specificity, unfortunately, like I said, that witness has left the company.
Okay. What was the name of that individual?
Jim Williams.
Jim Williams. Okay. Let's talk about the environmental cost then of $280,000. How did Northwestern estimate that cost?
I think we understood the types of permits that we were required to undertake, and the environmental group went out to acquire those permits. And that includes negotiating, preparing documentation for the wetlands impact studies, that kind of thing. That's what's embedded in there.
Okay. Let's turn to the associated projects ETS/subs cost, which is listed as 12.1 million.
Where in
the
C?
In C, yeah, in the table that is titled Original Board Approved, the second from the last line is associated projects, and then in parentheses ETS subs.
I found it. Yep.
So what is that line item meant to represent?
That is the component that is not project plant specific. That was the substation work, and that came out of the transmission group.
Okay. So let's look at the EPC line item in the budget, which is $98.5 million, right?
Correct.
Were the COVID impacts that Northwestern had already begun experiencing in 2020 reflected in the estimate that Northwestern prepared for its board here in the EPC line item?
I think I'd answer that question in a way that says this is the agreement that Northwestern and Burns and McDonald came to, so that's what the number reflects there. So again, the EPC entity is a world sophisticated entity. COVID had, as we discussed earlier, had begun, so they had incorporated those sort of costs in there. And I would just say that there was no specific, the change orders that came to us were more specific than a COVID type of event. They were talking more about, well, the war in Ukraine, that caused increases in steel, that caused delay in shipment, that sort of thing. There were some COVID specific actions or retraining people when they came back from the work stoppage, that kind of thing was COVID related. But they had incorporated, as far as we're concerned, the overall umbrella of COVID effects.
Okay. Can you or anyone else quantify the COVID effects that were included in the 98.5, or is it just generally built into it?
I don't believe that can be quantified.
Okay. There's also a contingency line item of $28.7 million. Was any of that contingency line item intended to address the unknowns, the uncertainties created by COVID-19?
No, it was not.
Okay. What types of contingencies are included in the 28.7 million?
Inability to get workers, for example, a delay in acquiring the land, for example, all which would delay the construction project. Material that Northwestern employed to build the substation, those sort of things, all of that was embedded in the 28 mil.
As a contingency, as something that may or may not happen?
That's correct. And if it hadn't happened, we would obviously not, we'd rebate that back to customers.
Sure. Was, just for clarity, any part of that $28.7 million contingency budget intended to cover potential litigation costs like Northwestern experienced
No,
here?
that is not included in there.
No. Okay. So is it correct to say that nowhere in this budget, besides in a general sense in like the EPC line item, nowhere in this budget, Northwestern accounted for the effects of COVID-19 that it had been experiencing?
The effects of COVID were accounted for, I would argue, in Burns and McDonald's budget that they agreed to with us.
Okay. All right, let's turn to a few terms of art that have been used in the EPC process. Can you tell me what the limited notice to proceed is?
We did 2 limited notices to proceed and then a final notice to proceed. Final, I'll do it backwards, if you will. Final is when, yes, this is a go, we have approval, you're to proceed to move forward. Limited notice to proceed was that we would like you to get going on certain things, certainly not doing construction itself, but doing some engineering design work that we think would be helpful to be able to get a final project developed in a faster time frame.
Was it always Northwestern's intention to sort of issue 2 limited notices to proceed before getting to that final notice to proceed?
Not originally. We anticipated issuing the first limited notice to proceed to get Burns and McDonald moving down that path. They came to us and asked us for a second on different products, different work products to move forward. And we talked about that and figured and decided that that was worthwhile for them moving to that next stage of pre-construction activities. Again, our biggest focus was, remember, the context of this was reliability. And in February of 21, that was when Storm Uri happened and billions of dollars of damage and hundreds of people death. And that was fresh in our mind, along with the studies showing that we had a significant capacity shortage in the Northwest for us to be able to acquire power. So the focus of Northwestern at that point in time was to try to get this plant going as soon as possible and operating as soon as possible. And that's why we were staging that with the limited notices to proceed.
Okay. Before I jump into my next section, I just want to hopefully clarify. Scott Lee is a contractor of Northwestern's, correct?
That is correct.
And who is his formal employer? What entity does Scott Lee work for?
ION, yeah.
ION. Was ION retained by Northwestern Energy to assist in the RFP process used to select the EPC contractor?
That's a good question. ION provided guidance and advice to us throughout the process, but they were not the decision maker on that. They did help us understand what the normal criteria should be applied to evaluating them. They were kind of monitoring, if again I use that word, what our actions were to tell us if we were outside of industry standards. That's what we were trying to be compliant with, industry standards on all of this. And so they were, if you will, the entity that was providing us guidance, but not specifically sitting down at the table.
Was ION involved in scoring the bids for the EPC contract RFP?
I'd defer that to Blue Lefebvre, please, their specific role in the RFPs.
Okay. So between the time that Northwestern selected Burns and Mac as your EPC contractor and the time when you issued the full notice to proceed, was there any tension between Burns and Mac and Northwestern Energy, or was the relationship good?
I would say that it was extremely cordial and a very strong working relationship, I felt.
Okay. So you mentioned in your testimony, eventually there were difficulties working with Burns and Mac?
I would say that we became frustrated, and I'd say they were frustrated as well. We were not accommodating to a lot of their change order requests. We didn't feel like it had enough documentation. We didn't feel like it was justified under force majeure, that sort of thing. They obviously had a different business view of it. And so, yeah, there was beginning over time, I would say they still performed good work at the site, but we were becoming more frustrated with their performance.
Do you have a sense for our timeline of when you started to experience those frustrations?
Change orders started coming in fairly significantly. I would say roughly 6 months into the construction project when we started. I'd say you use the word tension, business tension started to be developed.
Okay. And that's, just so I'm clear, because the change orders were not well documented and justified?
We felt that there was too many change orders being presented. I think one thing that they were not documented appropriately, they didn't have price tags associated with them in some instances. And we had a individual who's a witness here to talk or worked singularly almost every day on these change orders, trying to reconcile what they were requesting and what we felt was appropriate for payment.
Okay. And you mentioned 6 months. 6 months from the full notice to proceed, or?
No, full 6 months from when the construction project started, which would be the following March, April.
March, April of what year?
22.
22. Okay.
It's hard to get all of them straight.
When did Northwestern first consider terminating the contract with Burns and Mac?
I would say tensions were, I can't give you the specific dates, but there was business tension that was arising certainly in early 23. I know my CEO and I sat down with Burns and Mac's senior leadership several times and discussed the project and their unhappiness and our unhappiness of working together. And I know my CEO had conversations directly with their CEO. And so it was just becoming a working relationship that was, I think, frustrating from both sides.
Okay. So was there a single event that caused Northwestern to decide now's the time to terminate the contract with Burns and Mac, or was it the culmination of these events?
It was definitely the latter.
Okay. So can you describe for me Northwestern's process and how you decided to terminate the contract with Burns and Mac, and what sort of potential risks you evaluated in deciding to choose termination over other alternatives?
The first question that I had was, would someone be willing to step in the middle of a project? And, you know, it's done, but it's not done frequently. So that was the first question. Is there someone that is willing to do that? Is that someone qualified? Do they have experience? You know, you can get a lot of, I suppose, people saying, yeah, we'll do it, and then go on site and have no idea what they're doing. That was certainly nothing what we wanted to have accomplished. We did have a very recent, very good relationship with Fagan. And so that's why we brought them on site to evaluate whether they could do that or not. I'm not sure if Burns and Mac was even aware that they were on site. We had given Burns and Mac no indication that we were considering doing something different. We had discussions with them, and they felt comfortable, as I testified earlier, that they were willing to take on this project. They felt that they could complete it. We had a very good relationship with them. Like I said previously, they had built the Huron gas plant for us, or just finished up the Huron gas plant in South Dakota. And so when they were able to give us assurances, had a lot of discussions on damages, liquidated damages, if they couldn't complete it, that kind of thing. We reached a point where we thought that that was a feasible outcome, but first then we had to have discussions with Burns and Mac to see if they would be willing to get a payment that would allow them to move forward and us to move forward in a non-litigation environment. Again, because we had been talking with attorneys. I know they have been talking with attorneys, and there's no positive resolution when you're trying to litigate those kind of outcomes. It's very expensive, very, very expensive. And what we were advised is that typically a judge will split the baby, the Solomon approach, and that wasn't something that we were seeking. We thought and we ultimately accomplished something much more beneficial for our customers.
You mentioned bringing Fagan on site to evaluate, and Burns and Mac maybe was not even aware of that. Was Burns and Mac not on site at the time?
I can't speak to whether they're on site. Typically, they were on site. All of their subcontractors were on site. We didn't, let me rephrase it. We didn't tell Burns and Mac that we were bringing a third party on site. But remember, there's 300 people on the construction site at any given day, and 2 or 3 individuals isn't going to provide a great deal of disruption to the workforce.
Okay. You also discussed liquidated damages. And as I understand what you said, it's liquidated damages that Fagan would have paid to Northwestern if they couldn't complete on your timeline?
It was more if they were unable to finish the project in a operable manner.
Okay. Was a liquidated damages provision included in your EPC contract with Burns and Mac?
I'd defer that question, please.
How much of the project had been completed, if you can give me a percentage, by the time Northwestern decided to terminate their contract?
I would say roughly 60, 70%, but Josh will be able to give you a very detailed discussion on where we were at that point in time.
That's Josh Folman?
That's correct. Mr. Folman, I'll say.
Mr. Folman, okay. Do you know why costs were changing so drastically that they required all of these change orders? Were they all force majeure events?
Well, certainly from their representation, they would be. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to issue a change order.
Okay. Did Northwestern take steps to investigate and understand all the circumstances that were leading to these change orders?
Absolutely. That's part of the contractual relationship, which spells out if there is a concern that they have a force majeure event and they can issue a change order to address that force majeure. There was and is in almost every EPC contract a defined process for addressing that issue. And we had an individual specifically tasked to that who's also a witness here, Ms. Edwards.
Okay. So I think that's a great answer that dovetails into the next sort of area I'd like to discuss, which is that verbal estimate that you mentioned with Vice President Fielder.
Right.
That substantially increased the overall cost of the project. Well, that was not a change order, right?
That is correct. They just indicated to us that they felt the final completion price was going to be 180 or north of that, and then also the substantial completion date ultimately would be in January of 2025.
So they gave you that estimate without a change order. Is that the normal process in the construction industry?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. You've never seen that happen before?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why Northwestern didn't insist at that point in following the change order process to get more documentation for that estimate?
I think I previously testified to the fact that tensions, frustration was continuing to escalate between the two parties. we didn't believe that there was sufficient substance to go down to that kind of dollar level, which, or go up to that dollar level, which ultimately I believe was shown to be true with what Fagan was able to accomplish.
So can you help me rationalize how Burns and Mac, which you've said is a world-renowned, very professional contractor in this arena, managed to end up in this situation with a poorly documented verbal estimate that substantially increased the price of the project?
I think you're getting to the point where why we were getting frustrated. There wasn't, from our perspective, a really good basis for it. I can't tell you what was in their mind, but I can tell you what was in ours, and it was a growing frustration that we weren't having as much cost control as we felt. That's not the right word. We were growing frustrated that the project wouldn't be accomplished in the within the time frame, under reasonable force majeure events at a price that we thought was acceptable.
Okay. When was Fagan formally hired as the new EPC? And again, just a month and a year would be fine.
November 23, I believe, right there. And about at that same time is when we gave notice we executed the agreement. We didn't give notice. We had been negotiating with Burns and Mac, and we were able to reach that outcome.
And when did Fagan resume full operation of the job site?
Fagan was on site, including senior management, co-owners were on site prior to our final execution. And then I think they were there within the next week, no longer than a week. They were actually living in Laurel.
So very likely same time frame, November of 23?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't getting to your, they were basically passing.
Okay. And it was full operation. There was no ramp up in getting Fagan operational in November of 23?
You know, on these types of construction projects, there's a lot of progress being made without having, there was a work product underway, and they didn't go in where it would actually disrupt if they'd say, no, stop. They didn't do that. If you want a little bit more detail, again, Mr. Folman was on site during that entire time frame, helping, if you will, that process move forward.
So is it your testimony, your understanding that there was never a break in the full operation of the job site as you switched from Burns and Mac to Fagan?
That's correct.
Okay. We'll check with other witnesses, but according to your earlier testimony, the project was about 70% complete at the time of this changeover?
Very much subject to check.
All right. And so Fagan's job was to take it from 70% all the way up to 100% completion, correct?
They were hired to finish the project.
Okay.
In a very much more accelerated fashion than what we had heard, what Burns and Mac had provided us, and at a lower cost, lower total cost.
Okay. Did Northwestern itself have to take on any duties that were originally signed to Burns and Mac as part of this changeover process?
We certainly had our owner's rep, which was part of Northwestern Extension, do a lot of work with us on doing those evaluations as well.
That owner's rep was HDR?
Correct.
Did they take on additional tasks as a result of the changeover, or were they always just performing?
I thought you said change orders, change over.
Yeah.
No. I mean, they were definitely on site. They were helping facilitate that. We had talked with them. They knew that was coming as well. And they were there to facilitate as far as specific tasks. I can't testify to that, but Josh, Mr. Folman can if there was any additional work that was placed upon them.
Okay. So Northwestern ended up paying Burns and Mac the majority of what was budgeted to Burns and Mac in the original board approved budget, correct?
Along with acceptable change orders.
Okay. Even in Northwestern elected to do that, even though the project was only 70% complete when they exited.
Again, the change orders are part, I think if you're mixing change orders to acceptable budget, I don't think that's correct, or initial budget. These types of contracts always have the force majeure provisions in them. As I testified earlier, I'm not aware of a single large construction project that doesn't have this embedded in it.
Okay. So earlier you mentioned the process of sort of quality control Northwestern had on the job site. You had HDR on site every day?
Pretty much every day.
Okay. And can you describe for me, to the best of your knowledge, what their job was each and every day?
They provided a multitude of services for us. Again, I would refer to Mr. Folman, but we are not staffed at a level of expertise that an owner's rep like HDR has. And so they were facilitating all different types of tasks throughout the day, the week, and the month.
Do you feel like HDR did a good job in representing your interests on the job site? Did you?
I do.
Yeah. Did you experience any tensions or difficulties in working with HDR?
No.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the force majeure events then. Construction was suspended for a time, as we previously discussed, as a result of that air quality permit litigation, correct? And did both Northwestern and Burns and Mac view that as a force majeure event?
They certainly made a claim on that, and we concurred. It's not like a major or a one event force majeure suspension. Individual tasks, or not individual, but lumpy tasks were viewed as force majeure events, and we concurred with that. Yes.
Can you explain for me what you mean by lumpy tasks?
Yeah. So instead of stringing one piece of wire, a whole set of wires were strung, for example. If that was delayed and you had to have electricians go off site and then have to hire new electricians who weren't available, it's my understanding it took us over a month and a half to be able to even get back up to speed once it began. So, that was that type of work.
So what you're saying is that globally, all of that was captured by the force majeure event that was the stoppage due to litigation.
No, there was more specificity than
more
that,
specific.
Yeah.
Okay. The Yellowstone River flooded during the construction of YCGS. Is that right?
Significant flooding. Yeah.
And so that would obviously be another example of a force majeure event.
Yeah. And specifically, I recall that force majeure event was on concrete availability. When the flooding came out, Red Lodge, if you recall, the town was pretty much isolated, or at least portions of the town. Tremendous amount of cement was required from an emergency perspective to serve a lot of that. Burns and McDonald had a force majeure on availability and pricing of cement. It's a good example.
Okay. And that type of force majeure event is not the type of item you included in the original board approved budget contingency line item of $28.7 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were there any other force majeure events that you think are notable for the commission to account for?
There was quite a few of them. And it was an interesting learning experience for me, where global events can impact a local project. And a simple one is the war in Ukraine. A lot of steel workers come out of Ukraine. The workers all went back to Ukraine to fight in the war. There was a huge supply shortage of skilled workers because of that. Ships stayed offshore with our equipment for weeks because there wasn't enough longshoremen available to unload them. I mean, it was a true worldwide event, and these engines were ultimately produced in Germany, but manufacturing pieces were throughout Europe. And so there was a lot of effects like that, and those were types of force majeure events that we did agree with.
Can you quantify how these force majeure events affected the cost of YCGS?
We can, and Miranda has that documentation.
Okay. So based on what Northwestern's experience here was with YCGS and the force majeure events that you had, do you think that building a resource like this is riskier than buying an existing resource?
Well, in the abstract, it's difficult to answer with specificity. It may or may not. Depending on where for example, where the resource is located, what the condition of that resource is. Obviously, we feel comfortable acquiring Colstrip because we have knowledge of it and its location is within our system, if that's where you're going.
Yeah. Would you agree that buying an existing resource mitigates some of the supply chain risks that you ran into?
Yes, I do.
And likewise, it might avoid some of these other force majeure events like the war in Ukraine and the availability of steel workers and equipment like that.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So we've talked about the EPC RFP, but are you also generally familiar with the RICE RFP that Northwestern issued?
Generally familiar, yes.
And I believe in your testimony you said that Caterpillar was selected in that RICE RFP, correct?
Correct.
And you selected Caterpillar because of their expertise with RICE operating and maintenance, and that because partnering with Caterpillar supported Northwestern's goals of reducing costs and downtime. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Caterpillar had the best score on price in that RICE RFP?
I think there was a combination there's qualitative and quantitative pricing. I can't recall precisely whether it was the lowest price Caterpillar was, but there was a lot of qualitative pieces that I know were part of that decision making. And the decision, one, we've worked with them in the past. We have parts associated with Caterpillar engines already on our system. They were able to offer a O&M agreement, which again, that personnel has specific knowledge to those plants, which was something very helpful as well.
Okay. Let me just review my notes here and see if I've missed anything. PSC 27, the board approved budget. Who specifically prepared the board approved budget?
I think the finance team is who ultimately provides the document itself, but certainly supply fed into that, the data into that.
Okay, so that's your team in supply, plus Crystal Lale's team in finance?
Correct, and there may have even been other parts no, I'd say those are the two main components, yes.
Okay. I think that's everything. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hines.
I have one follow-up. You paid $2 million for the land where YCGS was built. How many acres is that?
I think around 5 acres. Sorry.
It's more than that, I'll guarantee you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I can't give you a number right off the top of my head.
You know how much that comes to per acre?
If I had the former, I'd be able to give you that.
The reason I ask, this of course was in the newspapers in Laurel Lake every week for a couple of years. So I looked up the land because that became an issue. And on Zillow, which is not necessarily the most accurate, but it's pretty close. Do you have any idea what it appraised for?
I do not.
Because that land is valued because it's swampy pasture land is how it was appraised by the state at $2,500 an acre. So at 40 acres, and for some reason I think that's what it is, you paid a lot more than it was worth. Do you have any idea why you paid $2 million for that land?
Well, the only thing I'd push back on a little bit, I know the location of where the plant is not swampy. I've been out there quite a few times walking the site. And I'm not even aware of us having to do significant irrigation. I know there is the ditch adjacent to it, but I don't believe that property is swampy at all. I mean, when we are doing site preparation, we weren't mitigating that kind of water storage on the site at all.
Both sides of it do not need irrigation. There's so much submoisture there. Which is why it was valued at 2,500. This, out of all the things we've talked about for YCGS, this is probably the smallest. But at $2 million, you could have bought a tremendous amount of land. I am very concerned with how somebody came up with the idea of offering $2 million to CHS.
Commissioner President Molnar, I would say one of the things, remember, that was that site, there's not a lot of sites where you can build a generation facility. That site was suited for us for a variety of reasons. One, the location adjacent to a large industrial plant. We thought that would actually mitigate local opposition. To a great degree it did, but there were certainly some very vocal critics of it. Two, it was in a location in that Billings area, which helped us stabilize voltage. Mr. Cashel testified the issues associated with losing current in that area and also 1 and 2. So that was very important to us. We had ability to get a abandoned gas or oil pipeline to that area very easily, lower cost. So there's a lot of different factors that led us to want to be right in that area. And whether we paid some dollars more or not, I can't tell you. I know that we do negotiate property purchases very, very diligently. And I guess it has, in order to acquire property, parties have to be willing to come to an agreement on what the value is worth, both the buyer and the seller.
Ms. Hines, I think that you missed my point, which is I think I agree that that was a tremendously valuable chunk of ground to you for location of pipelines and regulating reserve to the CHS plant. Valued anybody else for housing? It has a railroad on one side and a refinery on the other. Nobody would want to live there. And that's why it was that and the fact it was swampy grassland. I'm amazed that it's of great value to you, but I don't know it's of great value to anybody else. I'm just amazed at the $2 million value, and it seems to me like, unless you can show me differently, I can check some things out pretty quickly. It seems like there's a lot of money there that was thrown at a project and not diligently offered. For $1 million, you could have bought far more land than that right there from any farmer.
Well, we did
Because I know the farmers.
There's some really nice ones there. I know they've been a joy to work with. We did look at a lot of alternative sites, and this site rose to the top of the selection list for quite a few reasons. In fact, we, both existing industrial areas as well as new, but this was a site that we felt was very well suited. And if that's what they were going to charge us for acquiring it, it probably made sense for us to do that rather than find another site that was very less positive for our overall system needs.
Okay, I'm done. Do any interveners wish to recross the witness following the commission and staff questions?
Surprise. Yes, President Molnar, thank you for indulging a few more questions. Mr. Hines, it sounds like the YCGS project faced a lot of interruptions and a lot of unanticipated cost increases. Is that an accurate description of your colloquy with Mr. Hamilton?
I would say two things. One, I'm really proud of how Northwestern was able to work through those issues. Two, I was surprised by the number of issues that arose.
Yeah, fair. And those cost increases above the original budget were larger in total than the cost increases you attribute to litigation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You testified that your initial budget included a contingency line item of around $29 million, but you testified that litigation wasn't one of the contingencies you were planning for. Is that right?
That is correct.
Is it Northwestern's practice to disclose potential litigation risks related to greenhouse gas emissions in your Form 10K filings?
I'm probably not the witness to respond to that.
Who is the witness who can respond to that?
The people who prepare the 10K, which is Crystal Lale.
Okay. Do you review the 10K?
I do.
Okay. Are you aware that Northwestern's 2020 Form 10K filing included such a disclosure?
I think that was an industry practice. Yes, it did.
Okay. And you're aware then that the disclosure identifies litigation defense costs and disruption of operations specifically related to greenhouse gas concerns?
I think, like I said, that was a very industry standard notice of risk that was included in almost every utilities 10K.
Yet that wasn't a contingency that Northwestern planned for in its original budgeting.
What Northwestern planned for in its budget is all the costs necessary to follow the existing state laws that were in place at the time we moved forward with the project.
Okay, plus some contingencies?
Plus some normal contingencies for cost increases.
Okay. Some, foreseeable or anticipated headwinds.
It didn't include expenses for something. Usually it's no different than a construction project if you're remodeling your home. Usually a person will bid in a project with some contingency. It's really no different than that.
Okay, except in the scale of the potential liability.
Well, again, say you're doing a 10%, roughly a 10% contingency factor. That's where you are with $28 million.
Okay. It sounds like you followed the litigation related to the plant's air permit. Is that right?
Yes.
So you're aware that the district court found that the state did not follow the law when it issued the air permit?
Again, Northwestern followed the law. That was what my point was in my testimony. And I still think that's the right benchmark. With the courts or the Supreme Court ultimately decide whether something should have been done different is beyond our control.
Okay, so you agree with me that the district court found that the state did not follow the law when it issued the air permit?
I would defer that to, my understanding, district court said that we're going to vacate the permit because there was errors in DEQ. But ultimately, then the judge reversed their decision. But I can't testify to the underlying legal issues associated with it.
Okay, and so the district court reversed its decision to vacate the permit, and construction was suspended for 2 months during that period of when the permit was invalid. Is that right?
The permit itself was suspended for that time frame, but you don't just turn on a switch and have the project back up to full speed. I think there's an estimate of probably another month and a half that it took for the project to get up and actually going close to its pre-existing level. But again, we never did reach level of staffing that we had prior to in some critical areas.
Okay. And you're aware that Northwestern appealed the decision of the district court to the Montana Supreme Court?
I'm going to defer those questions. I'm not the attorney on that. And to speak specifically to that at this point in time is beyond my capability.
Do you dispute that Northwestern appealed the decision? You're aware that there was an appeal?
Yes, there was an appeal.
Okay. And you're aware that it wouldn't be typical to appeal a decision you won?
I'd agree with that.
Okay. And you're aware that the Supreme Court affirmed the district court's legal conclusions?
I can't comment on that.
Are you aware that plaintiffs prevailed on their legal claims before the Montana Supreme Court?
I think I've answered this question on the specifics of the litigation. I cannot speak to it.
Okay. Are you aware that DEQ currently is redoing its analysis for the plant's greenhouse gas emissions?
I have a different understanding on that. I believe DEQ is modifying how they approach air quality permits. We have an existing air quality permit.
Okay. And so you're not aware of the ongoing environmental assessment process related to the remand from the Supreme Court related to the air permit?
Again, plant is operating, generating electricity under an existing valid air quality permit.
Understood. So Northwestern built the plant while the appeal was pending.
Northwestern, again, you keep asking these questions about the litigation piece, and I keep telling you that I am not the person to testify on the specific litigation aspects that are ongoing. So I can repeat that answer each time.
Okay. You read the Supreme Court opinion? I just have one more question on this. Not a legal question.
I have looked at the Supreme Court opinion, but that was a long time ago.
Okay. And you might recall then that the Supreme Court confirmed the record evidence that YCGS's annual greenhouse gas emissions were equivalent to 167,000 passenger vehicles. Does that sound familiar?
I don't recall that piece. I do know in the Supreme Court or the district court ruling, I shouldn't say the Supreme Court ruling, assumed that we had 100% capacity factor at the plant operating every day of the year. And that's obviously incorrect. That was the total potential maximum, which was the 700 and some thousand. That's why we use a 50% capacity factor.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Are there any other interveners that would like to re-cross-examine? Seeing none. Ms. Norcott, would you like to redirect the witness?
President, I believe.
Apologize.
Mr. Hines, is the 2 million in the estimated budget for the price of the land the final cost of the land?
I don't know.
If you know this, did Northwestern take over some subcontracts from Burns and McDonald when Burns and McDonald and Northwestern mutually agreed to end their relationship?
Yes, they did. Yes, we did.
And now just to clarify some terminology for the record, that we were talking earlier about a mercury rule. Was that the mercury air toxic standards rule?
Yes, it is.
And you talked about the bag house to comply with that rule, correct?
Correct.
And the bag house would address particulate matter emissions, correct?
That's the only area that the plant was out of compliance, if you're referring to the mercury component. The mercury standards in Montana are more strict than the EPA actual rule that was put forward. And so the bag house has no effect as far as mitigating mercury compliance. It's not in current state law.
Okay, I have no further questions. Could I permanently excuse this witness?
Permanently?
Permanently.
Well. Okay. I will temporarily excuse this witness.
Thank you, Mr. President. Shall we call our next witness?
If you so desire.
I desire to call Mr. Blue Lefebvre.
Thank you. This will be, what, about 16 minutes, you think?
The witness needs to be sworn in, I believe.
Do you, please raise your hand, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and do so without purpose of aversion? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. LaFave. Could you please make sure your green light is on and state your name and business address for the record and spell your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Blue LaFave. It's BLEAU. LaFave, LAFAVE. My business address is 3010 West 69th Street, Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
Northwestern Energy.
What is your position at the company?
I'm the Vice President of Asset Management and Business Development.
You have before you your direct and rebuttal testimonies that you filed in this docket. Can you confirm that those are in fact your testimonies?
They are?
Do you have any corrections to your testimonies?
I do not.
If I were to ask you here today the same questions under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. President, I move to admit the direct testimony of Mr. LaFave as Northwestern or as Exhibit Northwestern 14.
Without exception, admitted.
Mr. President, I move to admit Mr. LaFave's rebuttal testimony as Exhibit Northwestern 15.
Without exception, admitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do any of the interveners have cross-examination of this witness?
No questions for this witness. Thank you.
No questions?
Captain?
No questions.
Do any interveners have any questions for this witness? No.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. President. Renewable Northwest does have some questions for this witness.
Please.
Mr. LaFave, my name is Melissa Hornbein. I'm representing Intervenor Renewable Northwest. Thanks for being here today, and I will try and keep this relatively short. It's an unenviable position to be going 15 minutes before 5 o'clock, so I'll do my best. You state at page 5, lines 2 and 3 of your pre-filed direct testimony that even though the application in this rate case was not prepared pursuant to the settlement agreement in the 2022 rate case, and that was docket 2022.07.078, Northwestern Energy nonetheless, quote, conducted a full and extensive prudence review for this application in accordance with the factors identified by the PSC in its final order in that case. Do I have that right?
Can you point me to that spot again?
Yeah, it's page 5 and lines 2 to 3 on that page of your direct testimony.
What I'm doing is introducing the witnesses and what would be how their testimonies would cover that. Yes.
Okay, and would you agree that in this testimony, you lay out what those witnesses are prepared to speak to as well as what you are prepared to speak to in this case?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Your testimony further indicates that the following witnesses are prepared to speak to the requirements outlined in paragraph 242 of final order number 7860Y for that case, and provides that your testimony will address, quote, all remaining items, and that includes items B, C, E, H, L, J, I, J, L, M, P, and Q. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I believe you missed A, but yes.
Okay. You're right, I did. And item P of paragraph 242 from that order includes, quote, Northwestern's transmission system in relation to our capacity need, correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you please turn to page 11 of your pre-filed direct testimony? And I want to direct your attention, once you get there, to lines 13 through 17, and specifically the statement which reads, quote, "In addition, transmission capacity is necessary for market access to purchase power and is not always available during periods of peak demand. In the 2019 plan, Northwestern stated that it considers part of the risk associated with over-reliance on markets is the availability of transmission capacity on our system and adjoining transmission systems." Do I have that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me to what extent Northwestern's analysis of WEC path capacity expansion in its transmission planning informed the resource planning process?
So from a resource planning process, the plan itself, the IRP, is to identify Northwestern's need to serve its load. That's its primary purpose. Within the plan, we go through multiple scenarios to identify the possible solutions to solve for that need. When we evaluate transmission, we look at the historical data. We try to determine what kind of availability there is associated with transmission to indicate, is there any caps necessary for sales? Are there any caps necessary for purchases? And try to include that in the planning process. Historically, it's been a little difficult. Montana has been long energy for quite some time. But as we have moved from 2015 to 2019 and to today, we've seen that long capacity actually shrivel up because of the retirements that have been spoken about in the last couple of days. And we then are now starting to see some of those congestions show up in these events to where we do see limited sales during certain times of the year, limited purchases during certain times of the year, specifically usually tied to weather events.
Okay, so to hone in a little bit back to my question with respect to WEC paths, and we're particularly interested in paths 8, 18, and 80. To what extent did your analysis of capacity on those paths inform the resource planning process?
As I explained, it's the limitations associated with those paths.
Okay, thank you. And has Northwestern evaluated transmission capacity on those paths as a constraint on imports or exports in its resource planning practices?
As we look at as I explained in the first answer, as we look at the historical data and evaluate where those constraints could be, it was difficult to identify those constraints as we moved, as we did in the more historical plans. But as we've been moving to the plan from 2023 and now the plan upcoming in 2026, we are starting to see certain patterns show up on a regular basis on constraints on those paths.
Okay, so to paraphrase your response, you have looked at constraints in those paths, and that's what you've determined.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you evaluated transmission capacity on those paths as a resource alternative?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Would it also be correct to say that Northwestern has not considered the contribution of transmission-enabled imports into its resource adequacy assessments?
Resource adequacy by definition, especially under RAP, but also under most resource adequacy programs, do not allow transmission by itself to be an accredited capacity. You have to have a generation resource on the other end of that transmission resource in order to get some type of accreditation. You think of transmission as a pipeline. It's an ability to deliver energy, but it doesn't create energy. It doesn't store energy.
Okay, so again, to paraphrase, Northwestern has not looked at transmission capacity as a resource itself.
No, RAP would not accredit transmission capacity.
Okay. Are you by any chance familiar with a recently released Grid Strategies report concerning resource adequacy value of regional transmission?
I've seen a couple different reports. I don't know if I specifically know that one.
This one just came out in June, so it's very recent.
I probably have not seen it.
Okay, thank you. Northwestern hasn't quantified load diversity, which exists between its balancing authority area and neighboring BAAs, correct?
In the 2020 supplement, there was an analysis done in that plan that identified the correlation of neighboring loads to Northwestern's load. And it was determined that there was a high level of correlation between, of the Northwest loads.
Okay, and has Northwestern quantified the resource diversity which exists between its BAA and neighboring BAAs?
From a resource diversity standpoint, we do quantify any resources that we analyze and the locations in which they are analyzed. The weather patterns that are taken into account in our model do quantify resource diversity across our footprint. But as far as neighboring resources would only be associated with any resources that may have an opportunity to deliver to our system.
Okay. Can I direct you to Renewable Northwest number 014?
Thank you. Have it.
Okay, thank you. So looking at part A to that question, which is, does Northwestern have access to load diversity studies which demonstrate the correlation of its retail load with other loads in the region or the West? And in response to that, you indicated Northwestern has access, but does not have any recent studies available to produce.
The most recent study that I've seen was the one I quoted in the 2020.
Okay. And then looking at part B of that data request, which asked you to quantify the load diversity which exists between the Northwestern BAA and neighboring BAAs, you indicated Northwestern has not conducted this analysis.
Again, I think that was time sensitive, but we did do it in the 2020 analysis.
Okay.
Supplemental.
So does your testimony here today modify this data response then?
It would more match the response to A that we don't have any recent studies to produce.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree with me as a general matter, and I understand Northwestern did something different here, but that resource modeling, which achieves a 1 in 10 loss of load event risk, is generally sufficient to satisfy NERC standards?
It is a standard that's commonly used in several of the ISOs, the different RTO markets. It is also a standard used by regionally by RAP. I would agree with that. One of the problems that we're continuing to see in most of these ISOs and across the country is we're seeing an increase in PRM. And my mind just went blank. The reserve margin of our overall of data. And as we've seen an increase in penetration of renewable resources, whether it be solar, wind, and in some cases storage, we're seeing an increase in PRM in those particular balancing authorities. What that is indicating is there is a pointing to there may need to be some type of supplemental analysis to the ELCC in order to accommodate appropriate resource adequacy.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if it is common for utilities to apply a ride-through duration requirement in addition to 1 in 10 LOLE resource modeling as a constraint on resource selection?
It is not common. I do believe it will become more common.
Are you aware of any other utility that has used such a ride-through duration requirement in addition to a 1 in 10 modeling as a constraint in resource selection?
Not specifically a duration, but SPP is evaluating EUE as well as the East Coast RTOs are also evaluating additional measures in order to accommodate for the issue that we identified as ride-through.
Okay. Does use of duration tiers such as those that you utilized in the 2020 RFP preclude selection of resources with durations that are shorter than the smallest duration tier that you looked at?
No, they did not. We adjusted all resources to be able to serve in each category correctly.
Okay. Are you familiar with the pre-filed direct testimony of Kyle Unruh in the docket?
I have read his testimony.
Okay, and that's exhibit number RNW 1. Yes, if you could. Thank you, Bobby. If I could direct you to page 7 of Mr. Unruh's pre-filed testimony.
I'm there.
Okay. And I am looking at, sorry, I seem to have my line numbers off here. I just want to make sure I direct you to the right place. Looking at beginning at line 8, during the winter event, surrounding Northwestern's BEA peak load in January of 2024. So that 2024 winter event that a number of folks have spoken to here. Mr. Unruh's testimony states that states as near to Montana as Idaho and Wyoming had sufficient transmission capacity to enjoy lower prices approximate to those on the Palo Verde hub of approximately $140 per megawatt hour, while Montana customers paid prices in line with the Mid-Columbia price of $886 per megawatt hour. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And I apologize. I think I was on the wrong page for you, but you got there. Would you agree that the transmission connectivity between Idaho and Wyoming and other states that are more proximate to the Palo Verde hub enabled lower prices in those states during that January 2024 winter event than Montana customers were able to access here?
Yes, they may have been able to. I don't know what the exact prices were during this particular event, but one of the things that we do experience on a continuous basis in the SPP RTO as well as the Weston EIM is congestion. Transmission congestion can be very localized, and congestion can create lower prices in a state, even within a state, right beside an area of very high prices because there's limited transmission.
Okay. So in other words, closer proximity to greater transmission capacity has the ability to affect prices.
If it's available, it could be being used.
Got it. I want to direct you now to page 22 of Mr. Unruh's direct pre-filed testimony. And I'm looking at lines 1 through 4, where he states, quote, given these clear risks associated with thermal generation, most utilities in the West have specific targets for achieving a clean electricity supply, which receive serious treatment in their IRPs, even in states where there's no legislative policy mandate. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. In the course of its resource planning, has Northwestern set interim dates by which it intends to achieve a cleaner portfolio?
At this time, because of the consistent change within the area as far as reliability and Northwestern's need to get to a resource adequate portfolio, we are still focused on our long-term goal. But there may be some intermittent steps that we have to do in order to maintain reliability, in order to maintain affordability, as we still try to achieve sustainability.
Okay, so there are no specific interim targets that tie to interim dates before that 2050 long-term goal.
There are not.
Okay. In the course of its resource planning to date, has Northwestern studied transmission capacity and other resources required to achieve either a net zero or 100% clean electricity portfolio?
I apologize. Can you say that again?
Yeah. And so in the course of its resource planning to date, has Northwestern studied transmission capacity and other resources required to achieve either net zero or 100% clean electricity?
In the resource plans for the last several cycles, we have consistently evaluated limiting adding resources to a non-carbon emitting resource. So we always have a scenario in those plans identifying what that path may look like. As far as getting to a specific net zero, there is actually going to have to be some technology advances. And specifically, I'm talking about nuclear. I'm talking about other resources that will give us the opportunity to replace the characteristics in our portfolio that we need in order to keep the lights on, in order to maintain reliability and affordability.
Okay. I want to move now to the 2020 RFP. And in that RFP, Northwestern selected all three of the resources in portfolio V2 of that RFP in order to meet the capacity needs identified in the 2019 RFP, correct? Or IRP, excuse me.
Yeah, just one caveat. The needs identified in the IRP were north of 600 megawatts.
Mhm.
The RFP was only for a request for 280 megawatts.
Got it.
So we wouldn't meet the need identified in the IRP with that RFP.
Okay, I should have phrased it as in order to get you towards meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. And those three resources which were selected were the construction of the Yellowstone County Generating Station, a purchase agreement with PowerX, and an energy storage agreement for the Beartooth battery, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Northwestern obviously has constructed the Yellowstone County Generating Station, and is it also true that Northwestern has been making purchases pursuant to the PowerX purchase agreement?
That's correct.
Okay. But the Beartooth battery was not constructed. And I'm going to direct you now to Renewable Northwest data request number 26.
I have it.
Okay, great. The Beartooth battery was not constructed because, as you stated in your response to that data request, following a Supreme Court ruling holding the pre-approval statute to be unconstitutional, quote, Northwestern no longer had the statutory avenue of advanced approval to pursue the addition of this new technology, end quote.
That's correct.
Okay. Isn't it true that as a result of that same Montana Supreme Court ruling in the 350 Montana case, Northwestern also lacked, quote, the statutory avenue of advanced approval for the Yellowstone County Generating Station?
Yeah, the one difference is the Yellowstone Generation Station is not a new technology.
Okay. But it's true that you lacked the ability to get pre-approval for both of those resources, correct?
That is correct, but the predominant risk associated with a battery of that size for a company of our size was that it was a new technology that we do not have experience with. And at this point in time, when we ran the RFP, even a battery of this size would have been one of the larger batteries in the United States.
Okay, so is that an explanation for why you opted not to move forward with the Beartooth battery in the same manner that you did opt to move forward with the Yellowstone County Generating Station?
As I explained in my answer, in addition to this new technology.
Is it correct to say that some of the variability and unpredictability associated with resources such as wind and solar, which I believe you identified in your direct testimony, can be mitigated by the addition of storage?
That is true, as long as the storage has the appropriate dispatch controls to work with the overall system. And that's the part of the technology that is really untested. There has been a lot of success and a lot of lack of success associated with battery storage because of the dispatch control.
Okay. And last question, and shifting gears here. In the course of its resource planning, I actually had directed this question at Mr. Hines and he referred it to you. In the course of its resource planning, has Northwestern accounted for the expected cost of current or future pollution regulations such as the EPA MAT standards, EPA greenhouse gas regulations, or anything of the sort?
So looking at both the 2019 and the 2020 supplemental, which would have been at the time, and actually continued on in the 2023 IRP, we did run sensitivity analysis to identify that if we were ordered or under law had to discontinue Colstrip or any other generation associated with these particular rules, we ran sensitivities to show what those portfolios could look like and would then have to move to the Montana planning rules where we have to issue RFPs in order to fill those vacancies.
Okay. Can I direct you now to data request RNW-022?
I haven't.
Okay, and the first subpart, part A to the question for that data request is, please confirm that Northwestern has not planned for compliance with EPA's greenhouse gas rule, and the response was confirm. Does that change your response at all to the prior question?
It doesn't. We are not planning on doing that, but we ran sensitivities in the IRP in order to identify. We still had the base case scenarios within the plans that identified what we will do under continuing operations of Colstrip. We ran sensitivities to identify what we could do if these rules came into effect.
Okay, and in current resource planning efforts, are considerations of potential rules of this type underway?
Yeah, they will be. Obviously, this is in flux and these changes come on a regular basis. So as we get more information, we will include additional sensitivities or evaluations based on whatever the rules are at that time.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Do any other interveners have any questions of this witness?
President Molnar, I will have some questions on behalf of joint parties.
Please.
No, wait.
How would you feel about doing this in the morning, or do you think you can have it done fairly quickly, or 10 after? We are 10 after 5, and I'd really like not to go to 5:30 unless we have to for some reason.
I can't guarantee I would be done before 5:30. So I defer to the commission's pleasure.
The president in this case will rule that we will start.
I have one other request before you close for the day. We have Arnie Olson as the next witness, and it might be very efficient if we just admit his testimony without him having to appear if no one has any questions for him. He was going to have to get on Zoom and go through all of that.
We have a motion and a request that Arnie
Arnie Olson, if
That
no one has questions.
Arnie Olson be allowed to simply submit his testimony and not appear via Zoom. Does anyone have an objection to that?
Mr. President, staff has identified a handful of questions for Mr. Olson.
Okay, I withdraw my request.
Thank you. With this turn of events, we will reconvene at 8 o'clock in the morning for public testimony, and the business part of this will reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And you will be the first one, and you'll still be sworn in. We are adjourned.